Alrighty. Alrighty, what's good everyone? Join with the live right now. How's everyone doing today? Give it a second for people to join up. What's up everyone joining in the live right now? How's everyone doing? What's good everyone joining in the live right now? What's good? What's good? What's good? How's everyone doing today? Good to see everyone joining in. How's everyone doing? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? We're gonna start getting some debates up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you meet this set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We're just looking for some debates, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. We're just looking for some debates, everyone. How's everyone doing tonight? How's everyone doing? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's good, everyone joining in from Dean's stream as well? How's everyone doing? What's good? What's good? What's good? Hopefully everyone's having a good day so far. It's good to see everyone. Let me make sure I got everything plugged in. Alrighty, we're gonna get the debates up here very soon. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria that I'm putting on the screen right now. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria that I've just put on the screen, everyone. What's up? What's up? What's up? We're gonna get some debates up here in a second. Please, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. If you're on YouTube, make sure to like that stream. What's good, everyone? I am doing a lot better than yesterday. Don't worry, everyone. We're a lot better. We're a lot better. And I have all the audio set up, so we should be good. We should be good. That is amazing to see. Amazing to see. Alrighty, let's get the first people up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Okay, let's get some people up here. Alrighty. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria, everyone. Don't touch the pillow again? I know, right? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
March.
How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Alrighty. What's up, everyone joining in? What's up, what's up, what's up? If you're on YouTube, make sure to tap that screen, everyone. Helps get it out, or like that stream if you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Helps get it out to more people. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Uh, yes, but only in certain. Like, I don't support the stuff he's like some of the stuff he's done.
Sure.
But I
Could I ask
support
you? Could I ask you like? I could ask you a certain question. If you could go back in time and either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Well, at the time of the election, I wasn't 18, so I didn't really have a choice. I was 17 at the time of the election, so
Yeah,
I
dude.
missed that one just barely.
I understand. Did you hear my question though? I asked you if you could go back in time and you had the ability to vote, would you specifically, right, have
I
voted
would
for
vote
Donald
for
Trump
Trump.
or Kamala Harris? Okay.
I would vote for Trump.
And you said you're how old again?
18.
What's your birth year?
My birth year, 2005.
Wow, that is horrible math.
I can't.
That is horrible math. Push the level up. Thank you. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Do you like Taylor Swift?
Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 30.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Of course.
What's your birth year?
1994.
Oh, sorry, you said 30. So why do you support Donald Trump?
Because he's the greatest president of all time.
And why do you think that Donald Trump is the greatest president of all time?
Because I'm actually British. I'm not American, so.
Okay. Okay. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone.
How
Yo,
you doing?
How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 19. Is that okay?
What's your birth year?
2005,
What month?
August 30th.
For sure. And do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Why so?
Because the left wants to indoctrinate the children. They're a bunch of, pedos and all that. And it's like, I see the grossness they do with the kids.
How is the left trying to do that? As you vote for a guy that said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years and bragged about walking into the changing rooms of girls in Miss USA because he quote-unquote owns a place to inspect them without their consent.
If you had that, I would not support him right now. But
If I
you
could
don't.
play you that audio?
Yeah.
Yeah,
But you
I
don't.
can.
You don't have it.
I absolutely do have it. You want me to hear?
Sure.
Okay. Literally all you have to do is look up Trump, what's it called? Trump Howard Stern. And it's like one of the first videos that comes up. It's like 2 minutes long. You click on that video. You go to the end of the video, around 1 minute.
Well, I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll
40
go
seconds.
backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else. And, no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women. And so I sort of get away with things like that.
Ooh, that's pretty bad. Yeah.
So you
Ooh,
don't support
that's
him
pretty
anymore?
Nope. All right. You have a nice day. Ooh, that was pretty.
Yeah. Appreciate you being open-minded. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Niggers, nigger, nigger,
Going to
nigger.
the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Jesus Christ, dude. We're just getting a bunch of fucking horrible trolls right now. Thank you, thank you. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hi. Can you look up the Rockland County lawsuit?
Sure. Zachary, thank you for the dollar on PayPal. Thank you so much. By the way, everyone, only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Please only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I love doing fentanyl.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I'm 42. I'm going to be 42 in December.
Do you support Donald Trump?
That's kind of a weird thing now. Like I'm half American. I spend 50% of my time in the States, 50% in Canada. And I originally wanted him to win. I was probably just ignorant about something. But I'm just the last little bit I've just been like he needs to be stopped. And I just wanted to come on here and say I've been watching you for a while. And I didn't agree with you at first, but I actually think you're a pretty cool guy, and you have grown on me, and you do have a lot of good points. And I just came on here to say that, and keep on doing this because you're doing great. And Trump does actually need to be impeached or out of office or something.
All right. Well, I appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. Love the change. KB, thank you so much for the galaxy. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Queen, thank you so much for the membership subscription on YouTube. Thank you. And then Brad, thank you so much for the $10. Good afternoon. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What's up? I'm 25.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
What's your birth year?
2000.
And you said you're 25. What month?
July.
Okay. So why do you support Donald Trump?
Well, mostly because of his aura, but also because this week, there's some data on the revenue. There's like billions of revenue coming in, but mostly aura as well.
Okay. So you say billions of revenue coming in. Who's paying that money?
Well, I also said the aura, you know what I'm saying? So I think you forgot about
Are
that.
you joking?
But I don't know.
Are you just joking?
No, I'm genuinely serious. Like his charisma and his aura.
What
like,
about
it's
his
better.
quote unquote aura?
Yes, his charisma. What about it? Do you
Yeah.
wanna know,
What?
like,
Yeah.
about it?
What does that even mean?
Just the aura he gives off. It really does support our country.
And that is.
Affects the younger generation. Yeah.
And what is that? What about it?
What do you mean? What about it? I just told you. You confused?
Do you want to tell me any specifics, or do you just want to say you voted for aura?
What do you mean, any specifics?
Yeah, with like what about his leadership do you think was good?
Just the way he controls the economy and the tariffs and all that stuff.
Tariff. So can you tell me what a tariff is?
It's a trade. It's the cost of a trade.
It's a trade. It's a trade. It's a tax on an imported good.
Yeah, you know,
Okay.
tax on import.
And who pays that tax?
The countries,
What countries?
America.
American importers, not the country. The American importing business pays that, and it's passed down to the consumer because it's an aspect of cost of production and distribution. So that's clearly going to lead to higher prices in America, worse conditions for American consumers, and actually a regressive negative impact on the low and middle class in this country because it is the case that they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods.
Wow, now you, my friend Parker, have just educated a young nigga for real.
Dude, what the fuck is going on right now, bro? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey Parker, I just wanted to say I love you. That's all.
Appreciate you,
Bye.
appreciate you. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Alrighty, do give it a second for people to join up. If you want to support me as always, everyone, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, everybody. Let's go on to the next person. Give it a second for people to join up, everyone. Julia, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you, Julia. Thank you, thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, how old are you?
27?
I can't hear you. What'd you say?
Hold on.
How old are you?
27?
And do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Why do you support Donald Trump?
One of the biggest reasons is because my mom is on Social Security and he is doing amazing things for Social Security. I watched his briefing today on it. Something that my family really depends on.
What is he doing
and
for
that's
Social
one of
Security?
the main reasons. I mean, he said today in his briefing that he was going through all of the people that are still receiving it, even after like deceased people are receiving it. Like illegal immigrants are receiving Medicare,
Nope.
Medicaid.
Neither of those are true.
I mean, he
Undocumented immigrants
had,
don't receive Social Security, and it is the case that if we reference people who are dead, they're not receiving it either, especially because they're literally dead.
well, he said that today on this briefing that he had that there was like a few million people that are receiving the benefits and they're deceased. Oh, they're like they would be over 120 years old, he said.
Nope. No good source indicating that. Trump saying it is not good reason to believe it to be true. He's especially wrong here. There's not a single
So
source
you think
you'd
he
be able
really
to
just
find that
made that
indicates
up?
that. Oh yeah, definitely. Like seriously, I'm
I
actually
mean,
being
like,
serious.
but
Like he
how did he
absolutely
get on
made that up.
TV? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I'm sorry.
You're good. I'm just saying like he absolutely made that up.
But like, how does he get on TV and just lie then? Because I believe the stuff that the president is saying, and
Really?
I voted for him, so I'm like, I
In his first
just take it
administration,
at
he had
face value.
30,000 confirmed lies. Did you know that? 30,000. He also cheated on every single one of his wives.
I mean, I don't know what cheating on your wife has to do with anything, but
That lying. Like, how could he sit there and lie? Well, he did it
I
to
mean,
the
like, but
person he's
Bill
supposed to
Clinton
love the
cheated on his
most
wife
multiple
too,
times.
you know,
What'd
like
you say?
look at Bill Clinton. Like look at Bill Clinton though.
You're just asking, can you understand that they could possibly lie? And we could understand people such as Bill Clinton could possibly lie, and he did.
Okay. Well, I mean, but so does that mean because Trump cheated on his wife and Bill Clinton cheated on his wife that Bill Clinton lied about everything
No,
in his life too?
We would have to say they have reason. You have reason in a certain scenario to believe that they have lied, and we have reason to believe that Donald Trump has lied because there's no good data indicating this to be true.
Okay, but I mean, he's literally on TV saying that all of these people are receiving it and that illegal people are coming here illegally and receiving these benefits, and it's keeping people that should have these benefits, like they're not able to get it because the money is being allocated towards like deceased people and immigrants.
Oh, did you know that the Big Beautiful Bill will also increase how quickly Social Security becomes insolvent? By 2032, the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget predicts that Social Security will go insolvent because of
Okay, well, he
the Big
literally
Beautiful
said
Bill.
today it'll be forever, that he's keeping it forever. And
Well,
that
the
they're
Big Beautiful
like
Bill doesn't do
investigating
that.
right now.
The Big Beautiful Bill quite literally will lead to insolvency.
Okay, well, that's not what he's telling us. And
Yeah, because he's lying.
Okay, but how are you going to lie about that and then what? Like, you take everybody's Social Security away and then what? You obviously
Well, it
lied.
just means that
so...
it means Social Security benefits will be reduced, not taken away completely. Because insolvent just means we aren't going to be able to pay the same level of benefits we currently have. It's going to be drastically reduced
Okay.
to be able to fund it.
I
Unless
don't
we
know.
have higher scale immigration, right, which will lead to greater growth in our economy and more tax revenue that will lead to Social Security not being insolvent. So maybe we shouldn't support the Big Beautiful Bill. Maybe we shouldn't support, right, Donald Trump's immigration policy, because both of those things will increase the likelihood of there being insolvency on behalf of Social Security. And if you want to ensure that your parents have Social Security, if you want to ensure that you have Social Security to be able to have, well, then you need to take a look at this, because this is very important to the health of Social Security.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't really understand how somebody can say that they're going to do something and then do the complete opposite and expect not to get caught. I mean,
Well, that's Donald Trump for you. So, and he continues to get away
but
with it.
he's
Don't
followed through
let
on
him get away
every
with it.
single thing.
I mean, how
He's
do you feel?
followed
How do you
through on
feel about?
every-
He's followed through on everything. Did he repeal and replace the
Yeah.
ACA? Did he drop the Epstein files? Did he end the Russia-Ukraine war in 24 hours? Did he lower grocery prices and gas prices? Did he end
Yes.
all the wars and cause world peace?
I mean, I know in my city, like, everything is cheaper and
Things are more
no,
expensive since Trump got in office, right? That's how inflation works
where I
in
live.
general. That's how inflation works in general, let alone the fact that real GDP has declined and how fast it was increasing. We've seen unemployment increase. The jobs report was so bad that Donald Trump fired the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics because he thinks it was politically biased information.
Okay, how about this? I like that he's closing the border.
Okay. And how did he close the border?
He's not letting drugs into our country anymore. The thing that he's doing in DC is going to make it so that, these illegal drugs can't get around.
That has nothing to do with DRUGS in terms of what he's doing in
I'm
DC.
sorry.
What
I
he's doing
didn't
in
say
DC
that.
is a complete authoritarian, tyrannical overreach from a position of presidency to see how far you can go with the domestic control, right, of like the use of police, right, and the National Guard, especially in our major cities. Charlie Kirk has floated, right, applying this to other cities in the United States that are large cities. That's incredibly a big threat to our system. You understand that, right? That's a huge threat to our system.
How? I mean, the way that I
How?
look at it, and what
How?
they're saying is that they're going to
He
like
said it was
get rid
because
of
of wait. He said it
DRU.
was because of crime, but crime has gone down significant amounts in the past few years in DC.
Even if crime's gone down, it doesn't mean that there's no crime. There's still
Never
crime.
said there was no. Okay, so there's crime in every place in the United States. So do you think it would be justified for Donald Trump to do this in every single city in the United States?
I mean, what exactly all is he doing? Because to my
I'm asking, would
understanding,
it
he's
be
trying to
justified?
get-
Would it be justified for him to do this in every
I
single
mean, I guess
city
it
in the
depends
U.S.?
on the agenda of like what he's trying to do. If he's trying
So
to
you
get,
don't even know
like,
what he's
more-
doing, and yet you're saying it's justified?
What I'm under the impression that it's to get illegal DRUGS and criminals off the streets.
Okay, well, then he'd be kicking himself out of DC because
What
he's
do
a
you
criminal.
mean?
He's literally a criminal. If you want to get criminals out of DC, we must start with the guy in the Oval Office.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't think wanting to have like things like, I don't even know if I can say the specific name for it, but like you know, trying to
you
get
can't
things.
say that. You can't say
Okay,
that.
okay.
So
Okay,
you
so
just say
I
F
don't- I
drug.
don't
Just
see
say
what's wrong
just say F drug. By the way, and again, as it relates to that, that's not specifically what he's targeting at all. Again, if you're going after criminals, you must go after the person in the position of presidency. Secondly, he was totally okay with violent crime happening in DC because he literally pardoned violent rioters on January 6th after inciting a violent insurrection.
For January 6th, he didn't incite anything.
He did. He incited them. He told them to go to the Capitol to fight like hell and take back the country that's been stolen from them. And then he pardoned violent rioters who beat cops, were convicted of it, and admitted to it themselves.
Okay. Well, I see it differently.
How do you see it?
I see that there were people that were upset about the election being rigged, and they were expressing their rights that are listed in the amendments. And I mean, the Dems do it.
Okay. What amendment were they expressing by beating cops? And when did the Dems do it?
I mean, I don't know the amendments by heart, like I don't.
Well, you said that they're just expressing the amendments by beating cops and being convicted of that. So I'm
Yeah,
just
the 10
questioning. I'm
amendments.
questioning what new amendment
10 amendments.
exists. There's more than 10 amendments. That'd be the Bill of Rights.
The 10 amendments.
The Bill of Rights does not say that you can. Does not say that you can beat cops. And that you'll get pardoned of that by the President of the United States.
They didn't beat cops. I mean, they
They did. They literally did. They were convicted of it and
protested.
admitted to it. Protested. Yeah. So protesting includes DJ Rodriguez driving a stun gun into the neck of a police officer.
Who?
Is that just protesting?
Who are you talking about?
DJ Rodriguez, who drove a stun gun into the neck of a police officer, and then Donald Trump pardoned him.
Where do you get that? Because I've never even heard of this person.
From the list of people who Donald Trump pardoned.
Where do you even find that? Because everything I look at is fake. Like, could be manipulated, could be AI at this point.
What do you mean everything you look at is fake and could be manipulated? We're talking about the list
Because
of people
these
that Donald
lists-
Trump.
these
Wait,
supposed
Donald
lists-
Donald Trump signed off on them being pardoned. These are federalized documents. What do you,
Where?
Literally look up who did Donald Trump pardon what violent rioters did Donald Trump pardon from January 6th. And you'll see a bunch of different media sources reporting on the literal federalized documents of Donald Trump pardoning them because he signed off on them being pardoned.
Okay, well, I'm pretty sure that the right to freedom of speech is in the 10 amendments. So
Wait, so
I-
to clarify, you think beating cops is freedom of speech?
I'm not beating cops, but I
I
mean,
that's exactly what they did. So like, are you pro?
I mean,
no, I have no
some people
issue.
are gonna- some
Hey,
people
I
are
have
gonna
no
get out of
issue with
hand.
I have no issue with protesting. I mean, you had the guy specifically that Donald Trump wants to be the new head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics was apparently quote unquote protesting and happened to stumble across January 6th, and he was caught in a photograph. Right, at January 6th. Did you know that? He just stumbled there. He didn't know he didn't know where he was on January 6th. He didn't know he was at the Capitol on January 6th with other people who were going into the Capitol. You know, he just so convenient, right? He just stumbled there.
I mean, I don't know what you want me to say. I don't, because his supporters, a few of his supporters got together and protested.
The person that he's literally wants to put into the position as the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics was at January 6th. 1, 2 is related to this. He also pardoned people. He signed off on all of their convictions being null. For people who violently assaulted police officers, he explicitly signed off on them being pardoned.
That doesn't even make any sense, because then why would he
doesn't
be
make sense.
deploying the police into DC to clean up crime when he condones that? That doesn't, I don't even know where.
You
I
know
would
what?
find out.
You asked yourself a great question there. You should answer that one.
Well, I need to see this list.
You asked yourself an incredible question. You should answer that.
What?
You answer the question that you just asked yourself. Because I don't think that
What do you
question was
mean?
directed towards me.
But it is.
How? How so? Because that question is directed back towards you. You have the burden to answer this question. Why? Why would he specifically be sending people to DC to federalize the city, to engage in an over-authoritarian, tyrannical overreach from this position of government because there's quote-unquote crime, if it is the case that he pardoned violent rioters on January 6th who beat cops? Isn't that
Because they
actually
didn't
the
do
original
anything.
question that I was asking you, actually?
Because they didn't do anything.
They didn't do anything. They admitted
Is there
themselves.
proof that they did
Yes,
this?
yes, they admitted themselves and were convicted of beating cops. They admitted it themselves. They pled guilty.
I mean, people plead guilty, though, to get, like, lesser convictions, right?
There's also ones on video. And what
Okay,
did
but
the
AI.
cops did the AI? Yeah, and the cops just randomly got injuries. The AI, that's all AI. The video that shows cops getting beat by January 6 rioters, that must be AI, Chad. That must be AI.
I mean,
Are you actually
it could-
serious? Do you actually believe that that's AI? So how did the
it could
AI
be.
lead to the? So how did the AI lead to the police officers having, injuries?
I can't answer that. I mean, I don't know who these people are. I'd have to see.
Okay, well, how about this? Since you don't know who any of these people are, DJ Rodriguez himself is proud of what he did. Did you know that? He's proud of it. He admits to it himself, and he's proud of it.
What
So
do
you
you
don't
do?
you don't even have to think it's AI. He himself tells you that he did it, and he's proud of it.
Okay, that's one person out of how many?
That's someone that Donald Trump pardoned. He drove a stun gun into the neck of a police officer, is literally proud of it. Donald Trump pardoned him, called him a patriot, and you still support the guy, and you think that there's no issue with him sending literally federalized authorities to DC to federalize the city, right? Because there's crime? What, that he pardoned?
Hmm.
And again, if you want to get criminals out of DC, let's start with the orange guy in office, in the Oval Office. Let's start with the annoying orange.
I mean, again, I don't see how people doing that, and then he pardons somebody because, it's their word against the cops.
It's not their word. No, they admit themselves to literally driving a stun gun into the neck of a police officer, and they're proud of it. And Donald Trump pardoned them and called them a patriot. He's a convicted felon held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman that pardoned violent rioters on January 6th after inciting them to cause an insurrection at the Capitol because he didn't like the election results in 2020 because he lost. And you said the election was rigged. You bought the straight propaganda, fake information that he created specifically to be able to get people to follow every which way he thinks. and you believe everything about it. Everything that would indicate that he does something wrong, well, that's got to be AI, right? The people who were convicted admitted themselves and are proud of their actions in assaulting police officers. That's just AI. All of it's AI. Them admitting into it, them being convicted of it, the videos of them doing it, them being proud of it after, all of it's AI. Really?
I said it could be. I didn't say it was for sure,
What do you think it is?
but it's something to consider.
What do you think it is? No, it's not something to consider because we have really good reason to believe it happened because he admits to it to this day, and he's proud of it. He was pardoned of it. It's dude, there's videos of people assaulting police officers. You can watch it happen, and you're calling it AI.
I'm just saying not to believe every single thing you see.
I don't. I promise you I don't. That's why we have a court process. That's why we have due process.
Okay.
And through due process, they were determined to have commit these crimes.
Okay.
So
I mean,
why
I
don't
don't
why
even
do
know how
you
we ended up on January 6th.
so I have a question. Can you name one core fundamental American value that Donald Trump upholds?
He loves people.
Can you give me an example of how he loves people? Like, what has he done that shows that he loves people? Hello?
I'm sorry. He like donates and I'm just nervous, sorry.
He uses like $130 million of taxpayer funds on golf trips.
I mean, he's a family man. He has a family. He
Cheated
cares
on every
about
single
his
one of his
family.
wives. He's a
He
family
cares
man.
about
He
his
cheated on every
kids.
single one of his wives. He cares about his children, yeah. Can you give me one thing that he's ever done for his kids that shows you that he cares about them?
I mean, I don't hang out with them, but I see the way that they interact on TV and in public events, and he clearly cares about his family.
Well, you couldn't give me a specific example, it seems.
Yeah, off the top of my head, I can't think of.
Okay. So, I mean, maybe he loves his daughter a little bit too much in a weird way, in a gross way, not in like a good way. Because, I mean, he said he'd be dating his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter. He said he had sex in common with his daughter when she said real estate and golf. He said yeah to Howard Stern, calling his daughter a piece of ass. And he called his daughter voluptuous, which means curvy and sexually attractive. So, I mean, do you think that's appropriate for a father to say about his daughter?
I mean, okay, but like he's an old man. Like as if you don't know old men that just say weird stuff.
No old man I've ever met has said that in my life. Not a single one of
Okay,
those statements.
well-
Would you be okay if with your significant other saying that about your kid?
Well, I don't have a kid or a significant other, so
Okay. Would you be okay? Do you have a sibling?
yes.
Would you be okay with your parent saying that to one of your sisters or one of your brothers?
I mean, if it's my dad and he's like 90 and senile almost, yeah. I mean, I get that he's
So
just
would you have been
a guy that's, like,
would you have been
fine.
okay with your 6-year-old dad, 90-year-old dad, any of age, going and saying that he'd be dating his daughter if it wasn't his daughter, saying yeah to someone calling his daughter a piece of ass, saying he has sex in common with his daughter, and that his daughter is sexually attractive and curvy?
I mean, I don't even believe that he said all this stuff, so
He did say these
you
things.
can show me.
Yeah,
You
do
can
do you
show
want
me
to-
like
Okay, listen.
It's beautiful. Ivanka's daughter is. My daughter is beautiful.
AI.
Ivanka, she. By the way, your daughter. She's beautiful.
dude, that's so AI.
It's AI. This came from the early 2000s. AI didn't exist.
That
Okay.
literally sounds like AI right from the get.
AI didn't exist when this was dropped on YouTube. The video I'm watching is from 2016. AI did not exist yet.
How do you you know
Daughter
that
is
people
beautiful.
aren't being paid in AI and then claiming
because
that they are
AI
from
AI didn't exist.
1982?
Because I literally can see it on YouTube right now. It's from October 8th, 2016. The video from CNN. This is a video from CNN where they got like audio recording from him in the early 2000s on Howard Stern's show. So not only can you find this on Howard Stern's show, but this is CNN reporting on it before AI existed.
CNN reporting on it on an old YouTube account that, and then posting AI and stating
It's not AI.
from the 90s.
This is not AI.
Okay.
So AI did not exist when this video was dropped on YouTube. It did not exist when he went on the Howard Stern show. Some people listened to this live. Did you know that?
I mean, okay, let's hear it then.
Well, Ivanka, she.
By the way, your daughter.
She's beautiful.
Can I say this? A piece of ass.
Yeah.
Play it again, please.
Hey, your daughter.
She's beautiful.
Can I say this? A piece of ass.
Yeah.
Last couple of years, I go out with somebody. And
Did you hear that?
What was that part?
No, that's a different clip. Did you hear what he said?
But it doesn't. I mean, it's like got like kid music playing. Like, what is that music?
What are you
even?
talking about? You heard him say it. He said yeah to Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass. Did you hear it? I'll play it again.
My daughter is beautiful, Ivanka. She.
By the way, your daughter.
She's beautiful.
Can I say this? A piece of ass.
Yeah.
I mean, could it be edited?
No. This is this is straight directly from Trump being on Howard Stern's show live.
But you do understand people can make things and just say that they're from a certain time and they're not, right?
Dude, people saw this live, and this is the YouTube.
Do you know anyone that saw it live?
On the
you saw somebody?
There are people in the comment section that saw live. There are people right now who said it in the comment section on live.
Okay, so all of these people must be what, in their 40s?
Everyone.
Do you want to hear some of Donald Trump's statements?
Mention. Yet at times his fatherly praise is downright cringeworthy, like on The View in 2006.
Said that if Ivanka weren't my daughter, perhaps I'd be dating her. You know?
Stop it! Oh, it's so weird. Stop
You know
it.
what? You are sick.
Far from protecting his daughter from being talked about as a sex object, he has encouraged it multiple times. On Howard Stern's radio show in 2004 and then again in 2006.
By the way, your daughter.
She's beautiful.
Can I say this? A piece of ass.
Yeah.
She looks more voluptuous than ever.
she's actually always been very voluptuous.
It's
She's tall.
unbelievable.
She's almost 6 feet tall.
In May,
Voluptuous means curvy and sexually attractive. Did you know that?
I know what voluptuous means, all right? But how old was she when he said that?
Does that matter?
It does.
What?
Obviously.
What?
I mean, he can call his daughter
Does that
hot.
matter? Oh my God.
He can call his daughter hot if he wants. I mean, whatever. Like,
You
as
think it's
long as she's
okay?
not-
You think it's okay for a father to call their daughter sexually attractive and curvy?
Do I think it's like normal? No. But do I think it's the end of the world? No.
No. I'm sorry. Do you see that as an issue? Sweet, sweet home Alabama. Where the skies are so blue.
That's so rude. I never said I support. I'm just saying
Sweet
he's like,
home Alabama. I mean, that's literally what you just said was okay. You said there was no issue with it. What?
I never said that he should do anything sexual with his daughter. I never said that it was
Wait.
okay.
He
I
called
said
it. Wait. I'm sorry.
compliment-
He literally called his daughter sexually attractive.
He did not say my daughter is sexually attractive.
What does
anywhere.
voluptuous mean?
Oh my god.
Voluptuous means curvy and sexually attractive.
Okay, could there be a chance that he doesn't know that and just thinks that it means like
Yeah, Trump has no clue what words mean. Yes, you know what? That's a good way to explain yourself out of this. Trump doesn't know the words that are coming out of his mouth. He had no clue what word he was saying. Right there in that circumstance, he had no clue. He had no clue. I know he said that Epstein was a terrific guy. He likes beautiful women as much as he has many of them on the younger side, but he had no clue what he meant when he said younger. He has no clue what that means.
All right.
And when he said yeah to Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass, he has no clue what the word yeah means. He has no clue. Voluptuous. He has no clue what that means either.
Okay, I get it.
Tell me, can you tell me, what did he think voluptuous meant?
He could think that it meant like, pudgy.
What does that mean? I don't know.
Or like thick.
What? So curvy.
Like thick.
So curvy. So exactly what I said, right?
All right,
if you look up voluptuous, what is the definition that comes up?
You know what? Guess I'm stupid, right?
I mean, I didn't say it. If the shoe fits. They left. I mean, I didn't say it. But yeah. Okay. Only said that was that the first guest on the stream, chat? Was that the first guest of the stream? Jeez. Interesting way to start the stream. Alyssa, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm so sorry. It's actually crazy that people support that still. Nightblade, thank you so much for the thank you. I appreciate the $3. Thank you. Diabolical. Ashley, thank you for the $5. Devin, thank you so much for the $5. Ink, thank you for the $2. Nightblade with the $4.21. Sarah, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Trevian, thank you so much. I appreciate the $2. Delia, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. James with the $20. Thank you so much on Cash App. Thank you. Charlotte with the $20. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Charlotte. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Taylor with the $90. Thank you so much on PayPal. Get some W's for Taylor in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Taylor. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for Taylor in the comment section right now. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. If you're on YouTube, make sure to like the stream. It will help get it out to more people. It's going to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Let's go on and get the next debate real quick. Sarah, thank you so much for the $5 for the Venmo is AI. It must be. Wombly, thank you so much. Appreciate the $60 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Wombly. Thank you so much. Najia, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Ella, I appreciate the $5. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, me? I'm way old enough, 62.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, but now I'm starting to regret it.
Oh, okay. So, like, if you could go back in time and either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
I would probably vote for, I'm not the smartest person, and I can't pronounce names right. I probably would have voted for her.
Okay. Kamala Harris? Based. We're going to go on to the next person. I appreciate you coming up. I am just looking for people who are currently MAGA. We appreciate you so much and your change, and we really, really appreciate you being on the right side of history now. Let's go on to the next person here. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria that is on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 49. I talked to you before.
Oh, okay. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria that's on the screen, everyone. The bottom set of criteria says one time only, meaning you've never been on the stream before. So let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We're simply just looking for some debates. Everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
February 21st.
Okay, February 21st. And you said what year again, sir?
2006.
Okay, so do you support do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
And why is that?
I just think he's the GOAT, to be honest. He's pretty good at golf. Yeah, that's it. He's just the GOAT in my opinion.
Okay, they're definitely joking. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Let's go on to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. We had an interesting first debate for the stream, everyone. Make sure to like that stream. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
40.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do, yep.
Why do you support Donald Trump?
For me personally, I'm doing better off under his terms. I know you want to name policies. I don't know policies names. I'm sorry. I don't have time for that. I'm a single mom. But money in my pocket's better. I felt safer under him. I like what he's doing in DC currently and closing up the border. I'm not opposed to immigration, but I definitely think we need to know who's coming in. My examples are Laken Riley, Rachel Morin. I apologize, I don't know the little girl's last name, but Jocelyn. Those were innocent lives taken by people we did not know. I think we should know. And I think we should reform the immigration policies, and hopefully we can get to that.
Okay. So undocumented immigrants commit multiple times lower rates of violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the United States comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens. So the idea that undocumented immigrants are bringing crime to the country is actually antithetical to the truth.
Well, I didn't
Secondly,
say just that. My example was like what we're doing in DC currently. I wish we could do that across.
Could I please finish?
Across.
Could I please finish? Thank you. So in terms of DC specifically, right, you said that they're trying to get criminals out of DC, correct?
I didn't use those words. No, I just said I like what he's doing. He's bringing in National Guard. I wish we would do that across the country to get the crime down.
So you want to do National Guard deployed across the entire country?
What I would prefer is the people in charge currently in each state would be a little harder on crime. I don't believe in I commit a crime, and if it's under for example, if I go and shoplift, if it's under a certain dollar amount, we don't press charges against me. I should be arrested and held accountable for that crime.
Okay, I have a question. If you want to be harder on crime, why did you vote for a convicted criminal that pardoned violent rioters on January 6th who beat cops and were convicted of it and admitted to it themselves?
Personally, we can talk about January 6th. That we're going to agree to disagree. I saw what happened differently than you do, and I think that we would just go in circles. So I prefer not to discuss that.
Can you explain to me how you see it differently?
Because I also know that there were a lot of people held in jail for years for things they didn't do anything violently. They just happened to be at the wrong place at the wrong time. Were there people that did horrible, nasty things? Absolutely.
I'm talking about people who violently assaulted police officers.
Those individuals should be held accountable. Correct. I unfortunately, like I said, I'm a single mom. I don't have a lot of time to take a deep dive into each individual person, but I do know that there were people who were held for years who actually did not do anything, and that they were in the wrong place at the wrong time. Just like peaceful protests, I'm sure people got.
I'm not talking about. I'm talking about people who violently assaulted cops. Again, in those types of scenarios,
they should be held accountable. I've answered that question. Those
and Donald Trump is the one who.
Do I agree with that? No. I do not agree with that.
And Donald Trump's the one who released them into the country. So the idea that you're being hard on crime by voting for Donald Trump is antithetical to actually what has occurred. So how could you say that you want to be hard on crime while supporting those certain things, right? Or saying that you'll support him in despite of those things. Sorry.
So should I then also say that because some peaceful protests turn into a horrible situation, that you're okay with the ones that, like the cities that were being burnt down and businesses, that I should say that you're okay with that? Because I don't hear you speaking out against that. I've heard peaceful
where are Democrats
protesting.
pardoning people who committed the violence?
So I just said I didn't agree with that, but I guess why are you opposed to the National Guard going in? The January 6th, to me, people see that all differently. So again, going in circles.
Why does the National Guard need to go in?
That's one time. Why
Can
you name another time that Donald Trump pardoned someone that was, in your opinion, horrible?
Well, there were multiple people who were pardoned who were violent rioters who beat cops on January 6th.
But besides January 6th, though, I'm asking besides January 6th, could you give me another example, please?
Of Donald Trump pardoning someone that I disagree
Donald
with?
Trump
I don't think I need
someone,
to give you another example.
That violently attacked people.
I don't need to give you another example. Any other example that I would give you would be wouldn't even be relevant. Like I've already given you multiple examples of Donald Trump pardoning. It's like 50 people that he pardoned that committed violent crimes. 50, 60 people. You know that, right?
I'm going to say I don't necessarily agree with that. But besides that day, can you give me an example where he pardoned someone that was absolutely horrible?
I did. DJ Rodriguez.
It froze on my end, so I didn't hear any of that.
Yeah. Donald Trump pardoned DJ Rodriguez, who drove a stun gun into the neck of a police officer. He admits to it, and he's proud of doing it till this day. Donald Trump also called him a patriot.
Can you give me a source on that? I guess I can play that game. Can you put that on the screen so I can see that? Like I said, I'm a single mom, so I don't have my child's father died a year ago, so I don't have time. I work full time, actually 2 part-time jobs. The other thing that I do agree with is taking a look at people who, I'm going to use the term loosely, abuse the system. I know one personally who has 5 grown children, and she sits at home collecting
Hey,
the food stamps and all that.
Hold up, before we move on to that, it's from the DOJ. Look at pardons granted by President Donald J. Trump, 2017 through 2021.
Okay, can we stick to maybe the last?
Go ahead. Sorry.
Can we stick to 2020 to now? Because I'm sorry, I can't go back X amount of years. I'd like to know like currently, because I personally feel that.
I understand it.
Hold on. Can I finish my thought? Can I finish my sentence?
I understand.
I would like to.
It's from 2025. That's what I meant to say. Did you hear me?
Yeah, but I also asked if we could source that. I would like to stick to like maybe 2020 currently because I can't. I personally believe Trump first term is a different guy. This term, he literally took a shot to the head because of the propaganda.
He did not take a shot to the head. What are you talking about?
He did. So he didn't get a bullet to the ear. That would be to the head.
Bruh, there's no mark on his ear. There's no mark on his ear. It glazed his ear, grazed his ear. Sorry, I was getting it.
Okay, it was fake news.
Mistaken.
It was all for show.
Yeah, like it clear. No, I wasn't saying it was all for show, but I'm just saying it literally was barely hit his ear. He has no marks from it. You act like he took a bullet intentionally. Ethanol, thank you for the $7 or $6. Thank you.
Mouth. I don't think I said that. I said I think you're putting words in my mouth. Had he been facing a different direction, so can we put it? I like to listen to you and Dean at times, so I will throw a hypothetical. So if Joe Biden was standing on a stage giving a rally, and he happened to get a bullet to the ear, and it was just a matter of fact that he turned his head, you would be okay with that? Or no, probably not, right?
What do you mean? Okay, I would disagree with.
Well, it seems like you're not upset that somebody shot and fired at him. Actually, not once, but twice.
Wait, I disagree with both. I would disagree with both. I disagree with shooting in this context, especially because it killed a innocent person that was at the rally.
Yeah, I agree.
So I'm confused. You act like I was saying it was justified or something. I'm just saying he didn't take a bullet for the country.
No, but you're like, well, it was no big deal because he has no marking on his ear.
Yeah, he didn't take a bullet for the country.
His ear. Yeah, because he turned
He didn't
his head.
intentionally take a bullet from the country. You acted like
I didn't
you were
say
trying
that.
to. You were trying to sell it so far. You're like,
no.
He took a bullet to the head for the country.
I think that's words in my mouth.
Thank you for the $5.
I didn't say. I did not. I never said
Kristen,
the words.
thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you as well. Damon, thank you so much for the $5. Tammy, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. As well as I really appreciate it. Alyssa, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Katrina, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Trevian, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you. Melanie, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Go ahead. You were saying?
I was waiting for you to give you thanks for your donations. I mean, that's great. That's how you make your living. I wish I was able to just sit at home and do that.
Thank you. Rodney, thank you so much for the $10.
I think it's
Silent
great.
with the $2. Thank you. Nia, I appreciate the $2. Ella, thank you for the $5. Jonna, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Steffi, thank you so much for the $2. The D, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Chance with the $2. Thank you. Tati, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Libby with the $10. Feisty, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Carrie with the $5. Amanda with the $5. Owen with the $5. Feisty again with the $5. And the $20, by the way. Libby, thank you so much for the $10. And Brad, thank you for the $10 again.
These comments are great, actually. Your people are great. The crash note, it's cool.
What are they great with? Ananda, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank
I'm
you.
claiming the poor me. No, I'm just simply stating the facts that I know you like to name policies, and I just literally don't have time. My
Elon, thank you
child's
for the
father
$5.
passed away a
Thank
year
you.
ago, and I'm working 2 part-time jobs. I don't
I'm
get
sorry
to
to hear
sit at
that.
home collecting EBT. When I actually applied for that, probably a few years ago, when her father was alive and he had a mental breakdown, we qualified as a family of 3 for $68 a month. I would love to get the like 4,000 my
Wait,
state
do
is
you
giving
think that
out
you
now.
should have? Wait, do you
free
think that you should?
housing.
Wait, I'm sorry. Wait, do you think that you should have received food stamps back then?
Should I have?
Yeah.
Give it maybe a certain amount with a family of 3, since that I know that it's there to help people. I don't think that it's a lifestyle. So that while he was going
not.
through that, yeah, I do. But you know what I did? We qualified for $68. We made it work. I picked up more hours. I didn't go, oh,
So,
poor
wait, hold-
me, give me
hold on.
money, give me free housing. I also had to pay $1,300
No one's
for my
saying all
rent.
this.
Again,
Can I
I know
respond to
your
this? I understand.
commenters.
Let me respond to this. So there's a few things here, right? You saying that people are just being lazy, right, and they're just getting all of this help. Everyone
Your
in this
words,
country.
I never used that word. Didn't use that
Jesus
word.
Christ.
Please don't put
Can I
words in my
speak?
mouth.
Can I speak?
Yeah, if you're going to speak correctly, I never said that. I didn't say people are being lazy.
Was that not the implication?
No, actually, it wasn't.
Really?
Could you explain to me
did-
why people who are able to work shouldn't work? I guess would be my question.
That's not even the claim that I made. You're putting words in my mouth.
No, I didn't. I said I asked a question. I didn't say you said that. I said, so people who could work shouldn't work. Do you think that that should be the case and we should be living off
I want to
Medicaid
incentivize
and all this?
I want to incentivize people to work and especially to be self-sufficient, but I don't think the way to do that is by threatening people to not be able to have food or health insurance. I think that's ridiculous, and I think the imposition of the greater work requirements specifically on Medicaid and food stamps, right, cuts 2.4 million people off of food stamps on average per month and over 10 million people off of their health insurance. And I don't think anyone in the country should go without food or health insurance. Everyone should have food and health insurance regardless. So we can incentivize people to go work, but through other ways, not by restricting them from getting access to Medicaid or food stamps.
So you think that it would be unreasonable to ask people to work, the able people, to work 80 hours a month to incentivize them to keep those things? So like for me, I have
Yes,
insurance that I
because
pay
there's-
for,
I
like
can
other
accept-
people do.
Is that a
but
question
it's
I can
not through
respond to
my
or no?
employer.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just finishing my statement, but go ahead.
Well, I mean, if you ask a question and then you like make a statement right after that, how am I supposed to respond to the question?
All right, go ahead, answer the question.
Okay. Repeat the question one more time.
So you think that 80 hours a month, not a week, not in a 2 week, a month is too much to incentivize people to keep said things? If they're able bodies and there's no disability, there's no this, there's no that, perfectly capable of working.
Yes, I think that's too much. And also to say that it's not going to affect anyone with disabilities is ridiculous because there's a lot of people who have disabilities that haven't qualified for disability yet because it takes a long time to go through that process to qualify for disability. So you're going to negatively impact a lot of people in this country who are disabled who have simply not qualified yet.
So should we not try to do anything because of said things? Like, I guess the way I look at it is,
If you're trying to save money, this is not a good way to save money because you're actually adding $3.4 trillion to the debt through the big, beautiful bill. You're increasing the likelihood of insolvency, specifically of Medicare, along with the fact that it's decreasing after-tax income for the bottom 20% of income earners, for the bottom 10% of income earners by $1,200 a year to give disproportionate tax breaks to the millionaires and billionaires. If you want to support a tax cut for working class people, you will get Democrats to help vote for that policy if you just do tax cuts for working class people. But the issue is Republicans, they don't just want to do tax cuts for working class people. They want to do disproportionate tax breaks for the wealthy. And that's why you're not getting Democratic support. You're good.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure you were done. You left the screen, so I didn't know if you were busy.
No, I'm here.
So you think that the 80, so what would, in your mind, 80 hours is too much? What would be reasonable to you a month?
Wait, repeat what you just said, sorry?
So you said 80 hours a month is too much to incentivize people to go back to work and quote unquote not abuse the system. What would be a good amount of hours for someone to work that would be good in your eyes?
Dude,
40
I don't,
like 40 hours a month? Like what would you think?
I don't think there should be any work
I
requirements
think
for these.
are you thinking that nobody abuses the system and sits at home? I know one person individually, and I know that doesn't really matter, but there's one individual that I know personally who is the exact same age as me. She has 5 grown children at this point who are all of working age, and she sits at home and collects instead of going to work. She has no disabilities, no nothing. So someone
How
like
much
her
does she get
that I
from
know
food
personally, I will
stamps?
speak for her. That's okay for her just to sit at home.
How much does she
and
get from food
live
stamps?
off the system.
You cannot get enough from food stamps to be able to live off of everything. Like, what are you talking about? This isn't paying for everything in your life. Food stamps and Medicaid are not paying for every single aspect of your life. People can't just sit at home and not work at all, and have enough to be able to take care of themselves within all aspects if it is the case that they get food stamps and health insurance, right? These are baseline helps,
And cash
supplemental. The point of these is that they're supplemental to be able to provide basic necessities for people and to ensure that everyone has these basic necessities.
I don't know her dollar amounts, but I know she gets her insurance, her food stamps, and her cash benefit, and she is in her own place, and she is able to do all that without saying anything about it.
So then why don't you do
Like
that right
she's
now?
struggling, or she's this, or she's that. She's making ends meet. It may be payment to payment, but she's making ends
so here's my
meet. There are
question.
people
Why
out
don't
there
you?
with jobs who are paycheck to paycheck.
Why don't you do that?
Why don't I do that? Because I believe in working, and I know that the government is there for assistance. It's not a lifestyle for me. That's how I look at it.
Yeah, but if you could do that, why wouldn't you? You get more time to spend with your children, right?
So I should sit at home while she's in school. She's in elementary school, so she would be in school Monday through Friday majority of the day. So I should sit at home.
I'm just saying,
and do
wouldn't
that?
you want?
I mean, I'll
Wouldn't you
do
want
that
to do that?
if
you could do that, just do it
I
then.
don't want to do that.
Wait, so then, okay, so you're working for no reason?
I'm working because I take pride in earning my own money.
So just for your pride, you're not working because it's going to benefit you in any way, just because of your pride?
Well, yes, obviously that goes without saying. But if you're going to tell me that I could just sit at home and get money and do all that, no, I would say I'm doing it to better myself and know that I've worked hard for my money.
Okay, so to better yourself. So you're still working in order to better yourself in some way, even though you could not work and have some base level standard of things. So it's almost like the point I'm very making.
But how is that bettering myself?
Wait, so I'm just
'Cause
saying.
you said that people are barely making it like with that. It's supplemental. So how would that
I said they're
benefit
not
me?
making it with that. The systems that you're talking about don't exist to be able to provide for people in that type of way. Those systems simply don't exist. You're making this up. You're saying that they get every single thing within their life. They don't have to work at all. They're not on disability, and it is the case that every single thing within their life is paid for. You have what do you think that they're getting? How much money do you think they're getting in cash assistance?
How much are they getting? They're enough to have a home, a roof over their head, their food, and their health insurance.
So you're saying everything in their life, including their electricity, everything is paid for by the government. Where can
Yes,
I sign
know.
up?
I mean, sure, if that's how you want to live your life, it's not there as a lifestyle.
Yeah, like I mean, I bet there's a lot of people in the chat that would like to sign up. Where can they sign up?
You would have to ask my friend, and I'm not going to, as the word is, dox her and give out her information.
Wait, no, but you have this
But
information.
she lives
So
in Massachusetts, so I mean, you could look. You guys want to move to Massachusetts?
there's so many
The
people.
other
There's
thing
so
that we're doing-
dude. There's so many. Stop
Go ahead.
stop gatekeeping and like let us in. We got to know.
All right,
Like
you
I don't have
come
to.
on
I don't
in.
know.
Whoa.
I don't have to know who she is. I'm just saying you know the process, right? It's super easy.
I didn't say it was super even. I'm telling you, she's been doing it. Her youngest
Why is it that every
children
MAGA
are
supporter?
15 now.
Wait, I have a question. Why is it every MAGA supporter comes in the live saying they know someone who's frauding out the system? By the way, if you know someone frauding out the system, why are you friends with someone who's frauding out the system? Why are you friends with a fraudster?
I think friends is your name. I said I know someone personally. I went to school with her, and she blasts all her personal information on the internet, on Facebook. That in that sense, I'm quote unquote friends with her. We went to high school together.
She blasts all the information, but she can't tell us like this information. But it's all blasted on the internet. You know what I mean? Like, so it's already on the internet.
The
but like, it'd
process?
be too much, you know.
No, I
But
don't.
just-
I don't think. I'm sure if somebody asked her how you go ahead. I mean, the other thing that happens in my state, there's actually two hotels down the street of me that are housing immigrants, and they're getting cars. They're getting their food, their
None of this is
housing, and
true.
all
This
that
is
on the
just, like,
government.
you know a lot of people who are just getting stuff directly from the government. I've got
I didn't
know. I've got to know. I've got to know how you do this. Like,
Look
how,
up
how do you know?
Massachusetts, see what
How do you know
Governor
so many
Healy's
people that
giving
can just like
immigrants right now.
live off of the system, right? Like, I would seriously like let us all know. I would love to know this.
Okay,
What-
so
what are these?
how
What are
do
these
you-
new
how do
life
think
hacks?
the
You should
people in the
drop
hotel
a
down the
you should
street from
drop
you are
a
living?
TikTok. You should drop a TikTok. Top 10 life hacks so that you don't have to work. You would get like so
I
many
don't
millions
believe in
of
doing
views.
that because I my taxpayer dollars that I'm working and
But
paying
you could have
into
like millions
taxes
of
is
views.
going
You could
to.
have like millions of views. You know that, right? Tips and tricks.
I unlike you, I'm not worried about my views. I don't really care
Why not?
because I don't care.
Why not?
I don't. Why do you care so much about yours? So you can spread the propaganda that everybody's. Look up Massachusetts. Look
Propaganda?
up what
No, so
Governor
I
Maura
care-
Healey's giving out to the immigrants.
Hey, I
She's
care
getting
about-
them all into a
Hold on,
RAF
hold on.
program, giving
Hold
them
on,
the
hold on,
free
hold on, hold on,
housing.
hold on,
You're
hold on.
going to get 400
I
a month.
care about the attention.
I mean,
I
sorry,
ca-
4,000 a month.
Hold up. I care about the. You're not getting 4,000 on. That's ridiculous. I care about the attention that I'm
Uh,
getting
no,
in things.
me,
because,
no.
Hold
Look
up.
up,
Can I
look
please?
it up. Look it up. Hold on. Can I, while you continue to talk, I will mute myself and I will stop it.
Okay, can,
Yep.
can we please?
Go ahead. Keep showing your age. That's cool.
Yeah, I am. I'm
Crash
showing my
out.
age.
Go ahead.
I have to do this because like you're
This
literally
is great
like,
about your lives. You crash
Like
out every
awesome.
time and you act like you're like 12. It's great.
Okay. All right. So like you cut me off. I try to get you to stop cutting me off, and I'm the one that's childish.
By going, "Woo!" Yeah, that's childish. You
I'm
don't
trying
like
to
the
get-
fact that
I'm
I'm
trying to
giving
get you
you
to
something
stop.
to look up. And I told you I would mute myself. I will look it up. Governor Maura Healey and what the immigrants are getting right now.
Go ahead.
And
go
that
look
she's
it up.
taking this program and then turning it over to the RAF program so that they
You
can
said
get
people
into
are going to get $4,000 a month. I'd love to see this.
Sure. Okay, let me mute and I'll
She thinks people are going to get $48,000 from the government every year. By the way, that's more than the median personal income in the United States, meaning 50% of people in this country make less than that. So if this was true, you know, there'd be a hell of a lot of people applying for this program. There'd be a hell of a lot of people because they wouldn't have to work and they would get more money. Jonna, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I have no clue. Literally. Martin, thank you so much for the $2 bread. Thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Thank you. I was literally just trying to stop her from cutting me off. Jeff, thank you for the $5. Thank you. And that's just like randomly the noise that ended up coming out of my mouth. Denise, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Adriana, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Paige for the $10. Thank you. Ducky with the $10. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. My sister. Papa, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Diabolical. If you're on TikTok, make sure to tap that screen. Make sure to follow me here if you're ready, everyone. I've been having issues with a bunch of my videos sending out here on TikTok, so make sure to follow me here if you're ready, so you'll probably see the live streams that way, along with the idea that if you like this content, you should go check out my YouTube page. There's a bunch of video content there, YouTube shorts, videos I post every single day. 3 videos now a day, along with the fact that you can always check out the streams on YouTube as well. If you miss any of them, you can go back and see any points you missed. So did you find the source?
I was just going to ask you, because I played this game with my sister before, because she thinks like you do. What is a quote unquote reliable source? I don't want to waste my time. I want to make sure it's reliable.
Oh, what's a reliable source? AP News, NPR,
NPR,
PBS, Reuters,
CNN,
the Bureau of
what
the
would
Bureau.
be?
I said, can I speak without you cutting me off? Is that possible? Or are you going to cut me off every time I speak and call me childish for trying to prevent you from cutting me off? So AP News, NPR, PBS, and Reuters, along with you can point to the St. Louis Federal Reserve, the Bureau of Labor Statistics. There are plenty of things I would accept. I'll literally tell you if I accept it or not once you have the source. Joe Lish, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you.
Okay, good to know.
Yes, it would, Jolish. Jolish, it would raise it to that amount or higher. Yes, exactly. It would establish that as a baseline. Like essentially like a minimum wage. So you're totally right with that. That's exactly why what they're saying is so ridiculous. You're spot on. You're spot on, Jolish. If you're on YouTube, make sure to like that stream, everyone. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people. By the way, genuine thoughts, chat. What do y'all think about the haircut? What do y'all think about the haircut? Genuine thoughts. This is all my girlfriend. KM, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Oh, jeez. I don't know if I would, but... Good. Thank you. I appreciate it. Just trying different things. W Marge. Good. Solid. All right. Everyone keep tapping that screen. Make sure to like the stream here on YouTube. We're going to get some people up here in a second to help her out. We're about an hour and 11 minutes into the stream. Make your wish for 111, everyone. Along with the fact that we are also going to be on for another, I would say, 5 hours. Ducky, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Oh, she didn't cut my hair. She just came up with the specific. She's like, you should try this hairstyle. And my oh shit! I just hit my thing. Very unfortunate. For sure, I know, right, Santana? Quinna, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $12. Thank you. So funny. Thank you. Trying to break your mic again? I guess maybe. What is the haircut called? I don't know. She just showed like a picture. You could just show a picture of me, you know? Lol. I'm just kidding. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, I made a mistake. I didn't mean to do that. Sorry.
Oh, you're good. Don't worry. You're good. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Najia, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Maybe we will. Yo, what's up? How old are you? If my girlfriend gets back late tonight, I definitely will. It depends on when my girlfriend gets back. By the way, the guest, you should make sure to come back into the stream so it doesn't kick you off. Amanda, make sure to come back into the stream. You just click back on the stream so you can see me, and then go back and you can keep looking for it, just to make sure it doesn't kick you out. There you go. How old are you? Dwayne, how old are you?
I'm 61, but I didn't mean to come up.
Oh, you're good. Don't worry. You're good. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria that I've put on the screen right now. Let's go on to the next person. If you're on YouTube, make sure to like that stream, everyone. Let's go on to the next person here. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Mary, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. Thank you. Fiend, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20. Thank you. Well, as soon as I get a guest up here. Elysian, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, that's amazing. That's amazing. You got good news. I'm so happy to hear that. That's wonderful. Yo, what's up? How old are you? I have a... Oh, did you find the source? Oh, no, it seems like they're still looking for it, everyone. So do give it a second, everyone. To make sure to tap that screen, share the live. It will help get it out to more people. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Just give it a second, everyone. Where was it? Huh. I'm looking for it. I can't find it. I wonder where it went. I wonder where it went. Where'd it go? Wait, did I take it downstairs or something? No way. Oh, there it is. Oh, I found the source, everyone. Also, by the way, we have a new mix amp anyway, so if I can move around now, without it like breaking everything. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. If you're on TikTok. What's up, everyone? Yo, what's up, how old are you? They had echo. Is it lagging still, everyone? It should be fine. I don't know why it does that every once in a while. I'm so sorry, everyone. Make sure to tap that screen, share the live. It will help get it out to more people. We're trying to get the debates going, everyone. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hey, I just saw your caption.
Oh, you're good. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Did you find the source? Looks like she still has not found the source, everyone. Do give it a second. It might take eternity to find this. Kelly, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you. Laura, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Everyone, please don't just send a guest request for no reason. We are just looking for some debates. Yeah, I'm so sorry to hear that, Laura. That they don't understand what people lose in the education industry. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, it seems like we're just getting guests that don't even know that they're sending a guest request, so do give it a second for people to join up. Amanda, it seems like you're back in the app. Did you find that source?
I did find something and I took a screenshot of it to send, but I don't know how to send it. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. You just need to tell me the title.
How do I send that to you?
You just need to remember the title and tell me it, and I can look it up.
It literally is a screenshot and gives the source at the bottom of it.
No,
you could look up.
You just need to remember the title. Come back into the app to where you can see me and tell me that very title.
Okay. Sure.
Do give it a second, everyone. Do give it a second. Thank you for the galaxy. Thank you. Seems like she's taking a little bit of time to find this title, everyone. It seems like it's taken a second. We might have to extend the Jeopardy music. I hope not.
You can extend the music. Go ahead, because unfortunately I was stupid and did not grab the title, and now I've lost the article. But I will go ahead and I can give you the source.
Push the galaxy. Thank you. I'd have to know the title in order to be able to get that. So make sure to find that title. I'll look for a guest in the meantime. Make sure to keep coming into the app every once in a while in order to ensure that you don't get kicked from the stream automatically by TikTok. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You look like Tim Bradford from The Rookie.
Don't know what that means. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria that's on the screen, everyone. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
07/06/07.
Okay. And do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay. And why do you support Donald Trump?
Because he don't like faggots like you.
You're disgusting. Get off my live. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's go on to the next person. Do give it a second, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hello. I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
What's your birth year?
07
What month?
February.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. And why do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah. So my reason for supporting Trump is a bit unorthodox. It's what I'm gonna want to talk to you about today. It has to do a lot with the Middle East and Israel and Palestine, whether that's Gaza or the West Bank. So
okay, I
don't want to just.
Are you pro-Israel?
Yeah, I am pro-Israel.
Do you support Israel currently mass starving Palestinians?
Yeah. So we can talk about the start. Do you want to?
Oh, just saying. Yeah, it's crazy. By the way, that's what. Hello. Mass starving an innocent population. You can just say yeah to that. What? Hello? Like, that's actually like the most nuts fucking response ever. Like he didn't just say something crazy. Like he didn't just say one of the most fucking evil things you could ever fucking say, with no hesitation. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet this set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Yo, what's up, how old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. It seems like it's taking Amanda a little bit of time to find the source. Amanda, did you find the source? Steph, how old are you? Alrighty, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We're just looking for some debates. Let's try to get the next person up here. Do give it a second. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Alright, do give it a second. Sometimes it does take a minute in between to get a debate up here. I do apologize. We're going to have someone here real quick. Don't worry.
Just like,
Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I can't understand how that is not.
Okay. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request again if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Manny, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Maybe at the end. It's always funny to see Trump be made fun of. Yeah, it's a how old are you?
Hello. I am 36.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
You have an echo. Is there a way you can fix that?
Let me get on my Bluetooth. Hold on.
For sure. And just unmute whenever you're ready. If you're on YouTube, again, make sure to like that stream. If you're on TikTok, to tap that screen. It'll help get out to more people. Try to get to 1 million likes here on TikTok. And if you're on YouTube, make sure to like that stream. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes, everyone. I'd really appreciate it. Let's try to get to 2,000
Okay,
likes.
can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Why do you support Donald Trump?
His border policies, mainly, and because he was a better pick than Kamala. I guess I'm an opportunist.
Kamala. Okay. How are his border policies good?
Well, I think the issue with Biden and him not taking care of the border at all. Sorry, say that again. I'm sitting down, just got home from work. Say it again.
Yeah, I asked like what border policy. You said no care for the border. I would say otherwise. I think that Donald Trump is the one who called for people in Congress to undermine the bipartisan border bill that Joe Biden tried to get done. Plus, Joe Biden did an executive order which brought border crossings down. I actually disagree with those policies. I think they were too conservative.
You think they needed to be buffed up a little bit?
Well, I mean, I support everyone in the country who's undocumented, who hasn't committed a violent crime or bad crime, being given a pathway to citizenship where they do not have to leave the country. And I support the legal process going significantly quicker. Democrats meet one of the two sets of criteria. Republicans meet 0.
Okay, so how do we do that legally?
What do you mean? We give a pathway to citizenship?
I mean, you're saying you support... Okay, but the pathway to citizenship could have been done in how many years that the Democrats were in, right? he
I
never
never said the
really went
Democrats did
hard
this.
into.
And they did do it to some
Okay,
degree.
that's
DACA.
fair. Yeah, I mean, what is it? Obama has more deportations than Trump. Is that correct? Correct me if I'm wrong here.
So Obama did deport more people as an overall nominal basis, but it is the case that he's had more time to do it, 8 years versus Donald Trump not being in office for 8 years yet, along with the fact that Donald Trump is deporting more
Okay.
people who are disproportionately nonviolent, who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes, along with the idea that Donald Trump is undermining due process rights to a greater extent. So I disagree with Obama deporting anyone who hasn't committed a violent crime or bad crime. But I can also acknowledge the distinctions in the way in which they're deporting people, one in which goes along with the legal system, whereas the other one doesn't.
Okay. Can we talk about him bombing Iran?
If you want to pivot, sure.
I mean, I'm not trying to pivot. I think we have different opinions at that point, and whether you're right or wrong is a different of my opinion.
Well, then you should give reasons why you have difference
So-
in opinion. Aren't we like on a debate live where we discuss our
Well,
differences in opinion?
okay, so I will say that no, that's fair. That's fair, Parker. No, I mean we are in a semi-debate, but I would also like to learn and have sources like you were asking Amanda. But I mean, Google's. I guess the other thing is, I am Canadian, but I've been living in America for 20 years. So, the border policies, in my opinion, needed to be buffed up, and there needed to be a way. But in my opinion, Democrats
Are you
didn't
an
want to
Wait, I
come
have
to
a
the
question.
table because
Are
they
you an
wanted-
American citizen?
Yep.
And
Yep,
you
dual
vote?
citizen.
Okay, so then I have a question. How do you feel about Donald
No,
Trump
I
wanting...
think voting is a sham.
So you won't even go vote in the next election?
No, because
Okay.
the electoral colleges and
Did you find the source, Amanda? Hello, Amanda, are you there?
Yes, I actually put it in the comments because I didn't want to interrupt and have you do your crazy little crash out sounds.
Oh, okay. Okay, so like what was the title? What? I couldn't hear you. Hello? Hello?
I just muted and unmuted, so yep, I'm talking. You can't hear me. There's something wrong on your end.
I hear you now. So can you just tell me the title now?
Massachusetts taxpayers paying for free housing for migrants.
And what is this from? I'm guessing Fox News. I'm guessing Fox News. Can't hear you currently, by the way. Also, this is a statewide program. All right. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. I can hear you. I'm not muted. I'm in the screen. I'm not sure why you can't hear anything.
Okay. So was it Fox News?
It was not.
What is it?
I would have to leave and get it. I'm sorry. I don't do this where it needs to be a certain source. I actually saw a bunch, but I knew Fox News wouldn't be one. I had another one that was CNN. I knew that wouldn't be one.
Okay, so no, just give me a specific one that you says has the source. Jaitlin, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Victoria, thank you for the $1. What are the odds we actually get a source, chat? Out of 10.
if I give you the article, I'm not sure why you can't see it, but WBSM 1420 was the thing I found it on.
WBSM 1420. Okay. All right, and what does it say? $4,000 a month that they get.
I just said I misspoke. What I saw was a source that you wouldn't like. I think it was CNN or Fox News or something. But this one says they get $30,000 a year for 2 years for housing. I'm sure there are a lot of people even in the chat that would like $30,000 a year.
Are these legal immigrants?
It says migrants. I did not read the entitled article, but I know that I'm not getting 30,000. My neighbors
That's
aren't.
also not 4,000.
Are you getting 30,000? To me, you're still getting money. Call it would you want 4,000 or do you want 30?
Do you agree 30,000 is less than 4,000 a month? Because that's a pretty big distinction.
Are you getting anything a year or per month for your housing?
Me?
From your state, from your taxpayers?
No.
Yeah, me either. So why
I live in California
why are my tax dollars going to that? Why are these are individuals
Do
who
you
are
live in
bettering their lives,
Massachusetts?
who have been here for 4 years? How come they have
I have a
not?
question. Do you live in Massachusetts?
Do I live in Massachusetts?
Yeah.
I live on the border of it because I don't want to be doxxed. I know how this goes.
Okay, so if you don't even live in the state of Massachusetts, why do you care?
Because I'm going to be moving there. I'm literally on the border.
So you are moving to
Between
Massachusetts.
Rhode Island.
You could just say I'm moving there. So you don't even live there yet.
That's fine. Yeah.
So you're not even paying for it.
Any of us. How come you're not getting 30,000
So to clarify,
for 2 years?
you're currently not paying for it, right?
Am I currently paying for what? I work in
for any of the-
Massachusetts, so yes, I am. I have to pay taxes in Rhode Island and Massachusetts because I work
Oh.
in Massachusetts.
Oh, okay. All right. So then you're saying that you have a huge issue with money from Massachusetts going this way. Okay, so why don't you vote differently in terms of that statewide policy? I thought you guys were so pro states' rights.
I live in a blue state, so I go out and I vote and have my voice heard, but that doesn't mean I'm getting the way that I want.
Yeah, but like you guys are so
What about
pro state.
Massachusetts?
If you want
Show me how many people are
Republican policy, then you got to move to a red state, right? Why are you trying to stay in a blue state? You know, like that's exactly what Republicans have been saying
family.
about like
I
states'
value
rights.
family.
You know, states' rights. Just move. Just move.
Yeah, if I didn't value my family.
Oh my gosh, that's not. It's almost like that's the same thing you could say in so many other cases that Republicans seemingly don't want to talk about. I have a question. How do you feel about Donald Trump's abortion legislation?
In terms of what?
Like him leaving it up to the states.
I believe it should go to the states because I feel if I want something to change, me going to my state I have a bigger voice in my state than I do in the federal government. You can laugh. I don't care.
Did you not realize what just happened? Did you not realize what just happened? Okay, so now you're so pro states' rights. So then you're totally okay with the state utilizing your taxpayer money to help immigrants, correct?
I don't know, but I really have to get my child to bed, so it's been great.
Come on,
for real.
wait, before
This
you,
is
before you,
exactly
please.
the way I would think that you would crash out and act like a juvenile.
Wait, what do you
Have
mean?
a nice night.
What do you mean? I act like a juvenile? You're just leaving right now instead of
Well, you're
responding to my
laughing.
question.
This is not a
Because-
a
wait,
grown
wait,
adult having a debate.
Wait, I'm sorry, because
you can
of what
agree
you just
to
said.
disagree and not
I'm
act
sorry.
a fool.
Did you hear what you just said though? You have to realize what just happened though. I'm laughing for a reason. Okay, they just left. I seriously am laughing for a reason. I'm seriously laughing for a reason. Like, what just happened on my stream? What is going on, bro? What is going on? Katie, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you, Katie. David with the $40. Thank you so much, David. Can we get some W's for David in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, David. Kelly, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Jalen, thank you so much for the $5. Victoria, thank you so much. I appreciate the $1. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. I really appreciate it. Let me make sure I'm caught up on YouTube real quick, and then we're going to make sure to go on to the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates for the 6.8 thousand people here on TikTok. Make sure to like that stream, everyone. If you're on YouTube, make sure to like the stream. For the 3,000 people here on YouTube, make sure to do so. Make sure to like that stream. Jaden, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Tim with the $5. Sage, thank you so much for the $5. I'm so sorry to hear that's fucking crazy. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Manny, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Thank you again. I really appreciate it. Pinche, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Ron, thank you so much. I appreciate the $2. As well as William, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let me get the next person up here real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Tim, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Kelly, thank you so much. I appreciate the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, it is ridiculous. Like, it's only a small portion of the budget, and they want to cut that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Is there a way you could unplug yourself from your car? Coral with the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Coral, thank you so much. It's always good to see you. Can we get some W's for Coral in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Coral. With the $50. Thank you so much, Coral. I really appreciate it. Thank you. So why do you support Donald Trump?
He just makes me fat and gassy.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Alrighty. Let's go to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Matthew, thank you so much for the $3. I actually don't have any. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Alrighty. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request again if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Alrighty, let's go to the next person here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
29.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
1996.
For sure. Why do you support Donald Trump?
I voted for him because of the border. I think he has stronger borders than Kamala had to offer.
Kamala? Why so?
I just I think she was in charge of it under while she was vice president for Biden, and I just don't think that she did a really good job. If I'm not mistaken, I do want to say it got worse. Like, we had more illegal immigration at the time.
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, so she was not the leader of the border. She was not the quote unquote border czar. That was actually a made up thing by Republicans specifically to attack her on. She never was. The specific authority that she was given by Biden at the border was to raise private funds for Central American countries to be able to build up their economic security, to reduce the likelihood of people coming here based upon economic insecurity, which is exactly what she did. She raised over $5 billion for Central American countries to reduce the likelihood of people coming here based on economic insecurity. Tina, thank you for the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you.
Okay. That's very fair. Do you think? How do you think it plays with crime rates and things like that? The difference in immigration between both terms. Obviously, she was only in charge of a select amount, but what's your perspective on the crime rates in correlation with the illegal immigration? I believe crime rates are slightly down right now.
So, undocumented immigrants commit violent crime, drug crime, and property crime at multiple times lower rates than natural-born U.S. citizens. So they're not the ones bringing crime to the country at all. If anything, they'd be reducing the crime rate if you have a greater portion of the population that would be consisting of people who are undocumented immigrants.
Okay. All right. That's fair. That's basically why I voted for him. So I don't really have anything else to add here, but very fair. Very fair.
So given those reasonings, what would be the reasons why you disagree with those points?
It's not that I wouldn't disagree at this point in time. I would just do my due diligence and just go research what you said.
Sure.
But very valid points you made.
Sure. Valid. Thank you so much for coming up on the stream. I appreciate you coming up.
Appreciate you, man. Have a good night.
You as well. You as well. Have a great night. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Anthony, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
31.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Will you check your Venmo? Trump pardoned a triple homicide person, and he's currently roaming free in Orlando. Just check your Venmo. I sent it over there.
Thank you. I'll make sure to check that. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let's go on to the next person here real quick. Only send a guest request to meet the set of criteria on the screen. Thank you. I'll make sure to check that real quick. Rianne, thank you so much for the $15 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Matthew with the $3 again. Ellie, thank you so much for pushing the $5. Thank you. I will make sure to check through. I don't see it on the recent Venmos that are just sent, so I'll make sure to check through on the Venmos later. It must have been 2 guests ago or so. I must have missed it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, by the way. Thank you. I do every once in a while miss things, so I really, really, really apologize for that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Can you hear me?
How old are you?
I'm 21.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump?
So I actually voted for Biden and Harris in the 2020 elections. And I changed my vote this time for Trump, only because I just didn't feel comfortable with the way that I felt like the Democratic Party was pushing Kamala Harris onto me. And I just personally felt like I wanted to have the autonomy to be able to elect the person that I wanted to represent the Democratic, party. And so the fact that I didn't really get to have a choice in that kind of made me uncomfortable. And then when I actually went to one of her rallies, I saw that, like for example, like the Megan Thee Stallion one, she said that, she was just dancing and twerking and stuff. I just felt like it was a bad look for the United
Can I
States.
ask you a question?
Yeah.
You said you were 21, right?
No, I'm sorry. I meant 25. I was born in 99.
Oh, okay. What month?
December.
Sure. Okay. So you don't like how Kamala Harris was pushed on us. Can you tell me specifically what happens when a president steps down?
No, Parker.
Like when a president steps down, a vice president would step up. So given that we did vote for, in the primaries, the Biden-Harris ticket, if Biden is going to step down, we would know that Harris would step up. So not only that, but also 80% of the Democratic Party was satisfied with her being the nominee.
Actually, there wasn't. Yeah,
What?
a lot of people that I personally know that were Democrat were not satisfied with that because, again,
Sure, that's fine, but I'm saying 80% based upon an AP poll.
Okay, and like I was saying, so again, just because people voted for her on the ticket does not mean that they wanted her to represent them as president, especially going into the elections versus Donald Trump, which, as we know, was somebody who has a very big fan base already. So kind of having Biden step down and have Kamala take that position, we all knew, a lot of us actually knew that was going to be very tough. And I honestly didn't appreciate people like you and Dean either, and Harry Sisson coming on here and doing the debates. And I felt like a lot of the times you guys would come on here and just berate people rather than have a genuine conversation with them. And I still, to this day, a lot of the times you see you rage baiting people, and same thing with Dean. And for that reason, I'm like, that's kind of what took me away from like the party in itself. I was like, I can't support this.
Okay. So if you specifically didn't vote for Kamala Harris because of me, that would be incredibly ridiculous, especially because it seems like you didn't watch my lives very much. So I do that in situations where people respond that way to me. I have respectful dialogues with people who can have respectful dialogues with me. But it is also the case that I experience debating people who are incredibly insufferable, don't engage in a genuine basis, are incredibly bad faith actors, and that's what leads to those types of conversations happening. So there's plenty of different types of context that you have to take into account when you're looking at how I'm responding in a conversation. You can't just say, because I'm responding a certain way, that means I'm in the wrong, right? There are situations where people come up on my live and they say disgusting shit. 2 or 3 guests ago, someone said that it was justified for Israel to mass starve Palestinians. Of course I'm going to respond like that's fucking nuts. Like, of course I'm going to respond that way.
In situations like that, I completely understand your take. But for example, the girl before me, that obviously she maybe seemed a little bit more uneducated on the topic. You were just laughing at her and trying to get like a little gotcha moment with her. And I don't appreciate stuff like that, because that's not educating people. That's just berating them and being condescending. And that's not how you unify a party, especially with somebody who already is being seen as controversial. And
Did
again,
you know why I was laughing?
Mhm.
What was the context of me laughing?
Again, somebody like Dean, who same
Wait,
thing.
can I
like,
just ask you? Wait, I want you to answer this question before you pivot. What was the context of me laughing?
you were laughing at that girl because you try, again, like I said, you try to get like a little gotcha moment by having her say if she agrees with abortion state rights or not. And you try to have a little gotcha moment with her. That's why you.
So I laughed specifically because she was saying it's such an issue that immigrants are benefiting off of the system, specifically in the context of Massachusetts, because it is the case that she has such an issue with how they're utilizing the money in that type of way. All right. And then I was running the same argument back on her. Right. And it is the case that she responded completely differently. Right. When I specifically brought up abortion, right, in terms of states' rights, she was so pro states' rights when it comes to abortion, but not pro states' rights when it comes to, right, like asylum seekers and legal immigrants getting help from the state government perspective. So we're laughing at the point specifically that they're making because it's a ridiculous point and it's obviously hypocritical for them to believe. I don't think me specifically laughing at a point such as that is me being so rude that it would get you to like support the other side, or that would be like a reason for you to like be against like the Democratic Party or any of the policies. You can disagree with the way I conduct myself. That's fine. But for you to generalize that onto the rest of the party, it just is incredibly childish.
I don't know. It's not a generalization because
It is. It totally is a generalization. You just said that because of me and Dean, but you voted for Trump. Like,
who have turned on me just because they heard that. See, that's what I mean. You cut people off, and then you and your little followers attack people. Because see, this entire comment section is just people like idiot, crybaby, stupid, like, and that's exactly the issue. That instead of uniting the party, you divide it more by treating people like that just because they disagree with you, and that's not right. Again, I've seen you berate people on Christianity as well many times, Parker. Like, it's the same thing. So instead of actually doing something to help the party, you and people who are seen as like public figures now on the internet, you do more harm than good. But a lot of your supporters don't see that because they think you're this cute little white boy that's so woke and liberal, and you're not. Like, you're not woke. Like, you do a lot worse than you do help the party.
okay, so there's a few things I wanna say here.
Okay.
Donald Trump has a nickname for every single person that he would go up against in order to demean them as a person. Okay, like if you were specifically talking about me engaging in being rude to someone after a huge set of context, how would that be dividing people more than what Donald Trump was doing specifically with the Republican primaries with every single person that he's running up against and everyone he's running up against ever? He did the same thing with Biden, did the same thing with Kamala Harris, and you guys didn't give a shit about that division apparently. Secondly, what berating of Christians did I engage in? Like, be specific.
Do it, Parker.
Be specific.
No, like,
me disagreeing with Christians? Me disagreeing with them?
Because you constantly do it, and you know I'm right about that.
So like, let me be clear. So let me be
clear.
clear. All the time on my lives, I make this statement, and if you watch my lives, you'll know this. I want to coalition build with progressive Christians. I like progressive Christians a lot. I think they're cool as fuck. But I disagree with their Christian views. That's what I say all the time on live. So it's not specifically just being a Christian. It's sometimes certain Christians have views that are ridiculous. And if you don't specifically not hold those particular Christian views, right, then it's gonna be absurd, right? And I could respond that way. But if it is the case that you do not hold those views and you hold to a progressive understanding of it, I'm not going to respond that way.
Yeah, but that doesn't give you the right to be disrespectful to other people's views.
How is it
either.
disrespectful?
Again, so a few weeks ago, actually, I literally heard you call somebody, like you were talking to somebody about this topic, and you said, "Oh, like your little sky daddy, God isn't real," and like you say stuff like that.
That's not what I
and
said
that's-
at all.
No, you do say that stuff.
I literally don't say that.
Yes, you do, Parker. I've watched you since I've watched your lives periodically.
There's
because they
probably
pop
one
up.
time on my live out of all existences where I've said that thing specifically. There's probably one time I've said
Regardless,
that,
even if it's
and
one
that's
time.
and that's only because the person was specifically saying that I said that, and I was doing it as a joke because they were getting incredibly pissed off of that.
That's
That's
not
like
true,
one
Parker.
example, like multiple years ago. That's not even like anything that you've
That's not
seen.
true, Parker. I literally watched you do that like a few weeks ago.
I did not say that a few weeks ago.
Yes, you did.
You can go back into my VODs and show me. I'd
You
love
can
to
try
see
to
it.
gaslight me however much you want, but it's not gonna work, dude. Like, I know what I saw and I know what I heard.
I don't. Okay, so I just want to say this. I don't commonly say that. If I did say that, I don't remember myself saying that. I genuinely don't.
Okay.
That's
And
not
I-
something.
I-
It's not something I commonly do. Like, so is what other example do you have?
Honestly, right now I can't think of other stuff because that's like I remember like I'm not gonna sit here and like lie and like make stuff up about you, but that's one of the things that popped into mind that I remember you like saying, and I remember I heard that and I was like, that's pretty messed up, especially for somebody whose entire career is just
Even
sitting
that
on.
is so low level. Like, dude, if that's the biggest, the worst thing I've ever done that you can point to specifically in relation to berating Christians, are you seriously gonna compare that to anything that Donald Trump has done? I mean,
We're not
seriously,
talking about
you
Donald
said
Trump
you'd
right
voted
now,
for
we're
Donald
talking
Trump.
about you and
You
your
said no.
character. We're
You
not
said
talking
that I'm
about
pushing people away because of the way that I'm acting, right? Which is ridiculous. Right?
It's
And
not
also,
ridiculous.
by the way, if I push people away with the way that I'm acting, we'd have to look at the reasons why I'm pushing people away. Just because I'm pushing someone away doesn't mean I'm doing something wrong. Every single view that I take will push some people away. That's how views work. Literally think about it. I hold this position where I have thousands of people who are listening to me every single day, almost 10,000 people in the live right now, right? Over 9,000 right now. And it is going to be the case that some people in the live are going to disagree with what I have to say. Every single time I say something, there's going to be someone that is pushed away from that. So it's about what specifically they're being pushed away on that would matter, not just that it's pushing away people. Like, for example, if I advocate for a system that puts criminals in prison, that's going to push certain criminals away because they don't want to be held accountable for their crimes. Right? But that's something I'm willing to do because it makes sense. Right? So just because I'm pushing away someone doesn't mean that I'm not rightfully doing that or something. So you have to describe what behavior I'm engaging in that's like not rightful to engage that way. And seemingly, like, you're not really showing me any behavior that I've engaged in that would be a reason to vote for Donald Trump.
Well, actually, to me personally, it is. Especially given the fact that again, like people see you're laughing again at what I'm saying. You're not taking it seriously, and that's the problem. Again,
I mean, I'm not going to take it
the
seriously to
exact
say
same
that
behavior
you can't even
that
really
I'm
mention
talking
what I
about.
specifically did, and yet that's the biggest reason why you voted for Donald Trump. I really
No,
don't
actually,
take that
it's not
seriously.
one of the biggest reasons. Like
Okay,
I
so then you
said,
understand why I don't take it seriously.
That's not one of the biggest reasons. Anywho, I voted for him because I felt like he would be a better fit and he would honestly fix up the country a lot more than I thought Kamala Harris would. It's a matter of preference. You voted for Kamala Harris and that's fine. I don't judge you. I don't hate any of these people for doing that either. But a lot of Democrats do hate people for voting for Republicans. And unfortunately, like Maslow's hierarchy of needs even tells us that we cannot put other people's needs before ours. If our basic needs aren't being met, we cannot put other people's needs before. So I'm sorry, but if I have to vote for Donald Trump to make sure that I can actually have a place to live and affordable gas, I'm going to put that over your gender identity. I'm sorry.
So you said place to live and affordable gas, and so neither of those are true under Donald Trump's presidency. You're not going to get more affordable gas. Gas has become more expensive since Trump came in office. Same thing with placing like a place to live. A place to live has become more expensive, especially because Donald Trump has led to there being uncertainty in terms of price stability within the context of overall markets, which has then led to the Federal Reserve not decreasing the interest rates as quickly as what they would have otherwise if the tariffs were never implemented in the very first place, making the markets uncertain in terms of price stability. So actually, the unaffordability within price to live, right? And gas is actually worse because of Donald Trump. Also, he's attacking renewable energy production in the United States, which is also serves as a substitute for gas, which then also lowers prices for gasoline because it provides more competition. That's what substitutes are. By the way, I can't currently hear you. You have to swipe back in the app for me to be able to hear you.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you now. I can't hear you now. You have to swipe back. I have to see you for me to be able to hear you. That's just how TikTok works.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, I hear you now. Oh, she just left. What was her name? I'll add her right back because I think she accidentally left. Gwyneth, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you, Gwyneth. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Andrew, thank you so much for the $1. Vanity, thank you so much for the $3. Rami, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Matt, thank you for the $2. And Darling, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. What was her name? What was her name? Josie? Okay. Josie, make sure to send a guest request back. I'll make sure to look for you in the box. I currently don't see you right now. Salt, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Thank you. Stephanie, thank you so much for pushing the $20. Thank you so much, Stephanie. I really appreciate it. Thank you. What was her name again? Josie. Okay. Don't see Josie in the box. Josie, hop back in the box and we'll bring you back up on the live. I don't see Josie at all. I might have to go on to the next person, everyone, because I don't see Josie. She might have just left. Do give it a second, everyone. If you're on TikTok, do tap the screen. If you're on YouTube, make sure to like the stream. It'll help get out to more people. Alright. Let me see. I actually don't see Josie in the guest box. I guess I'll keep looking at the guest box, see if I can see her in the future. I don't currently see her right now, so let's go on to the next person. Cameron, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm making a group.
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria that's on the screen, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Alrighty, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Daryl, thank you for the $2 for you earned a new subscriber. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. It's so cool. It's so cool. You know, YouTube's really been pushing out recently, so it seems like a lot more people on YouTube specifically are seeing me. So I'm glad to see all the people liking the content on YouTube, especially because TikTok's been suppressing my video content for a bit. I'm literally posting the same content on TikTok as I'm posting on YouTube and Instagram, and YouTube, Instagram, it's pushing out, but not TikTok. What's up? How old are you?
The only combo was
Oh, I think they said hello, like, as soon as I kicked them off. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, shit. Hi, Parker. I'm 34.
And do you support Donald Trump?
So I'm kind of a 1 foot in the door, 1 foot out the door in terms of Trump.
Could I
Back in
clarify something real quick? If you could go back in time and either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Yeah, I was about to actually say, so back in 2016, I actually voted for Gary Johnson because I identify as a libertarian. But in 2020, I voted for Biden because of certain promises that he made, but ultimately weren't fulfilled, and kind of pushed me in the other direction and not wanting to support Kamala in the same direction that he was taking things. So primarily around the student loan debt issue. That was a big one for me. And I know, you know, a lot of part of it, or a big part of it, was that it got shut down by the courts and everything. But I don't think there was enough of a move for that. And I know that there are a lot of...
Hey, what was the answer to the question?
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you ask it again?
If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
For the last election?
Yep.
So I'm torn. Like I said, I'm kind of 1 foot in the door, 1 foot out the door. There were certain things that I did support of Kamala, and I think right now, with the mass deportations, the federalization of the armed force.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Like, there are quicker ways you could have answered that question, man. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo. Huh?
How old are you?
21.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Hell no.
Hey everyone, I have just gonna clarify everyone. Me having boundaries on the stream for you coming up on the live is not a rude thing for me to have. It's called boundaries. Everyone has them. If you don't respect my boundaries, I reserve the right to kick you off the stream at any point. That's not disrespectful. Autumn, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I know, it's actually ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. Thank you so much, Autumn. I really appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Bro, you get paid to deal with trolls all day. Who cares?
How old are you?
I'm 28, but like I said,
And
you
do you-
get
and
paid
do you
to deal
support
with
Donald
trolls
Trump?
all day, so who cares, bro?
Do you support Donald Trump?
I mean, yeah.
Okay. So I don't just get paid to deal with trolls. I get paid to debate people about important issues that impact the world. And it's important for me to be able to debate people and continually debate people that I disagree with so that I can spread that message. If I consistently get trolls up on the live stream, people who don't actually disagree with me, well, then that limits my ability to be able to get like an actual good message out there. So that's why. So why do you support Donald Trump?
Because has anyone ever really been far even as decided to use even go want to do look more like?
Repeat what you just said, sorry?
Has anyone ever really been far even as decided to use even go want to do look more like?
That was incoherent. You just made no sense.
No, it wasn't. You just don't understand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no one in this chat understands what you just said. Not even yourself. You don't even know what you just said
Alright.
yourself. That was like a troll
I'm
attempt,
I'm
right?
obviously just wasting my time here because you're not grasping the concept.
Mm-hmm. I'm not grasping the concept. Can you describe the concept to me in other words?
Has anyone ever really been far even as decided to use even go want to do look more like? I mean, it's pretty clear cut, man.
Very clear cut. Very clear cut. I'm elevated, but I'm not that elevated. I'm not that elevated. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 42 years old.
And do you support Donald Trump?
You know, at the first election, I definitely did. I liked what he was talking about. You know, he had a lot to say, and I felt like at that point in time, you know, the country needed a change. So I voted for him. But let me tell you something, brother. Watching your live from the beginning till now, at first I didn't really agree with anything you were saying. I thought you were just some, you know, stuck up little Gen X, whatever you want to say. But I must say, man, you definitely swayed my mind and put me onto a lot of things to look more deeper into as far as policy and legislation. And he's just a real POS liar. Didn't come through with anything that he said. So I just want to thank you, man. Just keep doing what you do, brother.
I appreciate you, Mike. Thank you so much. Can we get some W's for Mike in the comment section right now? Proud representation of Gen Z here. Proud representation of Gen Z here. We love Gen Z. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, I'm 28.
Do you
20,
support Donald
29.
Trump?
My brother does. My brother does, and he just told me 2 days ago he wants to join ICE.
Is he there with you?
He's not here with me. He's actually a state away, but he just called me 2 nights ago and said, I'm considering a career change. I want to join ICE. And at first I thought he was joking, but then turns out he was serious. And I'm worried for him. I'm worried about just the fact that he wants to join ICE. So kind of, is there something that you can, because I tried my best to steer him away from that. I was like, no, do you know what ICE is doing? ICE is doing this, they're doing that. They're deporting people, they're separating families, they're putting people in these terrible places where they get tortured and we never hear from them again. And he wouldn't have it. So I was like, is there like, I don't know, I guess I'm looking for advice, I guess. How would you handle this situation?
Yeah. So I would have to know the motivations for why he specifically wants to join. I would have to know the motivations specifically for why he supports Donald Trump, and that would probably be through like a conversation I would have with him. I don't know if I would be able to accurately provide you a specific explanation for someone who is so ingrained into the MAGA ideology that they're wanting to join something as such as ICE, and specifically real world examples such as the ones you brought up, right, aren't convincing to them. So I'd have to specifically talk to them to be able to know in that specific circumstance what to provide them. Obviously, you can provide them real world examples specifically of how that it negatively impacts people. You can explain that, like how Donald Trump has been utilizing these certain systems, right, as sort of like a secret police, right, a Gestapo, right, of a certain sense, that how people have compared it to. You can explain the very nature of how this is utilized through by fascist governments, historically speaking, to suppress democratic processes, to suppress people's constitutionally protected rights, and designated individual rights, etc. So, I mean, like, you can give examples and you can give arguments, but it would obviously be incredibly contextual to a specific person of me, like, having a conversation with them where I wouldn't know, like, the specific set of arguments you should provide for a certain person like that. Because it's not going to be like you provide an economic argument and they're like, okay, I'm not going to support him anymore. I don't know if he specifically is convinced based on that. So seemingly it would be based upon something related to that topic. And you could show them the detrimental impacts from immigration. You could possibly explain to them the positive impacts from immigration, right? Specifically, like the context of the immigration surge under the Biden-Harris administration is going to lead to an $8.9 trillion increase in the economy by 2034, right? You can show that immigrants commit lower rates of violent crime, drug crime, and poverty crime in the United States comparative to natural-born U.S. citizens, and undocumented immigrants do so by multiple times lower rates than natural-born U.S. citizens. So explaining away some of maybe the propaganda messages specifically that they do believe to. But again, everything is highly contextual to the particular views that they have.
Absolutely, I agree 100%. So I guess my next question would be: so you're throwing out a lot of stats and sources. I just so that I'm better prepared for the next time he comes to me with something as shocking as that. I want to be able to have something to back up what I say, because I know I follow you, I follow Dean, I follow so many other people. And I know that what you guys say is true. And so I'm wondering, if you could like maybe DM me or something, just what kind of sources you're using in your arguments. That way I can have some more sources behind me. Because that's a lot of the thing that I have trouble with is just where do I find these reliable sources at?
I want you to go to the link tree in my bio. I want you to go to my friend Matt's Substack that is free. He puts a bunch of different sources so that you don't have to look through everything. He's a librarian. Go to his Substack, follow his Substack. That will give you really good information. If you want other sorts of information, AP News, NPR, PBS, Reuters, the Bureau of Labor Statistics, St. Louis Federal Reserve for economic data. But yeah, Matt's Substack is a really great resource. Really great resource.
Awesome.
You should go to it now, especially while it's free.
Awesome, will do. I really appreciate it. Thank you for helping me with this.
Appreciate you coming up.
This has been tearing me up for the last couple of days, so I appreciate your help.
I appreciate you. Thank you. I hope that I can help. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Please, everyone, only do send a guest request if you meet this set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Purdy, thank you so much for the flying jets. Thank you so much, Purdy. Give some W's for Purdy in the comment section right now. And for the Leon. Thank you so much, Purdy. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Caitlin, thank you for the $4.20. Thank you so much. Cheyenne, thank you so much. I appreciate the $3. Thank you. Jaden, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Purdy with the media shower. Thank you so much. Matt just said, was I mentioned? I told people to go to your Substack. Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate the whale diving. Thank you so much. Raven, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Doing great.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20. How old are you?
What's your birth year?
August 13th, 2005.
Okay, for sure. So yesterday was your birthday?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I guess happy late birthday.
Thank you.
Jaden, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. Alex, I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Last week, Herb Mountains less than. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Good luck on your program. I hope it goes well. Can we some W's for Alex in the comment section? Okay. Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
Why so?
I feel like Donald Trump puts America first, to be honest.
Okay. And how does he put America first?
Well, the economy and stuff, and you know he wants to protect us or protect his country.
Okay, he wants to protect the country. So
Yeah.
what about the economy, and how does he want to protect the country?
So he wants to protect the country because so like for the Iran and Israel war, he destroyed nuclear sites.
So that only set back their nuclear program by 3 weeks, according to U.S. intelligence reports, along with the fact that that provoked conflict within the context of the Middle East and has led to continual conflict. And obviously conditions have not got better. Secondly, would you say that Donald Trump's like better for peace around the world? Because that's clearly not what's happened.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, didn't he in like 6 wars?
So not only is he better for peace, but he also bombed Iran.
Yeah, but it's either
Push the
we get bombed or Iran gets bombed.
So why did he pull out of the nuclear agreement that we had, where we had 24/7 surveillance over their nuclear facilities, like nuclear enrichment facilities?
Well, I mean, okay, so Iran was probably gonna attack Israel with the nuclears. Who knows? So he was just trying to prevent.
How do you know?
them from having
Wait, they didn't
nuclears.
have nuclear weapons yet. How did you know that they were going to use them against Israel?
Well, I mean,
And if they were
I'm
going
not-
to use them against Israel, then why is it the case that if you want to prevent that, did you specifically, what's it called? Why did you support Donald Trump pulling out of the nuclear agreement?
Well, because I don't want Iran having nuclear weapons because who knows what they're gonna do with them.
Okay, so if you don't want them to have nuclear weapons, then why did you support Donald Trump, who pulled out of the agreement that limited them from getting nuclear weapons through peaceful manners?
Yeah, but Putin was giving them weapons,
Appreciate the handout.
and I don't think the
what?
agreement. I don't think Iran was gonna go with the agreement.
What that has nothing to do with what we were just talking about. Explain to me why you support pulling out of the agreement. It has nothing to do with Russia giving anyone weapons.
No, I'm just saying though, like Russia was giving Iran weapons though.
Why was that relevant?
Because Iran was probably, I don't know, because we don't want Iran to have them because who knows what they're gonna do with them. And Russia's giving them nuclear weapons.
Who knows what they're going to do with them? That's not a good explanation for why.
Yeah, because they
Like,
were
what the fuck?
attacking Israel for no reason.
And what do you mean for no reason? Do you think Israel's mass starving Palestinians right now?
Yeah, they're
Do you think
killing lots of.
Okay, so you agree that Israel's mass starving Palestinians? Do you agree that Israel, right, historically speaking, right, has stolen land from Palestinians, ethnically cleansed Palestinians, and mass murdered Palestinians?
Yeah, I do, but still.
Okay, so then like if you agree that all of those conditions have been met, well then why would you say for no fucking reason?
Well, because Iran, it's Iran's fault that the war happened.
Okay. You say it's Iran's fault for no reason, for doing this, but then we just provided reason, and then also you want to know who bombed first? It was Israel. Israel bombed Iran first, not
Have you ever
the other way around.
heard the saying, "Play stupid games, win stupid prizes"?
Yeah, that's what you did by voting for Donald Trump.
No, that's if Harris would have won, America would have been destroyed already. Yeah.
How would America be destroyed right now?
Because well, first off, the Ukraine war first off, Joe Biden created the Ukraine and Russia war. It's all his fault that happened. Okay. Second of all, Harris would have never tried to
Ukraine, Russia. Like you
have
understand
a
that Trump
peace
is
with
funding
and
Ukraine
Russia.
again, right? Trump is funding
she
Ukraine
would have
again.
funded resources to Ukraine and never would have tried for a ceasefire or peace deal.
Yeah, and which Donald Trump couldn't get. He said he was going to end the Russia-Ukraine war in 24 hours. Clearly didn't happen, and he cut funding from Ukraine. And you want to know what he did? Because he couldn't get a negotiation with Putin, because Putin conned him and told him he was going to get negotiation, and Zelensky and the Democrats were telling him that he wasn't going to get it. Oh, he didn't get it, and then we funded Ukraine again. He's starting to fund Ukraine again. So we're in a worse position defending Ukraine against Russia, invading them, right? Because it is the case that Donald Trump got rid of the funding in the very first place. So how is that better for the set of circumstance that exists in Ukraine?
Well, at least Trump tried, unlike Harris.
What do you mean? Tried what?
He tried having a peace deal.
Tried
Trump
not
did.
having the peace deal?
No, he tried to have a peace deal. But
Wait,
Putin
by the
wa-
way, you
but
understand
Putin's
Democrats,
resisting.
Democrats tried that. They just knew that it didn't work because historically when they tried that and they did do that, they didn't actually follow through. Purdy, thank you so much for
Putin
the
thinks they're a
subscription. Thank you.
joke. Putin thinks they're a
Putin
joke.
thinks Trump is a joke, and that's why he conned him.
Ah.
Putin
Yeah,
literally
right.
conned him.
Putin's scared of Trump.
In what way?
Well, because, he's smart. Trump's smart.
Really, in what way is Trump smart?
Because he knows how to bring the American people together. Great economy.
He brings,
You know,
yeah,
he's a
he's definitely not divisive, right? He definitely
He's
is
a
not,
businessman.
he's definitely not divisive. Sorry, I apologize. He's definitely
He's a businessman.
Oh, he's a guy that's bankrupted 6 times. You said he's good
Okay,
for the economy. Name one good economic policy of Donald Trump's that you like.
Yeah, the big beautiful bill.
Name one provision within the big beautiful bill that you like.
Tax cuts.
What tax cut? I asked for a provision.
On tips.
The no
Tips
tax
and
on
overtime.
Okay, those are the only aspects of the bill that are decent. Name one other aspect.
Yeah, so what? I mean,
And it's not no tax on tips or no tax on overtime. It's literally a deduction, $12,500 for tips, for overtime, and $25,000 for tips, and that's a deduction from your taxable income if you've made that much in tips or overtime. Not
So do you like
specifically
paying
like you get that
taxes?
much money back. What?
Yeah, but I don't like paying taxes though.
I'm willing to pay taxes if it gives people benefits.
Yeah, and it's fun, and we're funding it towards college. We should be funding it towards the military.
You want to put more money
homeless-
in the military.
What?
Why would you want to put more money in the
Taxes,
military
yeah.
when we spend more money than the next 14 nations combined, most of them being our allies?
Yeah, we should. We need the military. It's the greatest military in the world.
And we could have the greatest military in the world, even if we cut our military budget in half. We'd still have over $150 billion more than the next nation in terms of military spending.
Yeah, but we stop funding it towards the military, then it's going to decrease. The quality of the military is going to decrease.
I'm sorry. We spend apparently we will still be able to compete, right?
Yeah.
So you think we won't be able to compete against all the other nations, even though we spend more than $150 billion more than every other nation
I mean, yeah, we can, but
per year?
Yeah, but it's gonna
1.5 trillion
decrease.
over 10 years more? Like, are you serious?
Yeah, but not for now, but not in the, let's say, 50 years if we stop funding money towards the
In 50 years,
military.
well, it'll be still 150 more each year. 150 billion more each year.
Yeah, but if we stop funding them, then it won't be that great. We need it. The military is a really strong priority. And not only that, though, why should we fund college students? Why do we have to pay for college students?
Because education is really important for our economy and how it functions. It's really
So-
important for our economy. Like, do you think that we should pay for K through 12?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay, why not make it K through 16? Just free public
Because-
universities. I'm not saying we pay for every university. I'm not saying we pay for the top private universities. I'm saying we provide free public universities for people to go and get access to. That provides a bare minimum level of education within the context of college that people can get access to alongside different trade programs we should also provide. We should also have free medical school. I mean, I really want to incentivize people to go become doctors, free nursing school. I want to get people to incentivize people to become nurses. I like specialized education specifically for all of those different types of things that we desperately need. Absolutely. That's incredibly important.
Yeah, so college
You,
is-
I mean, you clearly need an education. I mean, a lot of Trump supporters need an education. So, I mean, I think that it would benefit this country a lot.
Yeah, so college is mostly like for education. It's like for jobs and stuff. and then like
Not just for jobs, it's
pay-
also for like the sanctity of our democracy and for our overall systems. I'm serious. Like it's incredibly important for our overall system that people are educated.
people go to college for like mainly a degree.
Yeah.
Do you agree on that?
No way.
Exactly. I don't think it's an education for most people. I think it's a degree.
It is. Wait, the degree is education. It's an education degree. You know that, right?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean people. So like, yeah, because.
But it also
What's
helps
that,
people
like-
get jobs. Yes. So people
Yeah,
do it
and
to
the
get jobs.
teachers
But
are dumb.
you know what allows them to get the job? The education. The skills that they get from the education. So.
Yeah, and a lot of them suck at their jobs.
So what makes you think that they suck at their jobs? And do you have a job?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. What job do you do?
Well, I work at a car wash. I know.
Okay. Well,
But-
okay,
but I'm-
would you
but
be
I
okay?
plan on going-
So
but
are
I
you
plan
one
on
of
going
those?
to the
Are you
military.
one of those people that you're referencing sucks ass at their job?
No, I'm a hard worker. But I plan on going to the
Really,
military.
really.
I plan on
You're-
going to the military.
What makes me think? What makes you specifically a hard worker and most other people not?
Because I'm there on time and I only quit
They are
when
too.
my shift's over.
What'd you say?
I only because I'm there on time and I end my day when my shift is over. I'm not on my phone and stuff. I do my job.
Yeah, most other people do that too. Okay, you're not.
Some
dude,
people.
like,
So
dude, what do you-
everyone's not on their phones.
What do you mean? Some people. Most other people. Most other people work without being on their phones the whole time. What are you talking about? It's not common for people to be on their phones all day.
Not everyone. Some people are on their phones. They don't really care about their job.
What?
Yeah, you know.
Wait, and by the way, also being on your phone doesn't necessarily mean you don't care about your job. You can do a specific job alongside doing that, depending on the job that you're doing. Like,
So let's say I'm working at John Deere, okay, and I'm operating a machine and I'm just on my phone instead of
it depends on the context. So probably not in that type of context, but I'm saying like in general, like there are certain jobs where it is the case where you can specifically be just as productive while also listening to like say a podcast or like to music. Right? For example, and this would be an example of like a podcast you could listen to
That's
right,
not a
while
real
you're
job.
doing work. That's totally normal to happen. There are a lot of people, actually millions of people out there that would probably be able to be doing that in general, where they are able to like listen to music and they're like able to listen to podcasts while they do their work.
So is this your main job?
Yes, this is my job.
Okay. So how much money do you get?
Nah, thank you so much for the subscription. Thank you so much. Purdy, I appreciate the subscription. Thank you.
If you're getting a lot of
Why do you
money
want to know
from
how
it-
much money I get, bro? That's so weird. Lion, thank you for the $5. Thank you for the $10 as well. And Anna, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you.
Well, this is not really
Marie,
a
thank you
real
so much for the
job.
$5. Thank you. What's a real job? Oh God. Caitlin,
Like
thank you for
hands-on work.
$4.20.
Hands-on.
Hands-on. Does Donald Trump have a real job?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what is hands-on?
Well, he does paperwork and stuff with his hands.
Okay, you know I do paperwork too, right?
you do paper like what? Like
for taxes, bro.
That's about it.
That's still paperwork. Cameron,
That's
thank you for
different,
$2.
though.
Thank you.
That's different.
How is that different?
Because you have to pay taxes.
Nizzle, thank you so much for the $2. London, thank you for the $2. So?
What do you mean so?
He has to do that as president.
Exactly, but he does pay. He has to like pass bills and stuff. You know, he's under pressure, dude. A lot of pressure.
Pressure, dude. So here we'll run. Yeah. So seriously, like you said physical labor is the only set of jobs. So you don't think people have online jobs?
I said real job.
Okay. So people. So like an editor, for example, do editors have real jobs?
No, but they have jobs.
Editors don't have real jobs. You know, editors use their hands. You know, right?
Yeah, but I'm talking about.
So based on the
physical work,
definition you provided
hands-on.
earlier, they do have jobs. But now you're saying they don't have jobs for no reason.
No, they do have jobs, but not real jobs. I mean, like physical work. You know what I mean?
So
like
only
digging
physical
holes.
work. Okay. So you only consider physical work. What is considered physical work? Because using your hands is physical work. Using your brain is physical work. You know, your brain is physical, right?
I'm talking about digging holes and stuff, you know, getting
No,
dirty.
so like what's considered or designated as manual labor? Wait, you're not digging holes. You're not getting dirty. You're literally doing car washes.
Exactly. I don't have a real job, but I have a job.
He doesn't have a real job. He thinks he himself doesn't have a real job. You're
But I'm
trolling.
going to the-
Get,
I'm
off
go-
my live. You're totally
But
trolling.
I'm going
There's
to
no
the
way you're
military,
real.
though.
Wait,
I'm
please
going to
tell
the
me.
military.
Please tell me you're joking.
I'm not. Wait, hold on. I got a question. Should
Wait,
people
wait,
in the
are you-
military
no.
make more money?
I'm okay with people who. It depends, obviously, specifically where in the military. But yeah, obviously, like there needs to be cost of living adjustments for the military.
Exactly. People should be making more money in the military.
Most
But
of
no.
the people who are, most of the money that's spent on the military is not spent on salaries.
No, I know, like weapons and stuff. But I'm just saying people should get more money. They get 20K a year mainly. That's stupid.
I don't think most people in the military are getting 20K a year. I'd have to check back. I don't think that.
Yeah, it
20K
is.
a year.
It's 20K.
I'd have to go back and look. Now, okay. Do you think your boss is a real job?
My boss?
Yeah.
My boss is a human being, not a job.
I said, does your boss have a real job?
Oh, I thought you said if my boss is a real job. I mean, yeah, he does.
Dude, this guy is he's elevated out of his mind. Out of his mind. Coral, thank you for the $10. Thank you. I'm elevated, but I'm not that elevated. That's the level of elevated I was referencing earlier, chat. Jocelyn, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Yeah, anyone who thinks that this isn't a real job, I just think it's the most insane and ridiculous position ever. Sonny, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, like it's actually ridiculous. People who do this, who say that it's not a real job. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 40.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. If you could go back in time and you could either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Probably either Trump or neither.
Okay, so why would you vote for Trump?
I just think, like at the time, he really appealed to like the working class and the blue collar people and small business owners.
Have you been on my live already?
A while ago, long time ago. It's been a hot minute.
Cameron, thank you so much for the $2. Kathy, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you, thank you. I really appreciate it. We're just looking for some debates, everyone. Only send a guest request if you're new here. If you are 18 plus, if you're American, and you are currently MAGA. We're just looking for some debates, everyone. Najia, thank you so much. I appreciate the $50 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I will. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Najia in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Libby with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Seriously, though, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Libby. Thank you for the $20. I think education is so important, and that's why I'm totally okay with us having systems. Also, it'd be a small portion of our budget. Education in general is a small portion of our budget. So it's like, why are people acting like that's like so expensive for our overall budget? Blonde, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $15. Thank you so much, Jessica. Thank you for the money gun. Thank you so much. Thank you, Blonde. I really appreciate the $15. Thank you. Derek, thank you for the $5 for the fake job. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Owen, thank you for the $15 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Alrighty, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Let's go on to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 31.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do indeed.
Okay, why do you support Donald Trump?
For basically finally just taking action, especially with everything going on in DC. I mean, everyone's claiming it's authoritarian, but I mean, at least he's doing something. He's in control. He's getting rid of the crime, getting rid of the homeless, getting rid of bad neighborhoods.
So I don't think it's a good way to treat homeless people the way they're doing. They're literally threatening incarceration. One, two is related to this. If you want to reference what he's doing in terms of DC, so he's getting criminals out of DC. Then why isn't he leaving himself?
I mean, can't charge the president, so.
But you're saying he should be, right?
The rules are different now.
What do you mean the rules are different now?
Yeah, he's in power, and even Gavin Newsom said, it's like y'all said I was crazy that he was gonna go run in 2028 because he sent me a hat with 2028 though. Apparently, it's happening.
Oh, you want Trump to run? You want him to run in 2028?
Well, it's either we get behind it or what we end up in what some of these people say the colonies, like they said in that whatever that show was, something Tales.
I don't even know what you're referencing there, but in terms of this,
saying
that's ridiculous for you to say, because one, that's unconstitutional for him to do. There's literally no legal pathway for him to do that. So you're literally advocating for him to take over as an authoritarian dictatorship.
I'll look at it this way. I mean, everyone's been on about this whole, eat the rich deal, and no one knows what to do with the homeless. So why not reverse and do it, eat the poor, and if we don't have anywhere to put them, just feed lower.
That person has to be trolling. I'm choosing to believe that's not a real person, and still that's like incredibly fucked up to joke about. Like if they're joking as well, like. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, hi Parker.
What state do you live in?
I live in Alabama.
In what state?
Alabama.
What time is it?
No, Yusuf, get out a second. I need to talk to this guy.
What time is it?
Let me listen to him. No, Yusuf, get out.
What? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. For the 3,000 people here on YouTube, make sure to like the stream. For the 5.6 thousand people on TikTok, make sure to tap that screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 24.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Some things I do, some I don't.
If you could go
Like
back
how
in
he
time,
supports
if you could go back in time and either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
I wouldn't vote.
Okay. So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen. Yo, why did I low-key look like his profile picture? I used to think that I would be Phineas from Phineas I would be Ferb from Phineas and Ferb. But the more that I think about it, the posture, now the hair, oh geez. Let's go to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Sorry, didn't mean to join up.
You're good, don't worry. Let's go to the next person. I'm looking more like Dr. Doofenshmirtz every day. Evil Incorporated. That's core 2000s memories, okay? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Of course.
Why so?
Because he's the best president we've ever had.
And what makes you think that?
He helps big businesses. He makes sure that the rich get everything they want and that the poor suffer.
Okay, they're totally trolling. So the next person. Someone called me Mr. Crocker. Okay. Okay. I'm getting cooked. Yo, I'm getting cooked. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Diabolical, chat. Diabolical. I'm actually about to hit. That's so funny. Yo, what's how old are you?
20.
You support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I do. I do for the most part, yeah.
Okay, if you could go back in time and either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
I think in retrospect, I'd probably still go for Trump.
And why is that?
There's a few things I do strongly like about Trump. I do like the fact that he is an anti-war president, and I do like the fact that he focuses on the war on drugs, because I do think that's definitely a top two issue in America.
So you want there to be the continued war on drugs?
Yeah, 100%.
Okay. So like, would you say for drugs in typical, or?
I would say stuff like.
Wait. Actually, wait. Before we go into that, you're anti-war, but then you're
Mhm.
also pro-drug war.
No, I would say, I mean war on drugs in the sense where like you're preventing stuff from coming over our border and killing our citizens. That's kind of what I mean. I'm not saying raiding Mexico.
Okay,
or
so like
raiding-
for example, exactly what we were doing in Ukraine, right?
I would say more of like I like what he's doing in the sense where he put that $50 million arrest warrant on the president of Venezuela. I like stuff like that because he's kind of he's targeting the exact narco traffickers that are bringing in the poison and killing hundreds of thousands of Americans. I think that's very important.
I mean, if you're talking specifically about F-drug, that's the case for either president. They're going after that. So that's not unique to one specific candidate. Also, why are people saying Canadian? Are you Canadian?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, but I do like the fact that he is targeting this type of stuff, and I do think he's an anti-war president as well.
Okay. So again, how is he anti-war?
Well, for example, he did a peace deal between I believe it was Armenia and Azerbaijan. He stopped Rwanda and Congo, and I
Wait,
think
so
he's trying
I
to.
want
lead-
you to specifically tell me what he did in either of these circumstances. Like, what uniquely
Well, I
did he
believe
do?
I believe he was a middleman in the negotiations, right? I mean, Parker, obviously,
by
you're
doing
much
what?
better. No, obviously, you're much better at knowing this stuff, but I do think he was involved to a degree, right? I don't think he was just there for.
Well, I'm just saying, like, what degree?
I mean, clearly he was a middleman in it, right? He was a part of that
I
procedure.
mean, well, wouldn't have that been true for any presidential candidate? Like, so wouldn't that be the same thing with Harris? So why would you uniquely give praise to Trump for this?
I mean, he was
Just for
particularly
being
involved.
there. Just for being there.
I mean, yeah, he was particularly involved in it, obviously, right?
I mean, in what way? That like literally led to the deal happening versus it would have rather not happened.
I mean, okay, fine. I guess a big example would be the fact that he is trying to mediate peace between Ukraine and Russia, right? Obviously, there's a
That
meeting
didn't
tomorrow.
happen. He started funding Ukraine again because that clearly didn't go through. Exactly how Zelensky and Democrats have been telling him for like the past year and a half at least. Right? They've been saying that Donald Trump, that he was going to get conned by Putin because he thought that he was going to be able to get negotiations with Putin, which ended up not happening. Zelensky literally told him in the Oval Office, and him and Vance literally yelled at him. And now Vance is just on vacation for like the past few months without doing anything, jack shit. While specifically Donald Trump sits in the Oval Office doing absolutely nothing to help out Ukrainians in the long run comparative to the Harris administration, or actually in a worse circumstance comparative to Harris, because it is the case that we have more funding with Harris comparative to Trump, whereas Trump has put back the funding, but clearly not enough to what we would have comparative to Harris.
I do think you're absolutely right with what you said. He absolutely did underestimate how difficult it would be to stop that war. He said he would stop it within 24 hours. I think that was purely propaganda, obviously, right? Putin's a dictator. It wouldn't be that easy to solve. But I do think the reason why he's starting to fund Ukraine again is we have to be reminded that Putin invading Ukraine is a threat to democracy in itself, right? He illegally invaded a country, right? And America is a very it's the leader of the free world, right? I guess that's kind of what he's trying to do, right? It's a fight against communism, dictatorship.
So to clarify, so who has a better would put us in a better chance to ensure that Russia isn't able to take over Ukraine, Harris or Trump?
I would say Trump. I would say Trump.
Wait, but we know that there's literally less funding to defend Ukraine against Russia under the context of Trump's administration versus the prior, versus Harris being in office.
He initially pulled funding, right, when he had that whole thing in the White House with Zelensky, right? I think that was because he underestimated how he thought Zelensky was being uncooperative. He thought Zelensky was the loose end. He was the one not cooperating, but he ended up finding out that it's Putin, right? So now I
Yeah,
think
but
he's
which Democrats
reinvesting.
already knew. Harris already told him that was the case.
Yeah, I got to admit, he definitely underestimated it, but he's trying to negotiate a ceasefire deal now, right?
So then how does he
So
put us in a better circumstance at all when it comes to Russia?
I wouldn't say he's putting us in a better nor worse circumstance, but I do think he is much
You
more.
did just say that, though.
Okay, if I said that, I'm sorry, but I do think he's much more respected by other world leaders.
Okay. And what world leaders would that be?
I would say evil dictators are a threat to the West.
Okay. So just the evil dictators, not the allies. Definitely worse relations with the allies. What evil dictators? Why would an evil dictator respect someone more? Would it be because they give them more power?
Out of fear, probably fear and threats.
No. Seemingly, it would be because they get something out of them. Otherwise, they
What do
wouldn't
you
really respect them in any meaningful way.
what do you think? Iran gets out of the United States? I think they're scared of him because of the threats that he possesses towards their rules, right?
I don't. I don't
think.
think that Trump poses any unique threat that any administration wouldn't. Because again,
No,
it's
of
not
course.
him that's posing the threat. It's what he has control over, which any president would have control over.
Right,
So
but at
that's
the
like,
same
it
time,
seems ridiculous to say that he would be the one that would be the basis for that.
right, but the idea is that under Biden, all these new wars started, but in 2016, no war started under Trump, right? Trump is fully trying to
2016, he
prevent.
wasn't in office, so of course no war
Oh
started
no,
in
sorry,
2016 under Trump.
okay. I mean, late 2016
And
to
you want to say, and you want to
20.
talk about wars, dude? It's not going well right now. I mean, he bombed Iran. He started funding Ukraine again. Like he's clearly not led to a reduction in conflict in that
I
region.
mean,
Now he's
funding
allowing for Israel right now to literally go and take over Gaza and the West Bank.
The thing is, Parker, the thing is, Israel, it's a difficult conversation because I obviously think he wants a ceasefire. I think he's quite aware that thousands of children are dying every single day under the excuse that Hamas is using them as human shields, because nobody believes that at this point. But I
He
do think
does.
he wants. Listen, truly speaking, you have to understand the support of Israel is almost something that every United States president has to do, whether you want it or not. Every member of Congress supports
No,
Israel.
no, I don't think they have to do that. I think that we should, as voters, say we don't support that anymore. I think you should be against Zionist candidates, like when it comes to the respect. I
it's not
definitely
that
disagree with that.
it's not that you have to, but you almost put yourself in a position where you're blacklisting yourself. If you want to get any position of government, it's not going to play in your favor. It's like Zoran Mamdani, right? He's being anti-Zionist and he's speaking ill of
He
Israel.
won,
He's
though.
not going to get. But I don't think. I think it's going to be very difficult to get any sort of bill or law passed when you're in New York with 1.6 million Jewish people. And
That's why we,
if you're
because we need to get other anti-Zionist candidates into positions of power, and we need to vote them in. Which again, there's a huge set of support for people to do that, and over time, that will shift the vast majority of people's opinions. You can tell that people's positions are changing right now. That's very. Everyone can see that happening in real time, right? People are
Parker,
waking up.
It's a silent majority. You're 100% right. It is the silent majority, 100%. But the issue is,
It's
you
especially
can't-
the younger generation too.
But you can't speak about it because you have to understand Zionists have a way of censoring people, and the truth of the matter is that Zionist movements and AIPAC and stuff like that, they're sending millions and millions of dollars to the politicians. And I'm not trying to say certain people control the world because that's a very ignorant thing to say. But you see all the billionaires in America, and you see where all the power is in America. It pertains to certain places in the world, right? The last president who
Can
actively
you be specific with what your take is? I think what you're probably doing here is taking it down a route of anti-Semitism, whereas specifically we were addressing anti-Zionism. There's a distinction between anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism, and the conflation of the two is actually anti-Semitic.
No, sir, not at all. I'm just saying that there are a lot of powerful billionaires that are of Jewish descent in the United States, and they have a lot of control in relations to the American government. And that's not anti-Semitic at all. That's just a fact. There's a lot of Jewish billionaires. AIPAC gives a lot of money to American politicians, and I believe the last
Wait,
president.
why would you specifically outline that they're Jewish? What's the point to you? There's
No.
there's
Because we're talking about the American allegiance to the state of Israel. Israel is the home of the Jewish people. That's what
yes,
I'm trying
but
to
why
say.
why wouldn't you say specifically people who would specifically be wanting to perpetuate Zionist influence rather than specifically mentioning specifically that they're Jewish?
No, that is
Because what you
well.
were referencing was the influence of Zionism. We weren't referencing specifically people being Jewish, although there is specifically a protection, particularly of a Jewish ethno-state within the context of Zionism. It does not necessitate that people who are Jewish have those particular perspectives.
No, not all of them, of course, but not all. We can't
So,
generalize.
so then
There
why
are
are you? That's exactly what you were doing, though, right? Why? There's no point at all of mentioning specifically that they're Jewish in that context when we were having a conversation about Zionist influence.
No, of course. And there is a lot of Zionist influence within the American government. And I think every president, whenever they take office, almost have a responsibility to have an allegiance to Israel, whether it's right or wrong. Because I think anybody with a clear head, anybody with a heart that's not morally blind can see what's happening in Gaza, in the West Bank. That's not correct. You're blocking
Yeah, so
food
so
from stuff.
again, I'm giving you an example when I brought that up specifically of how Donald Trump, right, is not perpetuating peace, right?
I think he
He's
does. I think he does.
perpetuating destruction. He's perpetuating continued war, right? He's not actually upholding this idea of anti-war like he said historically speaking.
I think he does want a ceasefire, Parker. But the thing is, there's only so much you can do. You have
No,
to
he said
understand.
finish the job. He didn't say he wants a ceasefire. He said finish the job.
If you,
That's just totally
if you,
wrong.
I honestly think though. Tell me if I'm wrong, okay? Because I want to hear your opinion on it. Because you're pretty good. I think for a president to physically come out and speak poorly of the state of Israel and just basically tell them what not to do, what to do, I think that's not a very bright idea. That reminds me, it's very reminiscent of JFK. JFK was not an anti-Israel president.
Wait. Stop perpetuating this type of messaging because it normalizes not having any type of criticism of people's particular Zionist views within the context of politicians. It is important to critique and criticize, right, Zionist positions on behalf of politicians. And we want to change that over time. We don't want that to be normalized. We don't want
Of
that.
course.
And also, by the way, we can also take into account that the common view of people is changing, and then that will reflect into our politicians over time, so long as we vote and get people out there. We have to organize people to work together, specifically to get anti-Zionist individuals in office, right? To be able to counteract, right, Zionism from our governmental perspective in terms of the influence over how our government operates. Right? There should be an arms embargo, right? The fact that there isn't is because of that Zionist influence. It's because of Zionism. It's not people who are Jewish. Like, I don't like when people do that at all. I think that's incredibly fucked up for people to do.
Right.
I think that's wrong messaging. Maybe you didn't intend to do it, but I think it's incredibly wrong messaging.
Yeah, of course, you're absolutely right. But like I said, I think there's been so much Zionist influence in the American government way before Trump, and it'll be way after Trump. So I think it's easier said than done. It's not that simple of just telling the Benjamin Netanyahu government to stop killing kids. It's not that easy, right?
What do you mean? From an international stage, it quite literally is saying like we would let the international community hold Benjamin Netanyahu accountable for his war crimes, right? And hold all individuals accountable who are complicit specifically for war crimes accountable, like similarly to how we've done so in the past from a UN perspective.
Yeah, but you have to remember America's relationship to Israel is like no other, right? If it were any other country,
Don't accept
Can I
that
ask you a
though.
question?
Don't accept that. Don't accept that from a voter perspective. Do as much
but
in
but it's not.
do as much
Parker,
within do as much within your ability to be able to limit that from happening.
Though you're 100% right, but a lot of Zionists, what they'll do, you'll speak out against this and they'll label you as anti-Semitic. They'll censor you. They say you won't care about Jewish lives. Not that I don't care, I love Jewish lives. But the point is, it's also Palestinian lives that are being indiscriminately killed, right? Think about it. 60,000 people in under 2 years.
Do you agree with
How
me
many-
that it's a genocide?
Listen, of course it is. Of course it is. I don't even think this is
Absolutely.
about. I don't think this is about October 7th. I think this is about land.
So-
In my opinion.
well, actually, that's true specifically now as it relates to like Israel taking over Gaza and the West Bank. So they are taking over land.
Okay, but the
that's
but the thing
specifically
is,
that's specifically exactly what they're doing, and that's also what
But-
Donald Trump's allowing them to do. So at least let's go back into the point that I was making specifically about this is that Donald Trump, right, is not perpetuating peace. This is not conditions of peace.
no, you're right. But let me just get to a point real quick. Like, okay, you said it's a genocide. The thing is, you know how many people would call you anti-Semitic for saying that? say you have any aspirations in politics, you want to get into a position of, say, wherever, right? Everybody has their aspirations. You would basically get blacklisted for calling it a genocide. Why do you think members of the United States government are so hesitant to call it a genocide? Basically, no one wants to come out and call it a genocide. It's happening right under our noses, man.
Yeah, I think it's incredibly fucked up that they can't acknowledge that. And it's
I think they know it.
And if I could try to find some way of explaining it, it could be because a lot of voters specifically are older, and older people tend to have been more likely to support Israel. And it is the case that that's what they're basing their positions off of, and that's the reason why they've been in office, is because that's who's voted historically speaking. So what do young people need to do that are anti-Zionist? They need to go out there and vote. They need to get their voice heard. And voting people in like Zoran Mamdani is a great first step, specifically on things like that. But we need continued people. It can't just be one person, because you're right. Zoran cannot do it himself. We need other people in Congress to be able to get in, right? Who are anti-Zionist, and it can't just be him alone. We need to work ourselves around any type of blacklisting that would exist, right? By specifically voting people in. Do you understand?
100%.
So then, like, again, as it relates back, let me bring us back. Donald Trump not perpetuating conditions for peace, right? Clearly isn't upholding the original basis for what you were saying is the reason as to why you support him. So why, given the position that you hold, do you support him?
No, I think you're completely right, obviously. But like I said, I think it's very difficult for any United States president to simply
I
tell.
know you're going to restate the same thing. I just want you to, like, given your perspective, what is the reason why you support him?
I do think genuinely he does care about this conflict. Like I said, he's pushing Israel to bring in aid to stop the mass starvation. But I do not believe.
How did he push them to do that? Who's saying finish the job?
I don't even know why he said that. That's a ridiculous thing to say, and that's terrible. You can't say that. But at the same time, I do think
you agree that it's genocide. He's telling them to finish the genocide under your view.
Listen, if he allows them to take full occupation of Gaza, like I don't know what's wrong with him, but I don't think he will, because
that's actually what's happening right now. They literally announced plans to take over all of Gaza and the West Bank.
If they do fully go through with it, then that's terrible, man. But I do believe he wants to cause a ceasefire, right? You think he has zero intention of orchestrating a ceasefire between these two nations?
It doesn't seem like he has any intention of doing so.
Okay, what about Ukraine, Russia? Do you think?
Doesn't seem like he has any capacity to do so in that circumstance.
So what do you think's going to happen tomorrow? What do you think's going to happen tomorrow?
I don't know. How am I supposed to predict what's going to happen tomorrow?
Just your opinion. You think it's just going to go back and forth? Putin's going to play him, and then we're going to go back to day one of bombing Kiev every Thursday morning?
I obviously think that he's not going to be able to get any type of deal done with Putin. If it is the case that he gets a deal done with Putin at some time, we can have a conversation about what the conditions are. I have no reason to believe that at this current moment.
All right, man. I really appreciate it, man. Your debating skills are amazing, by the way, man.
Appreciate it.
I think you're the future of the Democratic Party, man. You're very reminiscent of Gavin Newsom in the way you're very articulate, man. So best of luck and all that stuff, man. You're really good, man.
All right. Appreciate you coming up. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria that I put on the screen, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Shrey, thank you so much for purchasing the $50. Thank you so much for Free Palestine. Love the haircut, by the way, Parker. Thank you so much, Shrey. I really appreciate Free Palestine. Absolutely. And thank you. I really appreciate it. My girlfriend recommended this particular hairstyle, and she wanted to see what this looks like. She likes it too. Jocelyn, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Damien, thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Damien. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Damien. I really appreciate the $15 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Welcome. Annie with the $50 as well on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much for Trump only cared about food aid to Gaza when it became a PR liability. He doesn't give a fuck about hungry people. Not there, not here. True. That's so true. Thank you so much, Annie. I really appreciate the $50. Thank you so much. Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That's great to hear. Thank you so much. That's amazing to hear. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Lion, thank you so much for the $5. Lindsay with the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Heidi, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Thank you. Megan with the $5. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Alrighty, everyone. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. If you're on YouTube, make sure to like that stream. Appreciate the Panther Paws. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Oh, okay. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates. Just looking for some debates. Alrighty. Alrighty. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. I think I'm going to be on until around 8 o'clock my time. We're going to go around for 5 hours today. Around 5 hours today. Let's go on to the next person here real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen. Fuck Donald Trump. Thank you so much for the galaxy. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Nice name. Nice name. Alrighty, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We are just looking for some debates.
Yo, Parker.
Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
Sorry for trolling you earlier. I didn't mean to, bro.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Full, thank you so much. I appreciate the member subscription. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Trying to get the next person up here. I do apologize. I was responding to my girlfriend real quick. Alrighty. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria on the screen, everyone. It's really not accepting people. To give me a second.
Really
What's up,
not
how old are you?
accepting people to give me a second. Really not accepting people to give
Diabolical echo, I tell you. That is a diabolical echo. If you're on YouTube or if you're on TikTok, make sure to send a guest request if you're MAGA. If you want to debate me, you'll probably be able to get in and debate me. We are just looking for some debates currently. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. If you're on YouTube, make sure to like the stream, everyone. It will help get out to more people. How many likes are we currently at on YouTube, everyone? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, buddy. How you doing?
How old are you?
16.
You gotta be 18 plus to join the live, everyone. 18 plus. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. Okay, let's go on to the next person.
Yo,
What's up? How old are you?
good, Parker? I'm 30 years old, Parker.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
Okay, why do you support Donald Trump?
I only got like one reason. Well, kind of two, but I'll go with the first reason is because he's helping out the truckers.
Okay, how's he helping?
He's
truckers?
he's making more parking spots. He's getting all the immigrants out the business. So I appreciate that for him doing that. But other than that, yes, sir. Is that a good reason? You think that's
how is he?
You think
how
that's a
is
good
he?
reason?
How's he adding more parking spots? Doesn't make any sense. Kicking immigrants out of the
because there's
country would reduce how many people are in the country overall, therefore decreasing the amount of overall everything there is in society, right? Which would also include parking spaces, right? And parking areas, because we create more parking areas to compensate for more people being like in the country, because
I
we
think
have
you
a greater
misunderstand
size
me.
of the economy.
I think you misunderstood me. So he's passing a law where he's making more parking space for truckers because we have nowhere to park. And then two, he's getting rid of the immigrants that do truck driving.
What policy specifically for
I don't
more
know, but
parking
you
spots?
can go look. You can go look it up. I saw it the other day, but
Maybe
that's what
maybe
made
you
me
should do
appreciate
it for
him.
your own source. Maybe, I mean, you make a claim. Maybe you should look up your own claim. I mean, I can talk to someone in the meantime while you look it up if you would like.
It's just part of the policy that he's coming up with, right? So right now he's making the policy right now. It's like dead ass serious.
Okay. So is that
You look
a
everything
reason
else
to?
up, but you can't look it up for me.
No, I don't look up other people's claims, like specifically in this scenario. Every single time I
Okay,
ask
well,
for a source,
anyways,
and then they don't inevitably provide a source, I then pull out the Trust Me Bro book and say, you're being ridiculous. Even if it is true, you should be able to provide a source given you made a claim on the stream.
All right, well, he's getting rid of the immigrants that are illegally driving on the street
And
causing
why,
accidents. Look
and
up
why do you... Wait, you're saying they cause accidents. Can you give me any good evidence that immigrants cause accidents at a higher rate than natural-born U.S. citizens?
I'm talking about in trucking specifically. Look at the 2 accidents, one that happened in Austin, Texas.
No, you can't look at
Austin,
specifically two. I'm saying like in terms of proportions. Can you give me any source as a proportions that indicates this? By the way, there's people saying you're a repeat guest. Have you been on my live before?
No, I don't know none of these people.
Okay. You were saying?
I'm just trying to say why. I'm just trying to say that's why I'm voting for him, because he's getting rid of the immigrants and trucking business, and which the immigrants are causing all these accidents.
Is there any good evidence that indicates that immigrants cause accidents at a higher rate than natural-born U.S. citizens?
Because they're driving illegally. You can only drive for 11 hours a day. They're driving 14 hours a day.
What you're saying? All immigrants are driving illegally? That's not true.
Talking about.
Secondly, you said that they're driving 14
hours.
hours. Like, do you have any evidence that they're driving a higher level of hours than everyone else?
I'm talking about specifically in trucking. You can only drive 11 hours a day.
Okay,
But they're
and
driving
what evidence do you
14
have
hours.
that they're driving 14 hours?
Go look it up. It's called the ELD. You can learn a lot. See, you gotta do learning before you just speak on Trump, because he's not all bad. He's actually helping out a lot of things. That's my reason. There's a lot of shady trucking companies out there. Go look it up.
Go look it up is going to be the answer to every single thing when I ask for a source. I looked up exactly what you said. Nothing comes up.
What'd you look up?
Immigrants can go 14 hours without stopping. Trucking.
Yes, you can't drive more than 11 hours a day.
Yeah, I'm looking at that right now. Where do you see?
It's all over
From
news.
the
Did you
federal.
not hear about
Here
the big
we are.
accident in Austin?
Oh, here we go. Property carrying drivers can go 11-hour driving limit after 10 hours of consecutive off duty. 14-hour limit may not drive beyond the 14th consecutive hour after coming on duty following 10 consecutive hours off duty. Off duty time does not extend the 14-hour period. So there's a 14-hour limit.
Yeah, but
That's
you
for
can only
property
drive
carrying
11.
drivers. You can actually, for passenger carrying drivers, you can go 15 hours.
We're not talking about passengers. I'm talking about carrying your freight.
Yeah, so that's
Truck drivers
property
carrying
carrying. That's 14 hours then.
Right, and there's immigrants. They're starting these shady truck companies, and they're killing our Americans.
Do you have any good evidence of that? Because again, you just said they can't go 14
look it
hours,
up.
and I just literally looked it up, and they can go 14 hours.
You can't go past 14 hours of driving.
Okay,
You
sure.
can be on duty for 14.
Is there any good evidence that immigrants are going past 14 hours?
Go look it up. There's a lot of
Go
accidents
look
that's
it up.
happening like this.
How about you go
Why are you
look
running?
it up?
It's all over the internet, brother.
You originally
it's not
said
like-
you originally said 11, right? And now it's 14.
Okay. No, you have listen. It's confusing that people never understand this. Okay, you can only drive 11 hours, but you get 14 hours to work. They're going past 11 hours of driving time.
Okay. And can you give me any source for that?
Go look up the Austin, Texas crash, and go look up the one that happened in Dallas, Texas. a few
Okay,
months ago,
so
and
you
those were-
giving
those are
two
immigrants.
examples
Those-
of immigrants
No.
going over the limit is not an example that immigrants in general do this, right? I
Most
can
of-
give
no,
so how about this? So for example, if I give an example of a U.S. citizen that has committed a crime, would that be an example as to why you can brand all U.S. citizens as criminals?
No, but I'm saying the
Okay,
majority
so do you see
of the
how
truck,
your reasoning here is ridiculous?
but I'm saying majority of the truck accidents are immigrants because they have
You have
shady
no
companies.
evidence of this. Provide a source.
Go look up. Okay, look up Amazon.
If you tell me to look it up
Amazon-
again without providing a source, I'm gonna mute you until you find a source.
The news, brother. What do you mean? You're
The
blinded.
news.
You don't know nothing. You don't
Trust
know nothing
me,
about trucking.
please. The news.
That's why you're scared. You know about everything else about trucking, so that's why you're dodging me.
The news.
You're dodging me.
The news. I'm dodging you by asking for a
not-
source for your claim somehow.
This is not funny, brother.
News. The news. The news. Can you provide a specific news program that you're referencing?
Go look up Bonehead Truckers.
No, give me a specific news program, right, that you can reference in terms of a title that I'd be able to look at that demonstrates this to be true.
Try.
How about you go look
Try
it
to,
and
like,
find it? You have to go find it because you haven't looked at it and found it before.
Why are you trolling me right now, bro? Come on,
I
I'm trying to
am?
have a serious debate.
I am?
I'm trying to give you a good reason why Trump is doing something good. He's helping our Americans.
Phantom, thank
the
you so much. I
tariffs.
really appreciate the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I'm a trucker. You can only drive specifically 11 hours a day, but you can work 14 hours total. You do have to take 10 hours off before you can work again. Yeah.
Yes, and
makes
they're
sense.
illegally.
Feisty, thank you so
they're
much for the
illegally-
$2. Thank you.
They're illegally driving longer. They're not taking a 10-hour breaks. They're driving longer. You
So
see all these
again,
Amazon trailers.
So you're saying immigrants in
It's all
general,
the-
and you have no source for that, and then you have no source that indicates that they specifically cause more crashes than natural-born U.S. citizens. Libby, thank you for the $15 for Parker's not a search engine for real.
God.
Annie, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. How about you look up your own source? That'd be great. Provide some proof yourself.
Parker, I'm telling you, you don't need a source. It's all over the internet.
It's
that
all
this is
over the
what's
internet.
going
Is
on.
not a source.
I gave you two big main accidents that happened in the United States that you should know about. It happened in Dallas. Matter of fact, there's another one in Chattanooga, Tennessee. There's another accident. It was an immigrant. Big main accidents. These are big main accidents, and a 80,000 pound vehicle, and it's because of the immigrants are driving over the time. And they're not taking their breaks. And Trump is trying to get rid of all that.
And what's your source?
I just told you, brother. What kind of source do you want?
I would love for you to go find any media source that just reports on the
Okay, I just told you-
probability of immigrants causing an accident to be greater than the probability of a natural-born U.S. citizen. Just any source, article that just reports on that. That'd be great.
I just told you. Bonehead Trucker. Go to Bonehead Truckers.
Give me
Look
a
at
title.
Bonehead Truckers.
You have to give me a title.
What kind of title do you want?
What do you mean, what kind
Just
of
type in
title?
Bone-
You tell me the
type in
title
Bonehead Truckers.
of the article that reports on this.
Oh my God. You're not taking me serious, bro. You do this for everybody else but me because you don't have the answers to this type of topic.
What do you
Just say that.
I
You're
ask
running-
everyone
Just
for a
be honest.
source.
You don't have. Nobody
ask
talks about
everyone
trucking,
for a
so This is
source.
the first time you're getting hit with this one.
No, it's not. I've talked about trucking before on the live. Trust me.
No, you haven't.
Yes, I have.
When
I
have
promise
you?
you.
You never.
Dude,
Nobody has ever talked
I've
about
been
trucking.
doing lives for like 4 years, dude. What are you talking about?
Bro, I've been following you for 4 years. I was there when you started
You have
talking
not
about
been
God.
following me
And-
for 4 years.
Yes, you would. Yeah, bro, you used to debate about God. You said, "Is God real?" And you used to debate about
What was my background?
Being home. I don't remember, but you used to debate.
Prove to me God
about
exists. That's what
is
it was.
lesbian. Yeah, that's what. And then you proved about is being the G word wrong. I don't want to disrespect nobody. You don't remember those days? I was right there with you,
I
brother.
did. That was not 4 years ago.
Huh? I
That
don't know
was
how
not
long
4
that
years
was ago,
ago.
but I was right. I was right there
So
by
you
your
said
side.
you said
every
you were
minute.
there 4 years ago. 4 years ago, right? I was literally
whenever you
mostly
get-
like
Parker,
I
stop playing
guarantee.
games, bro.
I didn't even make that type of content 4 years ago.
Parker, you know what I'm talking about, bro.
I
was
didn't even
following you
talk about
since day
God
one.
4 years ago.
Bro, you know what area I was talking about. You start talking about God, you were like, God is not real or something, and I remember
Yeah,
it used
that
to
was
be.
like 2022, dude.
Okay, so why are we playing games, Parker? Can we just like be honest?
Yeah, it's a
For a
year,
moment,
whole
can
year
you-
later. That's 25% difference.
Okay, and it's 25% difference that immigrants are arming the road.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else you want to talk about, Arad?
And then two, I like Donald Trump's religious views, or he goes basically off the Bible.
Okay. I have a question.
What's up?
Can you be Christian without repenting?
Can you be Christian without repenting?
Yeah.
I didn't say he was a Christian. I just say he follows the morals. I don't know the man
Okay. Can you
personally.
name
I don't
one
know.
Christian norm that Donald Trump upholds?
Do you really want to go into there? Even though I didn't want to debate about that today, but we can. Do you want to go there?
Outside of the context of abortion.
No, the other one, the G word.
Oh, you think that being gay is wrong?
Do I think is being wrong? Yeah. It goes
Why?
against my faith.
No. What
Because
verse? What verse in the Bible?
I'm not like. You want me to look that up too?
You don't know the verse?
Yeah, I'm not like I don't have the best memory, but I know it talks about
Yeah,
the
go
H
ahead and
word,
look that
whatever
up.
you,
Go ahead and look that up, because I guarantee you won't be able to find that either.
about the.
Sir,
I don't
thank
know
you
if I
so
can
much
say
for
the
pushing the
word.
$5. Thank you.
Can I say the word? The homo. I don't want to say the. Will I get banned for saying it?
It says nothing about being an immigrant. Yeah, I don't know what he's even talking about.
Huh?
I don't know what you're
I'm
talking
not
about.
the homos. Like I don't want to get banned, you banned or me banned. Like homosexual. Can you say that?
Yeah.
Okay, so that word it talks about it in the Bible, and it says,
What does it say?
yeah, I just told you.
No, you didn't.
And then it was also a story in the Bible. I remember I think I'm not sure if it was a man. Sodom and Gomorrah. Check that story out.
I've heard of this. Yes. How is that specific to people who are gay? Because I don't think
Because
that's the majority reason
that
actually even given by Christians.
because they were partying and they were doing, man and man, woman and woman.
That's
So
not the
yeah.
reason why Christians specifically talk about this. What verse in the Bible, or actually what book in the Bible talks about Sodom and Gomorrah?
I can't think of top of my dome.
Name the first 3 books of the Old Testament.
The first books.
Yeah, first 3 books of the Old Testament.
Genesis. That's the beginning. Hold on, give me 1 second. I don't want to cheat. I don't know.
He just got hate speech and hateful behaviors. I have to kick him anyway. So he didn't know Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus. That's a bit ridiculous. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria that is on the screen. If you're on YouTube, make sure to like that stream. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen, everyone. It'll help get out to more people. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go on to the next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
34.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
And why is that?
There's common sense policies.
Such
in
as?
general. In general, I agree with his common sense policies. You can pick whichever you'd like to talk about.
I'm asking you, like, what is the common sense policy you agree with?
How about the no more pronoun issue?
No more
when he started.
pronoun. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. So what are do you have pronouns? What are your pronouns?
Everyone has pronouns.
Yeah, I agree, right? What are your pronouns?
You can't decide your pronouns.
What are your pronouns?
I'm a man, so whatever you wanna,
So what are
you
your
wanna
pronouns?
identify me as. What do you mean what they are? You know what they are. If you're a
No,
man, it's he.
Okay. He. Okay. He. Him. Okay. So you go
Yeah.
by he. Him pronouns. Okay. I'll make sure to note that. So what's wrong with pronouns? You just said no more pronouns, and then also admitted that you have pronouns yourself and that you like them.
No. I never admitted the no more use of pronouns. What I'm saying is that it's really funny how the entire country all of a sudden completely dropped all the rhetoric of pushing people towards having to be okay with asking someone's pronoun before you speak to them, and now no one does that.
You don't have to ask everyone's pronoun before speaking to them. I don't think anyone was saying that you have to do that with everyone.
We were
But there are people
before
who still
Trump.
do that. You know that, right?
Yeah, I know there's still people that do a lot of things. The point is that the average society now has completely rejected that part, and it's only because Trump is president. Because if Kamala became president, we would have never been able to finally get rid of that stupidity society was going.
What's stupid about pronouns?
Well, it's not just pronouns, so it's more like, do you believe the replenish rate and the fact that only 12% of 30-year-olds right now are married, have a home, and have children? Do you think that we're going in the right direction, or do you think we're going in the wrong direction?
What do you, by replenish rate, you mean like in terms of replacement rate for the amount of people in the population?
Correct.
For like the same level of population to exist that existed prior.
Correct.
So would you agree with more immigration?
Yeah, but more legal immigration, of course.
Okay, but
I'm an
that would
immigrant myself.
that would increase the population specifically. That's the only way that you're going to, rather than specifically force
So
people to
the
go through
only
that.
way-
Secondly, I mean, like you're not gonna. I don't have an issue with people not choosing to have kids. I don't have an issue with people not choosing to get married.
I think there's an
totally
issue with
respect and I
with
think people
choosing to
should be
not
able to
have
get
kids.
divorced when they want to, when it's specifically beneficial to them, and when they don't want to be in a certain relationship. I'm not like someone who, thinks people should stay in relationships in which are not beneficial to them or to people in their lives at all. I think that people
Parker,
should leave those relationships.
I obviously didn't do my research, and to be quite honest, I didn't know it was going to be this quick to be able to get onto your live. So number one, I appreciate that. Number two, I wanted to ask you a silly question. If you don't, I'm sure you said it or I could look it up. How old are you?
I'm 23.
Okay. I don't know. I guess you have an old soul. I assumed you were older. Do you believe in the notion, and I'm paraphrasing here, it's cool to be liberal when you're younger, and older, when you're older, you're conservative?
I grew up in a conservative Christian household, so it's been the other way around for
So
me.
it's the other way around for you then?
Yeah,
All right.
When I
Well,
didn't make any money and I didn't pay taxes, I was conservative, and when I did make
That's
money and I
funny.
did pay taxes, I was liberal.
That's pretty wild. My main problem is that I didn't see how, I still don't see how necessarily we're gonna make America great again. And it's funny because I do support Trump and I do want to make America great again, but it wasn't gonna happen with Kamala. So by default, you have to support Trump.
No, not true.
If
at all.
that's what you want to do.
And also, I don't know when we're saying America was. When was America great under your view?
When it wasn't almost, ridiculously unattainable to be able to purchase your first home.
And that was
when
was
I don't know
this?
the exact year, but it must have. But I mean, let's just do some simple, and not start saying where to get my source from, because the other guy.
No,
get it.
I'm
He
not.
didn't
I'm
know
not
where
even
the source
asking you
was
for a
from.
source right now. I'm just asking you what
Okay.
year. What year? What
Let's say
decade?
I would say I'm a millennial. The generation before me is what? Gen Z, or is that? I guess my parents, whatever my parents would be if they were born in the 50s and 60s.
You're talking about Gen X.
Yeah, Gen X. They had it 100 times easier than a millennial, and your age group has it even more difficult. I did see from Bloomberg, I don't remember exactly the article, obviously, but supposedly the unemployment rate for college graduates is on average higher than college people that didn't go to college.
People that did, okay. I'm confused what your point was here. I didn't follow.
The point was that America, your prompt is, why do I support Trump? So where I'm connecting the dots here is that
Wait, by
America
the way, did you say
has
50s
arguably
and 60s?
going.
I know that's boomers. I thought you were saying the generation prior to millennial.
No,
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I meant my parents born in 50s and 60s. Yeah, whatever generation.
Yeah.
that is.
My
If it's
parents.
boomer, then yeah, them.
My parents are 1960 and boomers, and I'm Gen Z.
So like my grandmother immigrated from Cuba legally to America. She lived in New York since she was 12 and then moved down to Florida. She owns 2 homes when she comes to Florida, and she purchased both homes for less than $50,000.
So by the way,
each
are you
home is
saying
almost.
so? At what year? What year was better? I'm asking you, what year was better?
My parents' generation was the last year. Whatever.
So generation
whatever,
at what year during their generation?
Let's say if they were born 50s, 60, 70, 80. Let's say after the 90s, it took a downfall.
So after the 90s, there was a downfall. So you want to bring us back to the 90s. So what about the 90s was better? You think the cost of living? So I want to let you know something something I've been wanting to talk about live more is that if you look at real GDP, if you look at real median income, it's gone up.
Mhm.
So when you relate to
Yeah, I
housing
agree with that.
prices and you relate to the rest of the economy, it's undergone different levels of inflation. So
correct.
So we have to also take this into account that wages have gone up, accounting for inflation with the rest of the economy. But when specifically we reference specific sectors of the economy, i.e., education, housing, medical care, things like that, that's become significantly more expensive. So if you want to address that, you address that with social democratic policy, right? Like universal health care, like universal child care, paid family leave, paid maternity leave, paid paternity leave, increasing the child tax credit, providing broader access to education, free public universities, right? Things like that would specifically be helpful as it relates to the set of circumstances that we're talking about, along with the fact that we can point to, right, in terms of housing, what Kamala Harris is trying to do, a $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, the stimulation of building of more houses in places where people want to live. That specifically will help with like housing costs and things like that. So we need to target in on specific markets and not think that, like, again, the overall market, right, that wages haven't kept up with inflation, because that's not true. Wages haven't kept up with inflation. The real statistic is that wages have not kept up with productivity increases, right? And that's since the 80s, since trickle-down economics, wages used to increase with productivity, and wages have stopped increasing with productivity. And that's a big problem that we've seen. We've seen stagnation on behalf of that, but we've not seen stagnation as it relates to inflation in general with the overall economy. So that's a common misunderstanding that people are half right with the common understanding, but it just, this little extra bit gives people a broader understanding in general, including myself.
Yeah, and I can respect your answer while also explaining that while not being a religious person, but still being conservative, there's kind of like a general idea that at a certain age in your life, you should be able to achieve a certain milestone. And we can sit here and dig a hole to China and talk about, well, it's because of this, it's because of that, it's because of this, it's because of that. At the end of the day, if you think, and correct me if I'm wrong, if what I heard everything you said was, in the simplest form, is that you're saying we could tax our way out of this problem, is what you're saying. In a simple form, right?
Okay, the inevitable reality is that we have to have some level of taxation increase. We got to be able to deal with the current deficits that we're incurring, because we're just
Trump is
passing
adding
on
to the
our-
deficits and he's adding taxes. So are
What's
you
that?
pro his adding of taxes? In the big beautiful bill that's going to spend I don't know how many trillions of dollars more that Doge lost their mind with, because we all of a sudden loved government efficiency and then all of a sudden lost our mind when this guy passed this $1 trillion, I don't know the exact numbers obviously, but
Hey,
there was
dude,
a lot more spending.
I definitely disagree with the big beautiful bill. I don't like the debt
Yeah, I
it's
know that.
adding, and I was saying I disagree with the debt that's being imposed on us, because I think that we're passing on the burden to our children based upon how much the cost is going to be for the interest payments. So the biggest issue when it comes to the debt is the lagging indicator of interest payments that then limit us from being able to spend money that we were spending on interest payments on other sorts of social programs. So the debt still is an issue that we need to deal with and that's important to address, alongside of the fact that we also want to ensure that people have adequate services. So right now, we have a system that's adding too much to the debt and not providing enough services. And that's really bad. We're not in the right circumstance on either front.
Do you think there should be more services like EBT, more social security, better social security? Do you think all that is stuff that needs to be readdressed and given more tax to?
Yeah, and when it comes to Social Security, I think that we need to subvert the revenue mechanism for Social Security in the long run to have a more efficient revenue mechanism, because our current revenue mechanism for Social Security isn't really the best for retirement savings. If we want to do retirement savings, we can totally put it in investment funds, and through the context of investment funds, it will grow and accrue money over time that will then fund retirement accounts, rather than specifically us relying on how much money is currently being put into the system through revenue outlays. So essentially what I'm advocating for is we're going to have a process where we give around $7,000 to $10,000 to each baby when they're born. We put it in the S&P 500 or some other index fund, and it will accrue money. By the time they reach the age of 65, that's $1 million that they'll have. All right,
Isn't
and
Trump
that will
already
cost
giving
us,
money to new babies right now?
It's about $1,000, and they're not doing that yet.
He's
can I
working
please-
on it, isn't
am
he?
I able to finish speaking?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, so that specifically will cost around $30 billion a year, but we have to run that for 65 years before we'll even see a return on that, because that's the only way to actually legitimately subvert the revenue mechanism for Social Security without cutting benefits.
Yeah, that's typically how the market works. You got to put in money, let it sit, and pay on your dividends, obviously. So what I want to know is, since we're very Trump related and it needs to be always white versus black, has any other president initiated anything like exactly what you just said other than Trump has, or he's working on, as far as the child and money and invest in account?
Oh, the specific policy that I'm advocating for isn't advocated by anyone, and the Trump policy that he's advocating for, that's not even close to what I'm referencing.
So he's not what is he specifically referencing with that amount of money that's supposed to be invested for newborn children, which is supposed to help with the replenish rate and help with all this stuff that kind of all correlates with everything?
In terms of, I don't like the replenish word, but like when it comes to replacement rates, specifically in terms of like fertility rates.
Why don't you like replenish?
I just typically don't use that word. That's all I was gonna say.
Okay. Sorry. Go ahead.
I'm just saying that's the common use, is it's referred to as the replacement rate, right? And it's typically considered 2.1 per
Right.
person.
Which we're at 1.9 or something like that right now, or 1.8.
No,
or whatever
I'm
it is.
pretty sure we're well below that even. But
Well, we might be, right.
Yeah. So I'd have to go back and check. I'm pretty sure last time I checked it was between, I think it was around 1.7 or something like that.
While you're looking that up, if you don't, while you're looking at, my whole thing here too is that I can respect everyone's sexuality and choice. I don't feel like I need to be. I'm one of those conservatives where I want less government involvement. I think the real future, in a future planet, it's funny because I saw this TikTok about
It's 1.6.
1.6. That's horrible. That I have no idea what we're gonna do to fix this.
Wait, if you want to incentivize people to have more children, then you would agree with Kamala Harris's increase to the child tax credit.
I can agree with that. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. But I don't agree with probably 98% of other things she said.
Can I ask you a question?
So it's really tough. Go
What's
ahead.
Donald Trump's housing affordability plan?
I'm not fully aware of that. I have a full-time job and 2 children, so I wish I had the time to just.
What's his healthcare plan?
So his housing, if he doesn't have one, right, but he's giving incentive to business owners, generally speaking, he's giving incentive to business owners who are in the medium to larger side to employ, let's just say trickle down economics, where it's like kind of like the butterfly effect, if you will. Like,
Trickle-down
well, if
economics
he's
does
giving a
not
break to
work.
this guy and this guy, well, I could respectfully disagree with that. But
There's no good evidence of trickle-down economics
someone
working.
making, so like right now, so then how are you gonna, that actually makes no sense. If the owner where I work for right now, which is a private company, gets an incentive to hire fugitives and give them a better start now. Not fugitives, I'm sorry, felons. I don't know why fugitives was in my head. Ex-cons, ex-felons. And he has a tax advantage for that. Should he not help them?
That's not trickle down. So a tax advantage
Well,
specifically.
I mean, it's a...
Wait. You're saying a tax advantage for them hiring people. That's different than just saying
Right.
trickle down, because you're saying tax breaks to wealthy people
Well,
without specifically having
gave
that.
him money.
Can I listen? Without specifically having that
Sorry.
mandatory thing that they have to do. Or that's not trickle down economics is when people say that if you just give tax breaks to people who are wealthy, even without the forced, like, you have to give it to your workers, then it's going to be passed down, which is something that doesn't typically happen, because people who are incredibly wealthy are going to engage in the profit maximizing condition for themselves. So unless it is the case that the profit maximizing condition is giving money to their employees, they're not going to do that. That's why we see corporations that get tax breaks. They do stock buybacks, right? We see people, right, specifically condensing their money to what's going to make them money, rather than specifically what's going to be best for society. So if we have a process where we tax the rich and we redistribute it to people in need, it will have a common, it will have a system that will essentially continue to operate, right? Where
So
the
how would
money
you-
will go from people who are lower and middle income and buying goods
Right.
and services to
Perfect.
people who are rich and trickle up, and then it will be taxed at the people who are rich, and it will naturally again flow through that cycle.
Perfect.
Otherwise,
Yeah,
it
I love
will
the-
just cause more income inequality.
Okay, I'd like to just make a quick point, because you said tax the rich, and I really like that topic, if you don't mind me interjecting a little bit. How would you tax the rich? What's your plan for that?
So I don't have like a specific plan set up for every single aspect of the U.S. economy, but in
You
general,
don't have to, just give me a plan. Just something you think. Something you thought about. Let's spitball it.
In general, I'm okay specifically with increasing progressive tax structures for people who are incredibly rich. I'm meaning specifically there should be
So
higher
what's incredibly
tax rates.
rich?
Yeah, I'm explaining. So there should be
Right.
higher tax rates that go for even higher top marginal tax brackets above the
Right.
500,000 number. For, say, people
Right.
who make $5 million, there should be a higher progressive tax structure for them compared
And
to
what
the
would
previous
that?
ones.
Let's just.
And I'm
let's
okay with them
ChatGPT
being
it, right?
taxed up to 50%. So
Up
people
to
who are
50%.
incredibly rich, people who make millions of dollars per year, I'm talking 5 million
Right.
plus, 50% tax
Right.
rate at least.
So 50% tax rate at bracketed, right? In other words,
I'm okay with their effective tax rate being 50% once they make
so
that
their
much money.
total.
So we can
Okay,
set up the
once they-
marginal tax
right.
rates in a way in which make it so that they pay around 50%, right, of their income.
After the 5 million.
Yeah, which
is
will
what
end
you're
up being
saying.
50% of their income as a whole.
So what would
So-
the? Well, what do you mean it would be 50% of their whole? It's not like.
Yeah, I'm
that's
okay
not
with
how it
somebody
works.
who makes $10 million paying $5 million.
Paying 5 million. That's very, very liberal, man. I mean, that's like nowhere near. My whole thing is, if we want to, at the end of the day, this whole back and forth political conversations are always to meet a road in the middle, right? How are you going to convince me as a American man who doesn't like pronouns, who's starting his own business, to try to go for a goal to make 100 million and pay $50 million in taxes, when my whole goal is to employ people and create better futures for people? If that's my intention, right? If we're in this hyperbolic
No, your
example
intention is to
where
make money. Like, you want to make $100 million,
No.
and you're going to have the
No,
incentive to go make
can I
$100
finish
million
my idea,
anyway.
please?
Okay,
Can I
go.
finish my idea, please? And I'm not trying to be disingenuous here. I'm really not. It's not a got you. I'm just trying to give you the example that if at the end of the day, what we really should be striving for is somewhere in the middle. We can all agree with that. There's no way that you're right about all this stuff on your side, and there's no way I'm right about all the stuff on my side if we were on either side of the spectrum. But the real idea here is, where can we meet in the middle as logical people? And if I logically want to open a business, let's say it's some type of nonprofit mixed with some way of, like, I sell t-shirts to fund my nonprofit, right? And my selling t-shirts, I want it to do 100 million because I want it to fund my nonprofit. If that was really my goal,
Nonprofits don't pay
why
taxes.
wouldn't? Yeah, I know, but what I'm trying to get at, I'm just trying to make, without getting politically charged, a simple example. What would incentivize me if my real goal is to try to, without thinking that there's some, because that's the problem, there's always some like animosity or like hidden, you think there's something evil about someone wanting to make $100 million and really help people. And yes,
You're
I
putting
will
words in my
give you
mouth
that.
rather than like letting me actually
Well,
explain
I'm
my
just,
position.
I agree, or I'm talking in general then. I'm not putting it specifically in your mouth. I'm talking in general. Most people think like if your goal is to make 100 million, you're somewhat narcissistic or you're evil. And not everyone's like that. It's kind of like the term, I don't know if I'm allowed to say Nazi. Am I allowed to say Nazi? I said
Yeah.
it anyway. So not every German's a Nazi, but every Nazi is a German. So not everyone that
Every
wants to make
Nazi
that
is
I'm
not
on
a German. What are you talking about? There
Well,
are there are no- there are
according to
Nazis
your
that are not
according to your
German.
definitions, according to your definition, I'm a Nazi because I'm a conservative.
No, I never said that you're a Nazi.
Well,
I don't think you're a
but
Nazi.
you know what I'm
I
saying, right?
listen. I genuinely don't think that you're a Nazi.
I agree with that.
But
I'm
do
sure
I
you
think
don't
that they're?
think that, but
Hey, can I speak?
right. Sorry, go ahead.
But I do think that there are people who are not German that are Nazis. There are people in the United States that are not German that are Nazis. Okay, that
Yeah,
they do
I could agree with
exist.
that too.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let me address all the points you made. So
Go ahead.
if your goal is to make 100 million, no one's saying you're inherently evil because your goal is to make 100 million. We're saying that if you end up making 100 million, do your due diligence of giving back to the society that allowed for you to make 100 million dollars in the first place.
But 50 million's too much, man.
No, it's not. It really isn't. Like
Because I don't need the government's
let me please finish.
inadequacy. Go ahead.
I understand that you think the government is inadequate, and we can continue to fight for the government to be more adequate. But what I'm saying is what is justified. Under my perspective, if it is the case that we're spending money on things that I consider to be good, right, in terms of you spending your money or having to pay your money to the government, and if it is the case that you make 100 million, yes, I'm totally fine with you paying 50 million because that is literally the price you pay to have a society that would be able to get you enough money to be able to get to 100 million in the very first place. Because the basis of people buying your products in the very first place means that there was an existing and strong consumer market. And if we do not have taxes, we do not have an existing and strong consumer market. And enough to be able to pay for the things that you specifically sell at your business. Okay, you did just get a thing that says, you probably said some DRUG name. So I do have to end the live, hit a restart. I have to remove you too. I got another flag, everyone. So I'm going to hit a quick restart here on TikTok. Going to hit a quick restart here on TikTok for the last hour and 20 minutes or so from the stream for the 5.3 thousand people here. Make sure to come right back. I would really appreciate it if you come right back. We're going to continue to have some debates for another hour and 20 minutes left on the stream. Make sure to come right back. I'll literally be live in literally 15, 20 seconds. You can also go over to my YouTube, Parker Get a Job, and you never have to deal with these restarts anyway. There's 3.2 thousand people chilling with us over there. I will be right back, everyone. Give me a second. Give me a second. I'll be right back. All right, everyone on YouTube, what's up? What's up? What's up? Annie, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jocelyn, thank you so much for the $5. Yeah. It does sound weird, too. It's like... All right. Alrighty. Start the stream. There we go. There we go. Let me make sure I'm caught up completely. Jeanette, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $1. Julia, thank you so much for the $5. Anne, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Anne. I really appreciate the $20 on Cash App. Thank you. Let me make sure I check the YouTube real quick. Damien, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you on YouTube Super Chat. Sonny, thank you so much for the $5. Fem, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Delissa, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Diabolical. Phantom, thank you. Thank you for the $5. He said I've been listening to Parker for at least 2 months and trucking's come up at least 3 times. For real. London, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you. I'm completely caught up on YouTube as well. What's good, everyone joining up? Here on the TikTok stream. We got an hour and 20 minutes left on the stream, everyone. Hour and 22 minutes or so. What's good, everyone joining in? If you're on YouTube, make sure to like the stream. If you're on YouTube, make sure to like that stream. POT, thank you so much for pushing the $5. Thank you. Absolutely. I see you there. What's good, though, everyone? Give it a second for people to join up. We're going to give it a second for people to join up. Dean has really, mastered the getting people to come back to the stream thing. And we haven't done that here yet. I feel like I haven't done that. I'm not good at that. I'm definitely not good at that. But hopefully people come back. Like, he said he gets like 80% of the people. You know, what's up, how old are you?
Yeah, you teach your kids, letting them do gender abortion is about to be legal.
Only send a guest request if you meet the set of criteria that I put on the screen, everyone. If you want to support me, as always, everyone, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Elliot, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Let's go to the next person. Katarina, thank you so much for the membership subscription. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay. And why do you support Donald Trump?
I mean, like, honestly, that last election was just abysmal. Like, that whole campaign where they tried to shove Kamala in at the end, like,
Kamala.
that was crazy. I didn't like that at all, and she was not an option in my mind.
Okay. Well, I have a question. What happens when a president steps down?
I'm not entirely sure what would happen.
A vice president steps up, right? So if the Biden-Harris administration, or if the Biden-Harris campaign was nominated, right, as the candidate for the Democrats, that means that Democrats, when they voted through the context of the primary, understood that if Joe Biden stepped down, that Harris would become the nominee. That's exactly what happened.
Yeah,
Joe Biden
I
stepped
think
down, Harris became
anyone-
the nominee, and 80% of the Democratic Party was satisfied with her being the nominee. So she would have been, even if they had a primary, voted in through the context of the primary, even though there was no sense to have a primary that close to the election, and because it is the context that in which she is the vice president, it would step up when the president steps down.
So you're saying that they made it obvious that Kamala would be his, like, de facto replacement.
That's exactly how vice presidents operate. Yes, that's what vice president is.
Well, yes. Okay. Yeah. Yes, but that's not how they portrayed it to us.
What do you mean portrayed it?
I don't think it's fair to say that.
That
Because
makes no
they were a
sense. That
team,
it
right?
was-
no,
it was-
he chose her because of her intellect, not her capability of, taking over for him. Like, they didn't address that at all, like, in any way. So it's just weird. Like, I
Wait,
get what you're saying.
what
Like,
do you-
yes,
they don't
a lot
have
of
to. That's what a
Republicans
vice
actually-
president. They don't have to. That's what a vice president is.
Yeah. So a lot of Republicans had that talking point that Kamala was just there for when, Joe, whatever happens to him, right? So, like, yeah, I get what you're saying. Like, it was expected for her to be there, but also we didn't vote for her to be the nominee.
We literally did. Because again,
No.
if the president steps down, the vice president steps up. That's exactly how it works.
I didn't know for like an election they could do that. I thought you meant like while he was in office. Like that was just strange. You know, it was
That's how it
strange. Like I
works
get
in
how you're
general.
framing it, but I don't think it's fair to say that.
It is
You're not
fair to
really
say that.
addressing what I'm getting at
What do you mean?
because
I
it
am
wasn't
completely.
planned. Okay.
That's exactly the basis of it. Like literally, I'm not
All
trolling.
right.
Like, wait, I'm confused. What's so confusing to you? Like, if a president steps down, the vice president steps up.
He
That's
didn't really
exactly what
step
happens.
down, bro. That's the thing. He didn't say like he was. He said he was going to run again, bro. So like you're literally lying.
I'm not lying.
Like you're trying. I know what you're getting at, bro. But he literally said he was going
That's
to run
no.
again.
Don't do that. I'm not lying. I'm obviously not lying. He did say he was going to run again. That was prior. He decided to step down after that.
Then the window wasn't unfair. It was so narrow. That's what I'm arguing. It was an unfair like window, and she was not voted in for that. And everyone
She
like,
doesn't have
they
to be
told the
because
public
she's
he
the
was
vice
running
president.
again.
She's the vice president. If he steps down,
Yeah.
it is going to
But
be the
he
case that
but
the
he
vice
didn't
president
really
steps
until
up.
the last minute. It was
That's fine.
It was after the Democratic what is it? Nomination, whatever it is, bro.
It wasn't after
He
the
waited
DNC.
till after that,
It
bro.
wasn't after the Democratic National Convention, though.
Okay, maybe. Okay. I thought it was. Do you know how close the time frame was?
There was like pretty sure there was like a month or two, right?
I don't know. That's why I was asking. I thought it was pretty close, but a lot of people had that concern that I'm bringing up, and you're just saying that that's not valid. I understand the point you made. She is or was the vice president, so she would like take his place if he steps down, but that wasn't really the situation. He didn't really like step down right away. But you're saying like it was the plan the whole time. That's just not cool with people, and that's why she lost.
Wait, no one said that that's the plan the whole time. It's specifically a plan if it is the case that the
It's
president.
designed like this. Yeah, I get
Yes,
what you're
if the
saying.
president steps down, that's how it operates. The
I
same
get
thing
it.
would've-
I get it. Okay.
If Donald Trump was assassinated, it would have been his vice president. If he stepped
Yeah,
down,
okay.
it would have been his vice president.
You could have just said that. Yeah.
Wait, I'm just
Yep.
saying that, like, I'm saying, like,
Yeah.
wait,
No,
there
I
was
know what
an
you're saying, buddy.
There was an assassination attempt.
Yeah, I know.
I'm just giving the
Is there-
scenario,
I mean-
given that happened, that would have been the case. The vice president would have stepped up. That would have
Yeah.
happened with any party.
Yes, I know. I know. I get it. I get it. I still don't like how it happened, and I think there was better options, and they squandered that for the people, and they did that to themselves.
You, under your own view, could think that there are better options within the Democratic Party. That's fine. I agree. I think that there are Democrats that I would have preferred over Kamala Harris.
I think that's why
but
they
you
lost.
understand. But you
right?
understand that again, when it comes to this, I definitely preferred Kamala Harris to Joe Biden, and I was satisfied with her being the nominee, especially over Joe Biden, because it is the case that I prefer her to significantly to Donald Trump.
Yeah. Okay.
So, can you explain to me why you like Donald Trump more than Kamala Harris? Because
Yeah,
Donald Trump did incite a violent insurrection at the Capitol, right, and literally pardoned violent rioters on January 6th who beat cops.
Yeah, I mean, fair. He probably pardoned a lot of people that weren't great people for selfish reasons, but I don't think that necessarily is like irredeemable, you know. But anyways, for the whole inciting
but
the
it
riot
was
thing,
irredeemable that they specifically had the vice president step up.
I didn't say it was irredeemable. I said that's probably the main reason why people didn't vote for it.
No, I was asking why you didn't vote for him. So is that the reason?
Well,
is that the reason why you didn't vote
yeah.
for Democrats?
I don't like her, first of all. I don't like any of her politics, but yeah, I thought it was absolutely insane, and so did Democrats. That's the only reason I brought that up in that way, was to show you it was pretty crazy. A lot of people thought that way. And you know that. I mean, but you had a good talking point there. I mean, that works.
So again, I'm confused how you're responding to me at all. Like, again, can you tell me what aspect of her policies you disagree with? Because Democrats definitely preferred her over Donald Trump. Again, 80% of the Democratic Party was satisfied with her being nominated.
I mean, okay. I mean, yeah, because she was already a part of his administration. So
Yes,
I mean,
she
I'm
was
sure
the
they were
vice president,
satisfied by
and
it.
yeah, you didn't care about the literal violent insurrection that Donald Trump perpetuated
say
at
I
the
didn't
Capitol.
care about it, but
Well,
it's
you were
not.
willing to
I
you're
don't
willing
think
to
it was his
overlook
fault.
that. You're willing to overlook that.
No, I'm not
So you must
overlooking
be.
that. But you brought up
Yes,
the
you
fact that he pardoned people that were there. I think like he did a blanket pardon for all those people, right?
So he didn't do a blanket pardon. He pardoned uniquely, specifically violent rioters. You have to uniquely pardon them.
Oh wait, so every
You cut out.
wait, so everybody else that
You cut out. I can't hear you.
I'm getting spammed with
Celine,
phone
thank you so
calls.
much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you.
So you're saying
know,
like
it's really
only the
ridiculous.
violent people were the ones who were locked up that he pardoned?
No, he pardoned others, but I'm just saying that he individually
Okay.
pardoned violent rioters as well.
Okay, and you're saying that they beat cops, those people?
Yep, and they admitted to it.
Okay. So did he he didn't like talk about why he did that?
Did he give a talk of why he did that? Well,
I'm
he
asking if he
considered them
talked about
patriots.
why he did.
Yeah, he considered them patriots.
No, that's wild.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
that's
I
who you
don't. I
support.
mean, if they, I mean, this is what I support. Okay, I support like his. I don't know what word I guess to choose here, but like the way he like cared about what they did with the election, you know, and obviously it wasn't like rigged in the way that he thought it was, but it just he cared, you know, and I think it was childish the way he went about it, but I don't think what he did was criminal, right? And you're kind of like insinuating that's what it was when I don't think that's fair.
For him to pardon violent rioters? Or for
No,
him to
you're saying
incite
that
a
he
violent
incited an
insurrection?
insurrection.
Yeah, because he pardoned the violent rioters. Seriously, like if he didn't want the violence, why would he pardon it? That makes no sense, right?
No, I think they were like, how long were they supposed to be in jail, Parker? Do you know?
I mean, dude, they were violent rioters. And also, you can,
Well,
there's a-
what
there's
is
a-
that sentence? Is that life?
You can,
I mean,
you can also commute people.
yeah, okay.
And he chose to pardon them.
Yeah, okay. I mean, it's not like I don't really care. You think they're gonna go like commit some hate crime like those people? Is that what you think?
They literally tried to violently riot at the Capitol, and they beat cops. And Donald Trump
I
pardoned
mean,
them.
they served like a prison sentence.
I just don't even
obviously,
know
for a while.
how are we having this conversation right now? Jesus
I mean,
Christ!
I don't know. You
dude.
kept asking me about
How are
the
we having this
insurrection
conversation? No,
thing,
it's just
so-
like why is it the case that you're still running defense for people who beat cops?
No, it's what do you mean? Like, I don't think it was like as bad as you're saying. Like, I know they were rioting, but
You don't think it was as bad as
dude.
okay? So DJ Rodriguez drove
how
a stun
many
gun.
how many people died?
So,
I thought it was like 3.
dude, just because
And it
people
was only like
I'm sorry. Do you know what assault is? Do you know what assault is?
yes,
If
I
someone
do.
doesn't
But how
die
long are they
because
supposed to be in
if
prison
someone
for
doesn't
assaulting a
die
cop?
because of shut up. If someone doesn't die because of an assault, does that mean
No,
that the
right.
assault is not bad?
No.
So then why are you
How
bringing
long are
this
they
up?
supposed to be in prison, bro?
Does that matter?
I mean, dude, a life? Yes, they assaulted someone. Are they supposed to be in jail for life? Like, dude, come on, it's
So
a
I
person.
can give you the
I'm
example.
not saying that they should get off scot-free, bro, but like,
And you can change.
dang, like,
Listen, if you don't think that they should get off scot-free, but they should change the sentence, you can commute the sentence.
okay, I don't know. He should have done that.
Then
sure.
why did he pardon them?
Maybe he's doing it to like say an fu to like the left. I feel like that's what it is, to like make people like you mad. Because guess what? I don't know.
So you
That's
think
not
it's o- you
great,
think- so do you
but
think
that's the
that's
type of person I guess he is. Like,
Do you think it's okay for him to pardon violent rioters to rage bait liberals?
I don't think it's okay.
So are you willing to
like,
support
here's-
someone who
what is
does
he
that?
really
Are you
doing?
willing to? Because that's a violent
What-
insurrection. It's literally a violent insurrection for him to literally tell people to go fight like hell at the Capitol, take back the country, and then he pardons violent rioters who beat cops and calls them patriots. That is literally him inciting a violent insurrection at the Capitol. If you can't acknowledge that, Like, it's actually
No,
ridiculous.
I
This
see
is the
what you're
reason why
saying. Yeah.
fascism takes place in our country.
Well, I mean, I don't think that's fair, dude, because I'm not one of those like crazy MAGA dudes, but I understand what he was trying to do there. Like, I get why you're saying that, but dude, that's not the trends that we've been seeing. The trends we've been seeing is like the left doing this actual violence recently and like this crazy stuff. So
The
it's just
left,
like,
actually, you
dude,
know what?
show,
It's not actually January 6th, where Donald Trump literally pardoned people who literally beat police officers. It's actually going to be different. It's not that. It's specifically that the liberals are engaging in violence. You know, I know no Democrat out there specifically pardoned them, but it's the liberals. It's the liberals that are engaging in violence, not Donald
What?
Trump, who literally pardoned them. Do you hear yourself right
Dude,
now?
are you okay, man? Listen,
No, dude,
don't-
I have to
I don't think that's
have a
fair at all.
conversation with you, dude. I'm not okay. Dude, this is
I mean, you
horrible.
don't have
Do you
to. I'm
hear-
sure. I think you're.
I'm engaging in conversations with Trump supporters, and this is the state of Trump supporters right now, as they talk and engage in conversations like this. This is ridiculous.
Okay. I mean, dude, I don't know, man. Listen, I'm not like a huge Trump fan, but I prefer him over her, and I kind of already stated that. Like, I'm not a crazy person, but that whole thing you're doing with the insurrection, like, you think it's gonna happen again, bro? Like, he's not running again.
Does that
And I don't
fucking
think those
matter?
people should be in
I can't
prison
even believe.
forever. That's
I can't
the point
even
that I'm
believe that
saying.
this guy deflects away from taking accountability in terms of Trump on this and saying that he would vote for him in despite of
Wait, what do you
that,
mean?
because it is the case that there are liberals out there doing things that are violent. I'm sorry.
No,
there's
I
no
think
pardons
that
on
is
behalf of
the
the
trend.
Democratic Party
No. Okay.
for anyone.
You're just not being fair. You're not being fair.
How am I not being
Dude,
fair?
you don't have to go on this whole list. Like, we're keeping it very simple, right?
How am I not being
Like,
fair?
That's okay. Because literally, the trends that we've been seeing recently are not of like right wing attacks or like these
Yes,
white
they are.
supremacist groups. And
Yes, they
no,
are.
they're not, dude.
Domestic terrorism is literally
yeah, it
higher in this
obviously
country for
happens.
the right, for the alt-right, especially comparative to the left. Left-wing domestic terrorism is extraordinarily low in terms of how prevalent it is, according to FBI statistics themselves.
Yeah. Fine.
It's
Your
literally
FBI
alt-right
statistics
domestic
are right,
terrorism.
Parker. You got me. You have the FBI statistics, bro. You got me. Dude, you're cooking, bro. Chef Parker in the chat. That's crazy. Y'all are saying my name like way too much, bro. That's weird.
Maybe because I'm debating.
I haven't been
you.
reading it, but everybody's adding me like I can read. Like, dude,
No,
the chat
no
is
fucking
flying.
shit. I'm debating you right now. You act
Yeah,
like
I
that's,
know.
You
I
act
just
like
like
that's,
I just looked at it
Are
for
you
a
okay?
second. Everybody's. I think
Wow,
it's
dude,
hilarious.
people are talking about me so much. Maybe because I'm fucking debating you, dude. Oh my god.
It's not even
Trey,
a debate.
thank you so much for the
Parker. We're just having
$20. Thank
fun.
you
Do
so
not
much. I really
remember
appreciate it.
me?
Thank you.
Dude, I've
Thank
been
you so
coming
much.
up here for years. You don't remember me?
Well, now you're not coming up. Bye. No, I didn't remember you. Too many people are worrying who I am, but Parker didn't even remember who I was. No, I accidentally added you up, dude. You're not supposed, dude. Why'd you send a guest request back, dude? I swear, if that fucking, it literally glitched. It made me add him. If that fucking literally like flags my stream, I'm gonna be so annoyed. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Okay. What's your birth year?
2006.
Okay. What do you support Donald Trump?
I do. And
why
I'm
do you
going to
support
tell
Donald
you
Trump?
why. Honestly, it's not because I support Donald. It's you're going to think that I'm such a big Trumper, like I like his like all of his Christian whatever the fuck
What's your
that
birth
is
month, by
about.
the way?
February.
Okay. All right. Well, go ahead.
February 14th, 2006, I voted for Trump.
Yep. Go ahead.
I think that Democrats are just sometimes insane. Like, he is my last option. I think I'm gonna give you some reasons. Okay?
Go ahead.
Okay, number one, I'm not talking about immigration and ICE. I live in New York City. I have seen the worst parts of ICE. I'm talking about border control and the safety of our border. He has made it 20 times safer instead of America being one big free for all. Like everyone can just do whatever they want. He's making America America. Like this is our country. Like I don't care about immigrants that were already here. I'm caring about the people that are going in through the border
Are you
that just are
trolling?
allowed. in
America
there.
wasn't America before Trump?
America, no. No, they weren't. And I live in Washington Heights, so the gun violence here is actually in.
Oh, stop. What is America wasn't America before Trump. So what was it?
America was obviously America before Trump, but it wasn't the nation that I wanted.
Okay. So if it wasn't the nation you wanted, why is it now the nation you want?
It's the nation I want because I just don't believe in like all that gay shit and like teaching gay stuff to children. Like that's insane.
Wait, I'm sorry. What gay stuff was being taught to children?
It's just the fact that you're just like, I'm not against the LGBTQ, but
Yeah, sure.
the big support over like the fact that like I watch a lot of Fox News.
Of course you
but
do.
What was that supposed to mean?
I said of course you do.
Why is that? Of course you do.
Well, she can't critically think to figure out that one, huh? That's because you watch Fox News.
I watch Fox News. I read Newsbreak on my phone.
Okay. What gay stuff are they teaching to children?
They're just influencing too much LGBTQ, and they're making it
Like
more.
in what way? Like what are they doing? In what way?
I don't know. It's just a CIC. When I open my phone, I get a notification, and it's something with like some parades or whatever, and they're making it the fact that America should be stuck
What notification of parades are you getting? I'm sorry.
on
like,
Newsbreak. I'm getting notified. Like
So then why? So you're mad that your own news is reporting on that?
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the fact that my niece, who is 6, thought she was non-binary. Like, where did she learn that from?
What?
She is now.
Wait. I'm
9
sorry.
years old.
So are you saying that we shouldn't acknowledge non-binary individuals exist in our society?
She's 6. She's 6 years old.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Why does-
Wait, I'm sorry. Why wouldn't you let them figure out their own identity? Who cares?
A 6-year-old doesn't know their identity.
Okay, then why are
A
you trying
6-year-old
to?
doesn't even know
So then
what
why are
food
you
they want
trying
in
to?
the
So then why are you trying to enforce an identity on them?
I'm not enforcing identity on them. She was born a girl.
So
That's what she is.
okay, so you are enforcing an identity on them when you specifically enforce a certain context or
yes.
connotation of
I'm
gender
not
onto
forcing
them.
identity. It's the identity she already was.
No, they specifically, again, shouldn't be considered to have the identity that you prescribe onto them, right? It would be important for you to acknowledge that they can figure out who they are, right? And you don't need to enforce that onto them. Actually, it sounds like you're the one trying to indoctrinate kids to be the way that you want them, rather than allowing them to be the way that they are themselves.
So you would let your 4-year-old kid say if they were non-binary, you would support
6-year-old.
them.
You said 6-year-old. Yes, absolutely.
I'm not.
What?
I'm just giving an example.
Why would I not support them? Absolutely, I would support them. You wouldn't
It's just-
support your children?
It's just too much, and I.
You wouldn't support your children. You would stop supporting them. What do you mean it's
I
too
don't
much? What does that
care
mean? Would
if-
you
if
disown them or
she
something?
wanted to be gay, if she wanted to do whatever she wanted,
Wait, it's not. Wait, I'm sorry. Do you think being gay is a choice?
yes.
Could you choose to find women sexually arousing right now?
No, I couldn't.
No, so you
I
couldn't.
really
So it's
couldn't.
not a choice.
It's not a choice that I'm choosing, but if someone else wanted to make that
Wait,
choice,
no,
then
but
they
you could make that choice, right?
Myself, no.
Yeah.
Myself, I.
Oh,
am not
so
gay.
if you can't make that choice, what makes you think other people can?
They can make that choice because they can do whatever they want with that
So,
gay
so
stuff.
you're
but-
telling me gay people have a superpower? That they have the ability
Yeah,
to choose
where
for
did
some
you hear
reason?
that? Where did you hear that?
That's what
I'm
you're
just
claiming. You're claiming specifically people who are gay have the superpower, but people who are straight don't, like you. Okay. By the way, They got flagged, so. They got flagged. We got to go on to the next person. I'm like, seriously, she was saying that gay people have the ability to change their sexuality by choice, but apparently straight people don't. That's diabolical. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Let's go on to the next person real quick. We have about an hour or so left on the debates, everybody. We're going to go for about 5 hours today. I would recommend to go over to the YouTube channel. Make sure to like the stream there. I'd really appreciate it. I'd really, really, really appreciate it. Orange, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Hello?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I watch Newsmax.
Are you trolling?
No, do you know what Newsmax is and Fox News? I watch that.
Yeah, I know. That's why I think you're trolling. Why would you start the conversation off by saying that?
Because I support Donald Trump.
Wendy, think of the $5. No Trump supporter on my live has ever done that. And I've been debating this for a long time. Phantom, think of the $2. You've got to be trolling.
I watch it all night.
Okay, you're definitely trolling. Yo, why have you been on vacation for like the past like 8 months? What the hell?
Man, I've been jerking it this whole time, man. I support you, bro, by the way.
Diabolical. Their name was JD Vance, by the way, everyone. I did not expect that was going to happen. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, absolutely, unequivocally.
Okay. What's your birth year?
04.
Okay. And why do you support Donald Trump?
His border policies. He's kicked out more immigrants than any other president ever has.
That's not even true.
No.
So you must support Obama and Clinton, right?
I do. I support Obama too. I think Obama's a great president.
So you support Clinton the most because he has the most deportations?
Not necessarily.
Phoenix,
I mean, that's not the only. That's not what
so
makes
then
it great.
clearly
president.
it wouldn't be the only reason here. So what's the reason?
You want other reasons? You just said one reason. I can give you more.
I said clearly that wouldn't be the reason. So what would be the other reason?
I think he's a strong leader. I think that he's a businessman at the end of the day, so he knows how to negotiate deals.
Yeah, can you name one good businessman other than Trump that has 6 bankruptcies?
Many of them.
Name one.
I mean, half of the people that own companies in the S&P 500 have filed bankruptcy.
Name one single good businessman that has 6 bankruptcies.
Well, not 6, but there's been many millionaires that have filed for bankruptcy.
You would think, what, actually, I've been asking this question for so long. I've never heard a response to this question. I've seriously, actually never once heard a actual response. I've never even heard of someone with 6 bankruptcies that is a billionaire.
Well, no, yeah, 6 is
I've
excessive.
never heard of that
I agree.
before. 6 bankruptcies?
That's pretty wild, I know.
I've seriously never heard of that before. So I'm
Parker,
really curious.
That's pretty badass, though, no?
No, I'm really curious as to how the hell, right, he could be considered a good businessman when there's not a single person that any Trump supporter that's ever come up on my stream has been ever able to mention that specifically, right, is a good businessman with that level of bankruptcies. Just never.
Okay.
And
So,
by the way,
Parker, what do you know
apparently
about
you
bankruptcy?
trolled Dean yesterday, so I'm going to go on to the next person. I appreciate you
I didn't
coming
troll
up.
anybody.
Really? Have you been on my
Me
live
and,
before?
me and Dean had a good debate yesterday. What?
Okay, what did you debate about?
We debated. Oh, we did the same thing. Why I supported Trump?
Yeah, but what about it? No shit, it was about why you support Trump.
No. It was why I support Trump. It was why men are better leaders than women. And then he caught me using ChatGPT. He's like, oh, you can't use ChatGPT. And I was like, bro, I can though. Why can't I?
So do you think that men are better leaders than women?
I think, okay, here's what I told Dean. All right, you want to hear, Parker? Here's what I told Dean.
He cooked you on that, didn't he?
No, I mean, I wasn't prepared. I kind of joined randomly, but
yeah, he cooked
I
you
guess,
on that.
Yeah, because I wasn't prepared. I was
Noel,
trying
thank
to
you
debate
so
about
much
Trump.
for the membership subscription. Thank you so much. I have a question. If you still
Sure.
believe that, if Kamala Harris and Donald Trump swapped bodies, who would you vote for? Kamala Harris and Donald Trump's body, or Donald Trump and Kamala Harris's body?
So the idea, the way you frame the question is incorrect, right? I'm comparing, what you're trying, the point you're trying to make is it purely gender based? Obviously, if there's a one-on-one clone, or you clone Donald Trump and you clone Kamala Harris, but you just swap the gender, of course I would vote for Kamala Harris at that point, right? But that's like what I said, an exception doesn't
Wait,
disprove
so
a rule.
you would support Kamala Harris in Donald Trump's body?
If it was like the same mind, like if it was like an
No,
event
no,
that
it's
occurred.
everything is true about Kamala Harris, but just in Donald Trump's body.
Oh no, then I wouldn't vote for Kamala Harris. What the fuck? No, I don't vote for someone just because they're a man.
So would you? So then again, it's not that men specifically are better leaders than women, right? It's
No.
that you have certain attributes that identify what candidate is better than the other. So what specific attributes of Donald Trump indicate that he's a better leader than Kamala Harris?
So I mean, you again, like what I said, you answered like a couple questions there, but I'm gonna dissect what you just said. So the biggest point that I had against Dean was, if you look back at history, all of our military generals, every leader in history has been male, right?
So because there's been a patriarchal society, historically speaking, does not
It's
mean
worked.
that they are they are better leaders. Historically speaking, I guarantee Dean used the same argument. Are you saying that a white supremacist prior to the year of 2008 would specifically be able to claim that because every single president was white, that white people were better leaders? No, that would be ridiculous, right? That would be an absurd position then and an absurd position now. It'd be an absurd position at any point in history, right?
Sure. So to counter yes,
so
absolutely.
then obviously your reasoning here is not good. Just because men historically speaking have been leaders throughout the context of history does not mean that men are better leaders. Actually, historically speaking, we can point to the idea that men have led to all the wars. Practically every single fucking war has been caused by man.
Sure, I agree. I agree.
So if you want to categorize all of the good things specifically to be because of men, well, then you also have to look at all the bad things as well.
I agree. Look, I agree. There's been a lot of shitty things that have happened because of men too. I'm not delusional about it. Yes, of course.
Most
men have caused
shitty
the most
things
amount of
happen
wars.
because of men. An overwhelming, disproportionate degree of things
tons
that are
of things,
shitty
absolutely.
happen because of
Absolutely.
men.
Absolutely, and I couldn't agree more. There's, you have Benjamin Netanyahu.
So yeah,
causing the war.
that doesn't seem like they're good leaders.
But it just again, an exception doesn't disprove a rule. There's been again, if you look at the vast scale of
if you look at the vast majority of leaders that were men, no.
All right, name some good women leaders.
Name some good women leaders, like for example,
Yes.
Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris is an incredible,
Come on,
incredible
no,
leader. That's a woman. Would
No,
you-
Parker, come on.
Wait,
No,
is that not a good example?
That's a horrible
Why
example.
not? Why not?
The unemployment rate was highest with Kamala Harris and Joe Biden in
Kamala.
office. It was the highest.
Wait, unemployment was the highest? No, unemployment was
Yes.
actually
You're
unemployment
gonna
was
say
high.
it's close. You can say it's the
Actually,
lowest.
unemployment
Okay,
was
it's-
higher in 2020 under Trump.
Because of COVID. That
Wait,
wasn't
okay,
his fault.
and inflation was high because of COVID. Actually,
You could
unemployment
argue
was
inflation
really
was
low. Actually, unemployment was really low under the Biden-Harris administration, and that's exactly why they indicated that there was likely not a recession, even though there was 2 quarters of negative GDP growth.
No. What they did
Toffee,
is they
thank you so much
refined
for the fireworks.
definition of
Thank
a
you,
recession
Toffee.
is What they did.
What'd you
They
say?
refined the definition of a recession.
Okay,
They
so-
redefined the definition of a recession.
Yeah,
during
so
the presidency.
yeah, no, I understand. Economists are having this debate right now, and economists were having that debate then because it is the case that the general trends in the economy were not indicative of a recession, even though there was 2 quarters of negative GDP growth, and it immediately reverted off of that. So that's why economists, not just the Biden administration, were having the conversation of whether or not that is the specific definition of a recession.
No, but I'm
Zachariah,
that's,
thank you so much for
that's
the $10.
already sketched
Thank you
though.
so
Like
much. I
you're
really
going to
appreciate it.
claim that
Thank
you're
you.
not in a recession. We had 2 annual quarters of GDP being at its lowest, and so that indicates a recession. Now, what I was trying to point out to you, Parker, was
Wait, by the
economically
way,
we were better.
that's not what most economists are indicating now.
I mean, they could argue and debate or whatever, but again, based on again,
Well,
I'm
I
very
think
big
that
on history.
economists are more reliable in determining whether or not there's a recession than Jokester on the TikTok live. Like,
Sure.
I
But again, look
don't
back in
think
history.
that
What is
that
history
you're better at
reinforced?
identifying.
What
that.
is history reinforced?
In what way? I don't know.
In recessions, what is history reinforced?
For what? I'm confused.
For the
what you're trying to
definition of a recession, time and time again, what has that been?
Oh, what has it been historically speaking? I already said this. It was 2 quarters of negative real GDP growth.
All right.
But the
Right.
reality of the matter is that if we look at the economy in terms of what economists are viewing now, that was not indicative of any broad increase in unemployment, which is expected in the case in which there's going to be a recession. So they're just indicating, economists are indicating that's not likely going to be the case. Secondly, even if there is, that's not, the recession wasn't caused by Biden. If like you think the real GDP decline was because of Biden, no, that was because of the inflation increase due to the pandemic, due to supply chain issues.
Sure, but I mean, again, I think we had Trump had an unfair, again, just to kind of argue your point there. I think it was very unfair what Trump had to go through, right? I mean, he had the whole entire pandemic on his back, and people were like, oh, the world went to shit because of Trump. But I mean, in reality, Trump, I feel like Trump did his best with the situation he had, right? And he tossed over Biden, but pretty good. I mean, he bounced back pretty well, and Biden kind of put us into a recession. I fully believe it was the Biden administration.
How did Biden put us into a recession?
His policies.
What policy?
His policies. The interest rates were higher around with Biden.
Has nothing to do with Biden. Interest rates went up. That's related to the Federal Reserve, and that's because of inflation going up. So what did Biden? Wait. Interest rates went up because inflation went up. Inflation didn't go up because of interest rates going up. That makes no sense. Secondly, if you want to look at policies, what specific Biden policy caused the bad economic conditions?
I mean, I can't name the policy off the top of my head. Come on, bro. I mean, I'm gonna have to look it up, and gotta be prepared. But I can't. I mean,
if you give me policy you can mention, if you're gonna say the spending,
probably not a singular policy, but I mean, look at all the wars. He's sending billions to Ukraine.
Wars? Wait, Trump is sending money to Ukraine right now.
No, I mean, yeah, but that's again, Biden started all of that though.
Well, yeah, so Trump got rid of it and then realized that Biden was correct and then started funding Ukraine again.
No, there was a big mishap. He didn't realize Biden was correct.
Wait, what was the mishap?
We were already so invested. We had already sent them billions. So it's like, cutting it off now wouldn't have made sense.
He did cut them off.
Yes, and then he realized it wouldn't have made sense. We were already like
He realized then it wouldn't make sense. What? Why?
It wouldn't make sense.
It's because he couldn't get negotiations. He said he'll get the Russia-Ukraine war done in 24 hours. That clearly fucking didn't happen. We're 7 months later, and it still hasn't happened. And he realized that he fucked up, and then started funding Ukraine again. So obviously, that's Trump realizing he's an idiot.
Not really that he's an idiot. I mean, he's just realizing nothing could be done. There was already too much far damage done. I think that if we had Trump earlier, right? I mean, he for sure could have negotiated a deal. Biden was incoherent most of his presidency. You would agree, Parker, right? You would agree.
I think that Biden is more coherent than Trump in a lot of instances. Not saying in all circumstances, but I do think in most circumstances that I would take Biden over Trump, and any day. I would actually take in all circumstances Biden over Trump. I'm saying in most circumstances I would say he's cognitively more aware than Trump.
Come on, no, Parker. I know you don't believe that. I know you don't.
Dude, I actually do. And do you want me to play you clips?
I think Kamala Harris is of sound mind.
Do you want me to play clips for you to see that?
I mean, I could play clips for you to show that. I mean, Biden stuttering like 50 times, like just being completely incoherent.
He has a stutter.
Not just that, he's just incoherent.
Okay, do you want to hear this? This is incredible.
Sure, I'll entertain it. Go ahead.
Yeah. I got you. Let's click on, this one's really fun. Hold up, one second. Ad. We got an ad.
You're good. And I appreciate you not muting me, Parker. Dean just kept muting me, man.
Really?
Yeah, I couldn't even argue a point. He just mute me and fucking talk over me.
Nobody ever asked this question, and it must be because of MIT, my relationship to MIT. Very smart. He goes, I say, what would happen if the boat sank from its weight, and you're in the boat, and you have this tremendously powerful battery, and the battery's now underwater, and there's a shark that's approximately 10 yards over there. By the way, a lot of shark attacks lately. Do you notice that? A lot of shark. I watched some guys justifying it today. Well, they weren't really that angry. They bit off the young lady's leg because of the fact that they were not hungry, but they misunderstood who she was. These people are crazy. He said there's no problem with sharks. They just didn't really understand a young woman swimming now who really got decimated, and other people too, a lot of shark attacks. So I said, so there's a shark 10 yards away from the boat, 10 yards, or here. Do I get electrocuted if the boat is sinking, water goes over the battery, the boat is sinking? Do I stay on top of the boat and get electrocuted? Or do I jump over by the shark and not get electrocuted? Because I will tell you, he didn't know the answer. He said, you know, nobody's ever asked me that question. I said, I think it's a good question. I think there's a lot of electric current coming through that water. But you know what I'd do if there was a shark or you get electrocuted? I'll take electrocution every single time.
That's just one clip. Do you want to hear another one?
Okay, I mean, the clip. I can understand what you're saying, right? But he still isn't incoherent. You still understand what he's saying. When
He's
Biden
not
talks,
incoherent, really? You can understand what he's saying?
He's just
Here, how about
rambling.
this?
The guy's old. He's like 80 years old. He's fucking rambling.
Hold on. Listen to this. This is someone else reading off a speech of Trump. I really want you to listen to this, and I want you to explain to me what the hell he's saying.
The other night, you buy a house, they have a faucet in the house, and the faucet, the water doesn't come out. They have a restrictor. In areas where you have so much water, they don't know what to do with it. You have a shower head, and the shower does it. The shower. You think, it's not working. It's not working. The water is dripping out, and that's no good for me. I like this here, listen, I like this hair nice and wet. You have to stand in the shower for like 20 minutes before you get the soap out of your hair. And I put it, I think, and it sounds funny, but it's really not. It's horrible. And you wash your hands, you turn on the faucet, no water comes out, and you're washing, the water barely comes out. This was done by crazy people. And I wrote it off, and I got it approved in Congress, so they can't just change it because I did it in my first term, and everyone was so happy. And then one of the first things that Biden did when he came back was put the restriction on showers, toilets, and sinks. Put this and washing machines and the washing machine. They give you like a quarter of this bottle and you do your clothing. And people needed 10 of these bottles. And then the people came to me from Whirlpool. They said, we can't make a machine that's competitive. We can't make a machine and it doesn't work right. They don't let us use the water. Do you have any problems with water? No! We have so much water we don't know what to do with it. You know, it comes down from heaven, right? And I approved all of that. The washing machines, the whole thing, the dishwashers. That was the other one. They give you like this much water right up to there to do your dishes.
All right, I get
So
your point,
people,
man. I get
you
your
know what
point.
they do? They keep pressing the button. So they just keep.
Do you know what he was saying?
Okay, look, I stopped paying attention halfway in because I understand. Like he was just rambling on. But that's another instance of him just rambling on. What I meant was, you know, okay.
Do you want me to play another one of him doing that?
No, you're good. I get the point. I
have a few more. I have a few more.
I know you do. You have them ready. It's okay. I mean, I can't share my screen and I can't play them, but I would play you dozens of Biden clips, and I'm sure you know they're out there. You've probably seen them.
Journalists and detainees to spend.
What was the first part of your question?
Months and staffed here.
When you say, what was the first part of your question?
Is there a specific time frame you expect the detainees to spend here? Days, weeks, months?
In Florida?
Yes, here at
I'm
Alligator
going to spend a lot. Look, this is my home state. I love it. I love your government. I love all the people around. These are all friends of mine. They know them very well. I mean, I'm not surprised that they do so well. They're great people. Ron has been a friend of mine for a long time. I feel very comfortable in the state. I'll spend a lot of time here. I want to, for 4 years, I've got to be in Washington, and I'm okay with it because I love the White House. I even fix up the little Oval Office. I make it, it's like a diamond. It's beautiful. It's so beautiful. It wasn't maintained properly, I will tell you that. But even when it wasn't, it was still the Oval Office, so it meant a lot. But I'll spend as much time as I can here. You know, my vacation is generally here because it's convenient. I live in Palm Beach. It's my home. And I have a very nice little place, nice little cottage to stay at, right? But we have a lot of fun, and I'm a big contributor to Florida. You know, pay a lot of tax, and a lot of people move from New York, and I don't know what New York is going to do.
Can you tell me what the question was?
No. Again, yes, but I wasn't paying attention either. I completely get your point, Parker. Yes, there's been times where he just rambles on. I agree. Sometimes I'll be listening to the news and I'm hearing him say.
So the thing is, you just didn't listen to a single thing that I played.
No, I listened, and like I get what your point is. Like he jumps from topic to topic. He doesn't really finish his statements, and he just kind of spirals out. I get what the point you're trying to make. again, if I had the ability to play something right now, I'm not home, but if I had my laptop in front of me, I would have played you literally the presidential debate that we just had of Biden completely being a fucking nut job, like completely incoherent, not able to say anything. And you watched the presidential debate.
I take that over Donald Trump.
No, Parker, come on. You could. I see the argument with Kamala. I see the argument. All right, yeah, Kamala. I see the argument.
I would take Joe Biden on his deathbed over Donald Trump.
Nah,
I'm dead serious. I'm totally dead serious.
Look, I don't think Trump's necessarily the greatest president ever, but he's far better than Biden would have ever been and ever is.
Biden is so much better than Trump. It's not even close. On his deathbed, even.
Nah,
Biden would be better on his deathbed.
The quality of life was worse around with Biden. I mean, there's just so many related.
What Biden policy caused that?
Not necessarily.
I have no clue. I don't know what policy did that.
Like you're like,
I have no clue. His policies caused that. He caused that, but I have no clue how he did that.
All right, Parker. But I'm just saying, like, I can't just quote the fucking policy off the top of my head.
I mean, I would. There are people in my chat that would be able to.
Yeah, because they dick ride you, Parker. They're like ready to go. They're like, "Oh, Parker, yes, Parker."
Maybe you should be watching the lives then. Maybe then it would get you to critically.
No, I wouldn't waste my time watching your lives. I mean, I think you're a great guy.
That's what
Parker.
you're doing right now to even get up on my stream and talk to me. You're currently watching my live stream right now.
I literally requested.
You're actually part of the stream right now.
Yes, I'm a part of Parker's stream. Yes. No, but again, going back to what we were saying earlier, I just think the economy was overall just worse under Biden. I think 90% of America would agree.
I wouldn't watch Parker's stream as he's in Parker's stream debating Parker.
I'm the number one Parker fan.
Actually nuts, dude. I can't even believe you said that. That's like actually hilarious.
I'm the number one Parker fan.
Yeah, you are.
Absolutely. No, again, but you would agree though. I mean, the life under Biden's administration was horrible.
Not because of Biden at all, and no, under his entire administration, it wasn't horrible. Push the galaxy, thank you.
It was very horrible. I mean, again, like I said,
based on what metric?
You could argue inflation was caused by COVID.
Based on what metric?
Our economy as a whole. I mean, inflation, sending billions to Ukraine, cost of goods rising, unemployment, everything.
Inflation, billions. So we're still sending money to Ukraine. Inflation is basically the same as what it was under Biden.
No, it's for sure been lowered. Okay, bro. I mean,
by
now
0.3%.
I'm a real estate broker. I do real estate for a living. I understand the markets very well. No.
Wait, but 0.3%, and inflation is the rate of increase in prices.
Right. I mean, look, inflation.
So inflation right now is 2.7%.
Compared to the Biden administration, when inflation was going on a ramp, inflation has for sure calmed down.
3%. It was 3% at the end of Biden's administration.
Sure. Interest rates have come down. Again, overall,
it would have gone down to a greater degree because of if Trump never put in the tariffs in the first place.
No, okay, and I was gonna. I'm glad you brought up the tariffs. I think the tariffs are great, man. I think the tariffs are amazing. We should have done them sooner. So a tariff is the cost of importing goods, raising them on certain countries.
Who pays that tariff?
And I understand, yes, I have seen all the videos. We pay the tariffs. I understand. The whole goal is to that eventually manufacturing gets brought over to the States.
I understand. So tariffs are a tax on imported goods. That tax is paid by the American importing business, and it's passed down to the consumer because it's an aspect of cost of production and distribution.
Yes.
So
yes.
Yeah, so specifically that leads to an increase in prices, upward pressure on prices, along with the fact that if we reference if we reference the effect on GDP, real GDP has declined in how much it's increasing to around 1.3%, along with the fact that we've seen in terms of unemployment's increased since Trump got into office, and the jobs report was so bad that Donald Trump said it was politically biased information.
Sure. Again, you threw up a lot of information there. Sure. I think overall as a whole, though, I mean, tariffs are great. I think again, short term, no. I understand where things are getting expensive, but I think in the long term, right, bringing manufacturing here to the States, I think that's priceless. No other president has had the balls to do that.
So again, it doesn't really bring back much to the United States. One, because it is the case that the tariffs aren't 100% certain in the long run, because it is the case that any president in the future can just override these tariffs because it was from an executive action. Secondly, as it relates to this, the tariffs being implemented are also then going to cause the cost of production for American domestic manufacturers to go up as well, because aspects of their production process, materials, other sorts of goods come from other countries as an aspect of their production process. So even if it's assembled here in the United States, other of aspects of that production process are going to go up in cost.
Sure, and again, and I understand, but overall, as a whole, wouldn't you agree that bringing manufacturing to the States is a good thing?
The manufacturing investment has gone down since Trump got in office, and it was stagnant and went down under his first administration, and it heavily went up under Biden. So if you care about if you care about manufacturing, it came back more under Biden. Toffee, thank you for the subscription.
I'm asking you, bringing manufacturing to the States, do you think that's a good thing? Yes or no? That was my question.
I don't see any need to do universal tariffs to bring back manufacturing to the country. I can see in some contexts, in some markets, that there's some effectiveness. And so, for example, in the context of renewable energy production, I think that could be important. Or like for chips production, right? To bring us to be like one of the top leading chip producers in the world through the Chips and Science Act. Those things I think are like good ideas because they're in targeted industries. But if we're referencing the overall universalized policy that Donald Trump's advocating for, that is not going to be targeted, right, and specific towards like certain industries.
Sure, and I'm glad you clarified. So again, I want like a clear yes or no answer, not even about the tariffs. I'm just saying, wouldn't you agree that bringing manufacturing to the States is a plus?
No, not necessarily, but in some conditions it is.
Okay, so I mean, there's no change in your mind because you don't think bringing manufacturing is necessarily a good thing to bring it over to the States. So I can't change your mind. You don't see the value in that, right? The way I see the value is
you can change my mind. You just have to give me good reason.
I mean, you've already again.
But you won't be able to provide me good reason.
I don't. Even if I had brought you a good reason, it wouldn't have mattered. You've already kind of made up your mind. And which I respect, but I think that again, 85% of Americans, if you were to ask them, is bringing manufacturing back to the States a good idea? I think 85% would say yes.
Okay. Well, did you know that under Biden it actually increased, and under Trump it decreased?
No, I did hear about that. Yes, I know that it increased under Biden's administration, but I think the reason why
under Trump.
The tariffs. Correct, because of the tariffs. But I think that the tariffs, it was a bit of a gamble. I'm not gonna lie. Again, it takes balls to do stuff like that. But he's a great leader and he's a great businessman.
So he lost.
Negotiator. He didn't lose. How did he lose?
No, you're saying so again. You said that what's it called?
It's gonna get worse before it gets better.
The tariffs are meant to bring back domestic manufacturing, but if domestic manufacturing went down, well then he lost. Because you said it was a gamble to bring back domestic manufacturing, and it didn't bring back domestic manufacturing.
Yes, but he also did mention it was going to get worse before it gets better.
In terms of domestic manufacturing, that doesn't make any sense.
Yes. I mean, in terms of overall, like what we're experiencing in our economy, right? The cost of goods.
It doesn't make any sense that domestic manufacturing went down, right? Given that connotation, right? If it is the case that the tariffs are going to be so good for bringing back manufacturing, that makes no sense.
Well, no, because the other countries they just raised the tariffs even higher. I mean, we just kind of went on a tariff war, so that's why.
Oh, so the tariffs just weren't effective at all. Okay.
They were very
Thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much.
We just gotta wait, man.
Winnie, thank you. We have to wait. They were very effective, but they haven't been effective yet. Winnie, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
In the very beginning, they were very effective.
Thank you so much, Winnie. I really appreciate it. Libby, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Seriously, though, thank you so much, Libby. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's so cool. Thank you so much.
Do people actually donate to you, man?
Annie, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Annie. Thank you. Jocelyn, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Thank you so much, Jocelyn. Yes, people donate to me. Why is that an issue?
No, I'm just wondering, like, what bum would donate to some guy on live right now?
Dude, that's crazy that you'd say that. That's ridiculous. Annie, thank you so much for pushing the $5. And Zachariah, thank you so much for the $10. Nicholas, thank you for the $2. Wendy, thank you for the $5. Phantom, thank you so much for the $2 again. Thank you. It's ridiculous. Like, why would you say that? Like, it sounds like you're jealous. It sounds like you're jealous. It sounds like you're mad.
No, not at all. Good for you, Parker.
No, but like you're not gonna just like diss people who are like sending me money and act like that's okay. That's still disrespectful.
Oh man, he's upset.
No, it sounds like you're the one that was jealous. I just called out the disrespect.
No, I was just like, it was like very like shocking. Like people actually
how you
donate to Parker.
Yes,
But they're not gonna
Sydney,
donate
thank
the
you for
money
the
to-
$50. Thank you so much. I
No
really
way.
appreciate it.
No,
Thank you
they
so much.
donated even
I'm a
more.
teacher. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Sydney, thank you for the $50. Christy
they're
with the
donating
$16.
more.
Thank you, Christy. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Damien,
You're
thank you for the
welcome,
$10.
Parker. You're
Thank you. Fem, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much.
God
Taylor
damn
with
it.
the $2. Thank you. Marine, thank you for the $3. Max with the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh shit. Thank you.
You should be thanking me. They're donating more in spite of me. All right, you should be thanking me.
I got you. I know that. Thank you so much. That's so good to see that you guys are. And then Orange, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you for the plant. Thank you.
Aw.
So do you want to?
I have a question.
I thought the DNC was paying me. That's probably what they're gonna think too. Samantha, thank you for the $14. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Southern, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $25. Thank you so much, Southern. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Jalen, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Glenn with the $10. Thank you so much, Glenn. Lindsay with the $16.66. I know, right, Lindsay? Thank you so much. I really appreciate the $16.66. London, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, London. Lisa, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Stephanie, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you, Stephanie. I really appreciate it, Stephanie. Michaela, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you.
Guys,
Thank you
stop
so much,
sending me
Michaela.
money.
Aaron,
What
thank you
you
for the
guys doing?
$4.20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And thank you for the $10. Thank you.
Oh no, bro.
Why are you so mad that people are sending me money? Why is that ridiculous to you?
I'm not mad, Parker. It's fucking ridiculous, but I'm not mad. It's good for you. You're
Why
making
is that
money.
ridiculous?
I
Christy,
mean, you
thank you
could
for the
donate your money
$5. Thank you.
anywhere. You could donate your money
Wait, but
anywhere,
if people listen, people spend their money on different types of TV programs all the time, right?
Yeah, sure. I mean, on
Yeah.
Netflix, yeah.
Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, but
So-
again,
so
you're not a
people-
TV program.
People can do this for free, can watch my content for free, and
Yes.
people, if they want to, decide to do that. So people
Exactly,
spend
it's
money
like-
on so many different other things, whether it be theater, whether it be like,
Mm-hmm.
whether it be going out and seeing movies, whether it be going and watching stuff on different types of TV programs. So again,
Sure.
why would it not make sense that some people are sending me money, given that people spend their money on so many different other things?
I mean, I feel like it'd be even more like beneficial for
And
someone
you
to
do
spend money
too.
on OnlyFans than send money to you. Like, I don't know why you would.
What?
Like,
That's dude. What the fuck? Diabolical take, bro. Diabolical take. Caitlin, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $16. Thank you so much. Matthew, thank you so much for the $2. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Matthew. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Michaela, thank you for the $2. Libby with the $50. Thank
God
you
damn,
so
we're all
much.
do- you should be
Thank
fucking
you so
thanking me,
much,
Parker.
Libby.
God
I
damn it.
really appreciate it. Thank you so much. He has no clue. Libby, thank you so much for the $50. Louise, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Diana, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Seriously, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Diana. Thank you. Matthew, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Brad, thank you for the $5. Ruad, thank you so much for appreciating the $2. Thank you so much. Dude, the guest is so mad. Brandy with the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Brandy. Thank you for the hand art as well.
Same thing
Thank you.
happened to Dean, bro. Y'all better thank me, man. I'm getting y'all gifters.
Dude, are you okay? Are you just like trolling at this point?
No, I'm not. Not at all.
So then what? Why is it so? Why is it so like ridiculous for you to?
Oh,
realize
thank you,
that?
Rashid, for the roses. Thank you for the 100 roses, Rashid. Thank you.
So,
Thank
no, why is it so ridiculous? I just asked you the question you didn't answer.
you. To donate to you?
Yeah, it's like cringe that like you just don't realize that makes sense.
No, it's just like Parker. Of all the things someone could do with a dollar bill, like someone choosing to give it to you.
Gina, thank you so much
Jesus,
for the
like, that's probably,
$5.
like-
Thank you so much.
It's probably like
Well-
the worst thing you could do. Like, why give it to Parker? You could donate it to Palestine. You could donate it to
I have a
cancer
question.
research.
Wait.
Go
You
ahead.
could
Go ahead.
put your time into anything.
Mhm.
You could be right now going out and volunteering right now, but you decided to
Absolutely.
put your time into talking to me on a live stream. But you could be putting your time into so many different other things. This is education. This literally brings attention
Educational
to different
entertainment,
types of
yes.
issues. You understand that like there is entertainment and education as an important aspect of getting people to learn. People don't just learn by just providing just information. People learn by involving information with things that are relevant to your life and things that interest people and get people's attention, because that's really important to get people to then engage with critical thinking and engage with these different topics to then bring attention to different issues, right? And that's exactly why I think that this is so important, not only for myself in terms of me learning as a person, but because I was able to learn this way, and other people, thousands of other people are able to learn that way. It is then going to bring us to a situation where I know more than if I never were to have engaged in this content in the first place. I know way more, given that I've engaged with this content, given that I haven't engaged with this content. And that's true for thousands and thousands of other people that are just listening to right now. Given the other people that just watch the content from the videos or see my content on different days, let alone the thousands of different people listening right now that have learned just from this live stream.
Right. Oh, Rishi, thank you for the rose, Rishi. Thank you.
Bro, you're
Man,
so
they're gifting
ridiculous.
me now.
Purdy with the
Thank you.
$50. Thank you so much, Purdy. I really appreciate it. Get some W's from Purdy in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I will try to look at that. Thank you so much. I really
Blake,
appreciate it.
Democrats'
Thank you for the
favorite
$50.
femboy. Yes,
Thank you
this is
so
their
much. I
Dem-
really appreciate it. Thank you. Madison with the $3. Thank you so much. I did see that. It's fucking crazy, Madison. It's actually crazy. I saw that all over my feed. Usagi, thank you so much for the $70 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the $70. Thank you so much. Morgan, thank you for the $1. That's great to hear. Thank you
Where's
so
my
much.
percentage coming from,
Louise, thank
Parker?
you so
Where's
much
my
for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Rob, thank you for the $4.20. Thank you so much. Jamie with the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Jamie, thank you so much. I really appreciate it for the hard work. Thank you so much. Lindsay with the $55.55. Lindsay, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for Lindsay and Jamie in the comment section. Ashton with the $5 as well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for all of them in the comment section right now. Damien, thank you so much for the $10 for I can send my money to whoever I want. Literally, though. Sam, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Ali with the $20. Thank you so much, Ali. I really appreciate it on YouTube Super Chat. Macy, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I know, right? It's crazy. Sray with the $50 on YouTube Super Chat.
Oh, damn, Rishi, thank you for the
Sray,
Galaxy.
Thank you so
Damn.
much. I really appreciate
me
the
a
W's for
Galaxy.
Sray in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Sray. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Damn, Rashid.
I really
for the
appreciate it.
Galaxy,
Thank
brother.
you.
Thank you. Damn, I was like, he sent me a.
Addie, thank you so much. I really appreciate the
Fine, I'll stay
$10.
quiet.
Thank
I'll
you
stay
so
quiet,
much.
Parker. I'll stay quiet.
Ms. Boo, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Mandy's, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Jasmine with the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Baby,
you
thank you
really
so
should be
much.
thanking
Baby
me,
Schwar,
dude.
thank you
Oh
so
my
much. I really
goodness.
appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. That's amazing. Thank you so
Oh my
much. I
goodness.
really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And W Joshua as well. Thank you. Morgan with $1. Thank you so much. Caitlin with the $5. Thank you. Dude, why does it make you so mad? Gloria and Mona
Go
with the
into that. I know
$50.
what you're
Thank you
doing,
so much,
Parker. I know
Gloria
what
and
you're doing,
Mona.
sneaky guy.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's amazing, Gloria. Thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said they donate to Parker because he doesn't have $1 million backers like those that donate to Legacy Media. You know what? That is one thing. A lot of people come up on my live and call me a grifter, but then I literally have like I have no sponsorships. I don't engage in any brand deals like that at all. It's literally just people sending me money who are in the chat that like my content.
Yeah, but they
Same
could
thing,
like
the $5,
they can
and I
do
guess the
anything with their
YouTube
money.
watch page ads. That's about it.
Damn,
Caitlin, thank
another
you so much.
Galaxy?
Thank you
Look
so
at
much
this
for the
fucking
$45.
Galaxy.
Caitlin, thank you. Helene,
Hey,
thank you so much for the
yo.
Goldie and Bloom. Thank you. Judy, thank you so much
Damn,
for the
that's my
$5.
second
Danke with the
Galaxy.
$10. Thank you so much again. Caitlin with the $45. Thank you so much.
Let's go.
I really appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, do you want to like actually debate me now, or do you just want to keep doing this?
Sure. No, we could. I mean,
You're
we've been
ridiculous.
debating, but out of nowhere something happened, and you just got like a bunch of donations. So I mean, you're welcome.
What do you
You're
mean out
welcome,
of
Parker.
nowhere? So you literally were getting mad. You're like, people are sending you donations. I can't
Yes, and then
believe
they
that
started
people are.
spamming
I
you
can't
the-
believe
you
that
should be
people are
thanking-
sending you donations.
All right. Parker, you should be like getting on your hands and knees and thanking Jokester, being like, Jokester, you've done me
Dude,
such a.
shut up, dude. I will kick you off right now if you don't right now give me an argument.
Yeah, but we already had an argument.
Leva, thank you so much for the Galaxy. All right, bye. Amy, thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Amy. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Kai with the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Amy. I really appreciate it. And thank you, Kai. I really appreciate it. Dude was like not even trying to engage. I can't believe people are sending you money. It makes him so mad. Like, why are you so mad? It doesn't affect you at all. By the way, everyone, we got like 20 minutes left on the live, everyone. Can't really think of the hand art. Thank you so much. And he also, like, he's so egotistical. He thinks it's just because of him. Like, dude, it's so funny. Jasmine, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It's diabolical. Let's get the last debate up here, everyone. Only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates.
How's it going?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, I do.
Stella, thank you for the $5. Thank you. So why do you support Donald Trump?
We do not have a causal obligation to illegal immigrants.
I've debated you before. You've been on my live.
No, you haven't.
Yes, I have. This dude has totally been up. I remember that same argument. And, this doesn't make any sense. It's because it's like, there's no obligation because we're not taking care of immigrants coming to the country. Immigrants are taking care of us, right? They pay more into the systems than they take from it. They have a higher labor force participation rate. The immigration surge that happened under the Biden-Harris administration is going to lead to $8.9 trillion increase into the GDP by 2034. I mean, immigrants provide more into the economy than they take from it. If anything, they don't have a causal obligation to take care of us, right? So let's go on to the next person. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria on the screen, everyone. We're just looking for some debates. Ashton, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Amadou, thank you so much. I really appreciate the dollar. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
36.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
And why do you support Donald Trump?
In the long run, the country will be better.
Why so?
Less people taking advantage of the systems that are meant to help people that actually need it.
Really? Because Donald Trump said to big fossil fuel companies that if they gave him $1 billion for his campaign, he'd give them $110 billion in tax cuts, along with the fact that that would be total waste, along with the fact that the subsidy specifically that he increases and wants for fossil fuel companies is literally waste on our systems. The corporate subsidies across the board, the massive tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires, those are the wastes in our system. The corporate tax loopholes, those are the wastes in our system, not people who are, receiving Medicaid and food stamps who are in need, right? I think that's ridiculous that you say that that's the waste on our system, especially because it's such a small portion of the budget.
Yeah, but there's a big portion of the people that actually need those benefits that don't necessarily meet the requirements to actually receive them.
Yeah, that's actually due to the policies you're advocating for. There will be more people that actually need those benefits that aren't going to receive the benefits.
No, I'm 36 years old. I was raised by a single mother who raised 3 boys by herself, 2 minimum wage jobs, and didn't qualify for food stamps. And we struggled.
Wait, you agree that she shouldn't have had to have 2 jobs just to survive? That's ridiculous. We want to create a society where people are provided a living wage, and it is the case that you don't have to work 2 jobs to be able to live, to be able to provide for your children. And that's why we wanted to increase the child tax credit. That's why we want access to food stamps and Medicaid, so that in circumstances where people have children especially, it is the case that they are given access to those particular types of things because they are necessities to ensure that children, right, and everyone within our society are given bare necessities. Right? Things that they need to survive.
That's not my point. I was born in 1989, and those benefits were out there for us to receive while she was struggling, and we did not get them.
And they should have been given to you if you guys were struggling. That's exactly what I'm saying. We should extend those benefits so that your family should have been able to get them.
And then I'm working. I am just being able to pay my bills now. I work 50 hours a week, and I can barely pay for things.
You shouldn't have to. No one in this country should have to work more than 40 hours a week in order to be able to ensure that they have everything taken care of in their life.
Parker, you're not getting my point, dude. You're not getting my point. My point is I'm 36 years old, and this has not worked for people that actually need it. So how long are we supposed to wait before these benefits, or we get a president and an administration that actually sets it up for the people that actually need him and aren't taking advantage, aren't fraudulent, are actually trying to work these jobs.
I don't know what you mean by
don't
frauding and
necessarily-
stuff like that. So I believe in a universal healthcare system. Everyone should have access to healthcare in this country. No one in
I
this
didn't say
country should go
anything
without
about
access to
healthcare.
health insurance, right? If we want to
Healthcare
reference
didn't
food
come out of my
and
mouth.
food stamps, everyone in this country should have adequate access to food and nutrition. Every
I
single
agree.
person. Okay? So if you agree with me on those two fronts, well, then you disagree with the work requirements that are imposed specifically through the context of food stamps and through the context of Medicaid that then restrict people from getting access to food and health insurance that you believe should be provided as a bare necessity to everyone within this country.
So let me reroute my point, I guess. It's not Donald Trump that's the problem. It's been a problem for at least 36 years. Right?
So it's Donald Trump didn't himself
there's
cause
been-
the so there was a problem before that existed, but Donald Trump has made the problem worse. Does that make sense? There were already not enough
think
people
he's
getting
making-
care, but it's made
I think
even
he's-
worse because of Donald Trump. There were
I think
already
he's
people,
making-
45 to 68,000 American lives lost every single year due to lack of health insurance in this country because people can't get access to preventative health insurance or preventative health care because they can't afford it. Right? And if they don't get access to preventative health care, it is the case that in the long run, they are more likely to develop chronic disease.
So whose fault was this 10 years ago?
Whose fault is this? It was the fault of our politicians in general. Democrats are also to some degree going to be responsible for it, but it's mostly Republicans.
Okay, so it's Democrats and Republicans.
Mostly
so
Republicans.
it comes to my second point.
Mostly Republicans.
I agree, but it's not just them.
Yeah, no, I agree. There's some Democrats that have restricted this from happening.
Do you genuinely believe that Donald Trump is the president that those Republicans want in office right now?
Yeah.
There's a lot of
Republicans overwhelmingly support Trump.
Because he is easily manipulated.
Oh, so
And
you
that
agree
they're
that Trump's so you don't support him anymore?
No, I support what comes with him being in office a little bit.
Okay, so if you could go back in time and either vote for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who would you vote for?
Recently, I've been a single issue voter. Not a single issue, but just a couple of things that I've reflected on in my life. And I just think the playing field should be more level now. And what they want to do, I think it's not necessarily because Donald Trump's a moron for real.
And you support him?
I support some of the things that will happen with him in there. Because what they really want to do, they want to break down the country. They want to break down the country and build it from scratch.
So Trump is not taking down the entire country and rebuilding from scratch. That's ridiculous. But he is trying to actively undermine our current democratic processes. Right now, he's trying to get different states, like Texas specifically, to redraw their maps and gerrymander themselves more seats so that they can specifically try to take back 2026 so that they can ingrain more power. And I support specifically, right, what Newsom is doing, right, in fighting back and saying that if Donald Trump does this specifically with Texas, which they are, right, he's going to get the consent of the Californian people, something that they're not doing, and he's going to legally rewrite the bounds of California and make it all blue. I fucking totally support that, right? Living in California, and I think everyone living in California, I think it's November, coming up here in November, I think it's November 4th. November 4th, there's a special election, and everyone in California who should go out there and vote in support of redrawing all of our fucking places blue to fight back. Do not let Republicans take 2026. Fight back. Fight fire with fire. We need this shit if they're going to be doing that. That is necessary for us to instill our democratic values to ensure that our country, right, stays a democratic country, right? We need to keep that in place, to keep our checks and balances in place. That's very, very important. So go out there and vote, right? If you live in California, I will be doing my due diligence and I will be voting. Absolutely living in California. And I will be ensuring everyone around me votes for the very same thing that I can. And I will be doing my damnest to be able to try and get that to happen.
So do you think what I think? I could be wrong. You're a smart dude. You can prove me wrong if that's the case. But the things he is doing right now via tariffs, him creating enemies of previous allies, and just that type of shit that he's doing, excuse my language. A, it's gonna ruin the American dollar, number one. It's gonna isolate us even more. It's gonna make us a bit of an insignificant country where we can start over.
Okay, so he wants to destroy the country then. You want to destroy the country?
Destroy was a word that I used, and I get it. But if you break it down, there's a lot of problems you can solve. If you can somehow start.
If you break it down, that causes more problems that you have to solve.
Not necessarily.
No, it does. It really does. You now have more problems to solve. So what you need to do is you need to reform the system in a manner in which you can make it better off for people who are in need. There are ways to reform the system in which do that. Breaking down the system creates more problems for you to have to fix, because problems in which you broke down, institutions that already existed, fixes problems. You have to address those problems now, because now you don't have institutions that are addressing them. So you can try to create systems that existed that fulfill the same very things, right? But it doesn't actually do anything if you completely break it down, right? Because you're going to end up building the same types of structures back up, right? In the same type of connotation. A reform is no different. If you reform, you're changing the structure, and if you destroy and rebuild, you're still changing the structure to something different.
So what problem would it create that we don't already have? We're in debt. Our social issues, we don't need to get started on them necessarily.
Do you want me to give you an example? If you break down the government because there are issues with how the government functions, well, now you have more problems. People don't have a government they can rely on to ensure access to health insurance and medical care, right? We don't have a government to defend us. We don't have a police force. We don't have any type of structure of society at all. So there's so many different issues that would exist if you completely eradicate the government just because there are some issues with how the government functions. You can reform the government to operate in a manner in which it will be more effective for the population, but to completely dismantle the government, because that is the case, to then rebuild structures that will be similar to exactly how a government functions would be ridiculous. So breaking it down to be able to rebuild it up makes no sense to do when you can just reform it into the type of society that you want.
I wasn't talking about the government necessarily.
I'm giving an example. It's an analogy.
Okay, I give you that. But we got away from my initial point. Because there are things that you and others like you, like Dean and whatnot, when it comes to SNAP and stuff like that. And when I say that stuff doesn't work, because there are work requirements, there have been work requirements for a very long time that people need to meet and still do not require for that stuff and still struggle.
Okay. All right. Well,
how long do we give our tax dollars to those things and we don't get the benefits from?
Okay, so this is a very small portion of the budget. You are losing more money by voting for Donald Trump because he's adding trillions of dollars to the debt. Because it is the case of the big beautiful bill, adds $3.4 trillion to the debt. Decreases after-tax income for the bottom 20% of income earners, for the bottom 10% by over $1,200 a year. So Donald Trump's policies will not save us money by cutting people off of health insurance and food stamps. Overall, we still lose money.
How many Democratic presidents have we had in the last 36 years?
I have to go look back.
But my point is, there's been
since the 1990s. Since 1990, there's been.
There's still been struggles. There's still
three.
Been problems. There's still been struggles. There's still been problems. It doesn't matter who's in office. So maybe like, who are we advocating for when we're giving food stamps and stuff like that?
Who are we advocating for? When we're looking for
people
in need who cannot afford food.
Which was my mother and us being raised.
And that's what I'm saying. We should expand those systems so that you should have been able to get access to it, given that you were in need.
How long should we wait?
wait, we need to
Do you think
put,
it's ever gonna happen?
wait. When you say how long should we wait, that's not really a question. Like, I don't think we should wait at all, right, for these systems to exist. But how long will we have to wait is the real question when you support candidates in which gut these fucking programs. We're going to have to wait a hell of a lot longer if you continue to gut these fucking programs to be able to extend them to people who need them. You're the one gutting the program. You're the one making it take longer. Do you not realize that?
But if those programs don't exist, doesn't that incentivize people to work more, get more educated to make more money?
Wait, repeat that?
If those programs don't exist, doesn't that incentivize people to actually get out there and work more, maybe become more educated?
So you could say starving to death works as an incentive to get people to go out and work. But there are better ways to incentivize people to work that don't include starving people to death, including children, by the way.
It's easy to go to that extreme to say starving, and I get it. No,
that's exactly what you're saying. You're saying the threat of starvation to death will get more people to work.
I didn't say at the snap of a Thanos finger, just completely get rid of it. That's not what I said. But if you say limit Section 8 benefits to 2 years, that's just an example. You got 2 years of help with your rent and things like that to get your stuff together. Do you think that you get that point? I'm not saying do away with it all just instantly.
No, you don't want to do away with this. You want to ensure that people have a baseline standard. The point of these are safety nets. A safety net is to ensure that if someone falls through the cracks of the system, that they are caught by something that allows them to be brought back up to the system so that they can engage in social mobility.
Okay, so
that's the point of a social safety net, is to ensure that no one is left behind. No one's left behind.
I'm gonna ask this question one more time. So what for the people that work their ass off and struggle and still can't provide, but don't?
That's who I'm fighting for. That's when I come on here every single day and I'm advocating for universal healthcare systems, childcare systems, paid family leave, paid maternity leave, paid paternity leave, right? Better working conditions, higher wages, right? Having a higher minimum wage, things like that. Increase wages, create better working conditions for people who currently cannot afford it. Right now in this country, we haven't had an increased minimum wage on a federal standpoint since fucking 2009. 2009, and you have people in Congress specifically who are saying, oh, we haven't had an increase in terms of our salary since 2009, like Mike Johnson, while simultaneously arguing that we shouldn't increase the fucking minimum wage.
I don't care about them or him. And since 2009, we've had what, 2 Democratic presidents, Obama and Biden. They weren't able to get that raised either. So if you take those
Obama, that was a raise under Obama, and you're saying that they couldn't at other points, that's because of Congress. Congress has to do that.
Okay, so that's another point of mine. If you get down to it and figure it out, like there's no one you can elect that's going to solve these problems.
Yes, there is.
Right.
We can get people in Congress. If you get enough people in Congress who support increasing the minimum wage will fucking increase. I'm sorry, do people like forget how democracy functions and forget how democracy works? If you get enough attention to an issue, if you get enough people to go out and there and vote, you can change things. I'm some fucking random kid who grew up in Iowa. Right? Because I wanted to do something about the state of affairs that existed in my country, I did something about it. Now there's thousands of people that listen to me every single fucking day because I did something about it. Because I actually tried to do something. Instead of just thinking about it, I went out and did something. Right? That's exactly what I'm trying to get people to go out and do. Protest in ways in which they are effective at. This is a way I protest in which I'm effective at. There's so many different ways that people can do that in their own lives and skills in which they have, in which they can bring to normie communities these different types of views. Because we are heavily fucking lacking in normie communities, right? In typical areas of life. Not just the heavily hyper-politicalized spaces, right? Hyper-politicized spaces. We need to be in the normie spaces where people aren't very political. It needs to be commonplace to care about people, to want compassion for people around you, and to want people to have basic fucking needs. and also know that you can do so in a fiscally responsible way. There are fiscally responsible ways to ensure that people are also going to be taken care of, right? You don't have to, while also advocating for progressive policy, also advocate to not be fiscally responsible, because it's inevitable reality that if we are not fiscally responsible right now, our children will have to suffer because of it, because they will have higher interest payments on their debt and they'll be able to pay for less in terms of benefits because of it. Their benefits will decrease over time because it is the case that we're putting so much money into the debt. So actually the debt that exists right now, because it's so high in terms of the interest payments, that actually is antithetical to the American dream. It's making it worse off for our children than it was for us. Also, not addressing climate change. You have a person in the position of president who literally doesn't believe climate change is caused by humans, who thinks the climate's going to start cooling and that science just doesn't know it yet. That's actively ridiculous.
Climate change is caused by humans.
What's up?
I don't think climate change is caused by humans.
Okay. Well, you're the problem. I'm going to go on to the next person. I'm not next person. I'm going to get off everyone. I actually have to get off. I love everyone so much. Thank you, everyone, for coming through today, everyone. I really appreciate it. I had just hit over 5 hours for the stream, everyone, and my girlfriend's about to get back. So I'm just going to say I thank you to everyone who came on today. Really appreciate it. I've had the main account back, so make sure to follow me here on the main account if you haven't already. My videos are not sending out here on TikTok, so please, please, please go over to my YouTube if you want to see any of my videos, or go over to my Instagram. That's where my videos actually send out. On Instagram, they send out. On YouTube, they send out. I'd recommend to go check out the YouTube. We post 3 videos every single day. 3 videos every single day. You can go check it out. Also, you can see my live streams every single day. If you miss any of my live streams, you can watch the whole live stream back, right? If you miss it at all. So I recommend to go over there and go check out my YouTube channel. I put a lot of work and effort into it. I would really appreciate if you go do that. The YouTube shorts have been popping off recently, so I just want to say I really appreciate it. It's outperforming my TikTok. Which is amazing. So I really appreciate everyone so much. If you're on YouTube, make sure to like the stream. I would really appreciate. If you're on TikTok, make sure to go over there and like my YouTube and go check out my YouTube, subscribe. If you're on TikTok as well, make sure to follow if you haven't already. And if you're going to stay here on TikTok, I do have someone you can raid. Everyone go make sure to go raid Erica. Look up Erica_Shantae. Type it in the comment section, everyone, for the people who are staying on TikTok, Erica_Shantae. Spam Parker raid, spam love from Parker, everyone. Make sure to go raid Erica and show Erica some love. We're going to go and get off, everyone, for today. I love everyone so much. Have a fantastic night, everyone, and I will see everyone tomorrow. Peace out, everyone.